Theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens, catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself, and a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season 8. Said rewind and slow it, zoom in, enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color-coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got miles of receipts, time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in Frums where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us. What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't die like us.
Hey guys, it's Julie B, and we're here to dive into our rewatch, now starting season 3 of From. And for the sake of time, we have no choice but to break down 3 episodes at a time. So this is going to be really interesting. The last rewatch live was for 2 episodes of season 2, and it took 8.5 hours. So obviously something's going to have to change. That's not working. 8.5 hours was too long for me. I loved doing it before, but unfortunately my health condition has gotten worse since I used to do 8-hour streams, and I was in bad shape after I did that. So it's gonna have to be different, especially since we're covering 3 episodes instead of 2. So we'll see how things go. We'll see how busy the chat is. If the chat is extremely busy, like it has been, then I will have to just highlight less comments than I usually do just for this week so that we can get through the rewatch, and then it'll be normal. I mean, I do need to kind of cut back overall because overall all the streams are a bit too long, but for this week it needs to be a little more extreme of a change, but we'll see. I mean, we're starting so late tonight that the chat may not be as busy as usual anyway. So I will highlight as much as I can, and it sucks. I wish we had more time because I love to hear. The reason I do it the way I do it is because I really love to hear what everybody has to say. I break down a scene. I go to the chat. I loved hearing your takes and your theories on what just happened in each scene, the major scenes. And so that's why I do that, because I want to, because I like to hear from you. I like to be interactive. I will never be one of those channels that just ignores the chat or only reads chats if you pay me money. That's never going to be what we do here. But we will have to cut down on how much we read, depending on how busy the chat is, just so we can get through 3 episodes tonight and not be here for 8.5 hours. So thank you in advance for understanding that. And please, though, share all your ideas as usual in the comments. I'll highlight whatever I can in between breaking down the scenes, and obviously, you guys get into awesome conversations with each other in the chat anyway. So please don't hold back. Do what you usually do, and I'll do what I can. And Scarlet also needs to be here for less time too. 8 hours is just too much. It's too much. As much as we love doing this. Hi, Scarlet.
I need to sleep sometimes.
Yeah, we do
I need
need
to sleep
some
sometimes. I'm not. Yeah, I kind of felt it last time.
We're not actually vampires, So anyway, I have the luxury of being able to go to sleep when that's all over. I did sleep on Saturday. I slept all day, but I don't want to start sleeping all day. I don't want to start sleeping all day.
You don't want.
Huh?
I was gonna say you don't want to go through the change and become full vampire.
No. Especially as the weather finally is warming up here. I don't want to sleep all day. So it's not good for the mental health either. So anyway. Your connection is a little bit like staticky or something. I don't know if you're in different spots.
Yeah, it's because the app died and I can't get it on my iPad anymore, so we have to deal with this website, and the website's not great.
Oh, yeah, that's weird. Last time,
if anybody in the chat or anybody can help me, like they did before, I appreciate it. But this is what I got.
Last time you said that the same thing, but you didn't sound like that. You sounded normal last time. That's odd.
Well, okay. I'll move upstairs then, because maybe moving upstairs is the thing.
Yeah, because last time it was not.
Hot. It's this hot up here, and the basement was cool.
Yeah, it's hot here too. Here.
Yeah. It was like 80 degrees outside.
Yeah, it was 80 here in Iowa too. So yeah, it's very robot-y and staticky. Let me hear. Try again.
Is it better? Better?
Yes, that is actually much better.
Okay. Yeah, we might have to deal with this a little while until I find an alternative.
Okay. Yeah. I hope that you find what bad timing right before season 4 of From is about to start.
Yeah, it could have been worse. Yeah.
I hope you sort that out. But let's say hi to the chat. Hey there, Ryan was first in the chat. Ryan has been really helping me out in the Discord lately, being an admin now in the Discord. Thank you so much for all your help and support over there, Ryan. I really appreciate that. Life is just crazy, and we just don't have enough time to moderate the whole Discord as much as I really should be. So I appreciate your help. Hey, Jay, nice to see you. And Jay had an issue. And speaking of Discord, Jay had an issue in Discord. He got hacked and had to disable it. Hopefully I will be able to fix it by Saturday night, or might have to create another one. Yeah, I'm really sorry that happened to you. That sucks. I knew you must have been hacked because you wouldn't post the weird things that your account was posting in the Discord. So sorry that happened to you. And yeah, I totally understand. It happens, it's not your fault. And I hope you get it sorted out in time for Saturday. If nothing else, you can always create a new Discord account if you can't get this one fixed by Saturday. I have a second Discord account. It's easy enough to do. You can do that because, we're going to have our first watch party for season 4 Saturday night at midnight in Discord. So, yeah, hope that you'll be able to make it. And speaking of which, the link, if you're listening on the replay, the link to the Discord is in the description of this video. You can find it in there. Join the Discord if you'd like to be in our watch parties for season 4. I'll stream every episode when it drops at midnight Saturday nights, and then we'll do a voice chat. And I'm gonna throw the link in the chat as well, but it's already in the description of this video too. And I'm going to also put the link to my theory video for Ethan in the chat again, just in case anybody's here tonight who hasn't already heard me go on and on about it and didn't know about it, and hasn't seen it yet. I'll put that in the chat and ask you to, if you haven't done so, please give it a view and a like, a comment, and if you can, please still hype the video, because the hypes have helped a lot. It's now reached, it just passed 4,000 views today. So the hypes have definitely made a big difference. So thank you so much to everybody who has hyped this video, and please continue to support it if you can do so, or if you haven't supported it yet, haven't had a chance. I'll put that in the chat right here. Okay, and then I'm going to pin it to the top just so it's easily accessible and doesn't get buried. And then the Discord link too, I'll drop that in the chat as well while I'm at it. I can't pin that. I have to choose one or the other. So I won't pin it, but you can find in the description, you can find the link in there anytime. So, okay, so let me get back to saying hi to you folks. Hey, Jordan. Nice to see you. Hey, Lexi. Wow, you're joining us early. It's early morning in England over there. Hi, Chat and Julie. Oh, cool. I caught you on time. This is nice. I have wanted to catch a start of a live stream for weeks. Thank you so much for your interest. I appreciate that. And especially this early in the morning. Yeah, that's awesome. Very cool. Hey, Anon. Nice to see you. Oh, I didn't realize Jeremy was also doing a live tonight. Yeah, so much from tonight. And Tony Teflon was doing a live earlier too that I caught just a little bit of. I didn't have a chance to. I have to do other things. I have to do something other than from related stuff. I mean, I'm practically just my whole life is from lately. And if I was visiting my mom, I had to at least take some time away to just throw my mom a bone. Although I did work on.
Did you talk about From to your mom? Your mom probably doesn't watch it.
She doesn't watch it. It's too scary for her. But I did kind of sneak a little channel work in while I was watching TV with her.
Oh yeah.
I did. I'm not gonna lie. I did.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, Michael. Nice to see you. And Anon says, I don't know how long I'll make it tonight, but I'll catch the rewatch for anything I miss. Yeah, sorry once again that it's so late. I am going to start making these streams earlier. I have committed. I am holding myself to it. 10 p.m. Eastern streams for From Season 4. No, I'm giving myself a window of 10 to 10:30. That is it. No later than 10:30 p.m. Eastern for From Season 4. I want as many people to be able to join as possible, and we're going to be streaming on Mondays. So after the new episode airs, we'll do our episode deep dives Mondays at 10 p.m. Eastern, and on Thursdays we'll do a theory and prediction live stream, or also at 10 p.m. Eastern. And some of those will have, like, we might have a content creator guest on, and we'll also do call-ins and let people share theories and ideas that way. Now, as far as this week, it looks like it's going to be the 5 nights of From this week. I'm seriously considering doing 5 live streams this week so that we can break down. So that we can. So that we can do all of Season 3 and fit in a From Season 4 theory stream. I know it sounds ambitious, but one of them would be short because it would cover only one episode. And you know, because we're gonna do episodes 1 through 3 tonight, 4, 5, 6 tomorrow, take a day off, then Wednesday 7, 8, 9, and then we'll be left with one episode left to break down. And I'm going back and forth between doing a Season 4 theory stream combined with breaking down episode 10, or doing 2 separate streams, and I'm leaning more in that direction, just so that we have one stream that's dedicated only to Season 4 stuff, and the other one, episode 10 stream, would just be, you know, pretty short, because it would just be one episode. It could be maybe 2 hours. I'm seriously considering doing that. So just a heads up. It could be a lot of from this week for me.
It's gonna
A
be
whole
fucking
lot.
banana.
It's fucking bananas. Yeah. Yeah. So pretty much any night that you think of this week, I probably have a live stream. So I don't even really have to give out my schedule. It's pretty much just assume there's probably going to be a live stream every night this week. Hey, Javon Keys. Nice to see you. Why does YouTube keep reminding me it's almost my bedtime? Okay, Mom, just a minute. I'm watching Julie B. Deep Dives. What? YouTube is now reminding people about bedtime? That's weird, Brian.
Parenting, nice.
Hey there, Joyce. Hey, Trace. Hope everybody's doing well tonight. And hey, Daryl. Chat always be jumping. Just gotta hit the highlights of each episode. Biggest points that impact the current story, lore, or possible foreshadowing of future seasons. Yes, that's exactly what I'm planning on doing, Michael. Yes. Hey, Sig Sauer. Welcome. Thank you. That intro song was made by a friend, Mr. Grant Gregory AI, an awesome channel that you should check out. And yeah, he's amazing. I don't know if I still have his channel link in my description, but I'm going to start putting it back in. So it should be in every description, to plug his channel, because I use his intro outro for every stream. And he did it in the style of Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us, since I love it so much. So, hey there, Aunt C. Welcome. Thanks, Julie, for the tip on the hype button. It helps to see where it can benefit the channel most. Thank you. Thank you for caring enough about that. And, I'm just trying to spread the word, because the hype button is a pretty new feature, and I want people to understand how they can best use it to support their favorite content creators. It's your most powerful tool at your disposal. Think of it as the like button on steroids. The like button times 1,000. Like, it's powerful, especially when you use it on small channels. The smaller the channel, the more points they get per hype that you give them. And I get about 2,000 hype points for every single hype. So, just a handful of people hyping my video, it makes a massive difference like you would not believe. So yeah, I just want everybody to know that and support small channels as much as you can via the hype. It really makes a massive difference. And I can't thank everybody enough for hyping that Ethan video and helping push it out to more people and helping more people discover this channel as a result. I gotten so far 21 new subscribers off of that video. And so now I'm up to like 2,178 subs. So we're closing in on 2.2K. It's looking like I really might actually be able to hit that goal of 3K subs by the end of season 4 at the rate that I'm going. So we'll see. Yeah. Hey, Beehive Girl. Nice to see you. Jay says, are you going to stream the episode extras as well from the MGM Plus app? Well, if there are extras, then absolutely, yes. I didn't know there were any extras. I mean, if there's like a featurette after, or if there's anything else, I'll absolutely stream anything that's there during the watch party.
I never checked. I want MG. Let's see.
Sounds good to me. Absolutely.
I don't think there's extras, though. I don't remember seeing anything. I'll look them.
Don't overdo it. Yeah, overdoing it is my middle name. I'll try not to overdo it. Don't wear yourself out, Julie. You got to save spoons for season 4. At this rate, I'm going to burn myself out before season 4 even begins. My right hand, it has been really bothering me from all the typing I've been doing for the channel, like all the notes I've been taking for these streams. Like I'm getting like that old feeling of carpal tunnel that I used to get when I was in school. I didn't have carpal tunnel, but it's some kind of something similar to that I get when I type too much. Hey, Doc.
All I see in MGM is overviews, recaps, and teasers and trailers. So hopefully maybe they'll have something for season 4. I don't know if I can count on it.
Hopefully. And thank you so much for the support, my friend. My friend Doc, please like and subscribe. Thank you so much. And I was just talking to Doc earlier. We're going to be reviving From Academy. So we can announce that, I think, officially. We're going to be bringing that back starting. I'm not sure if we're officially starting next week, but we can if Doc is ready next week. It's up to him. But we are going to be starting during season 4. I know that for sure. And we haven't 100% settled on what night it's going to be yet. It might be Fridays again. It's sounding like it's probably going to be Fridays. I have the 2 season 4 streams on Mondays and Thursdays, and just the way that the schedule is working out, it's looking like it's going to be Fridays again. But we'll let you know when we have a definite date and time for when From Academy will be back. So I'm happy. I'm really happy that we're going to be bringing that back because I miss it. I won't be able to be heavily participating all the time because I'm going to need to have time to work on videos every week and, make time for 2 live streams and life stuff and whatnot. But I'll definitely be there for some of it, for what I can anyway. And it'll be on this channel, obviously. It's going to be here, hosted here. Hey, Bill Chill. Nice to see you. Let's see. Anybody I missed? Michael's ballerina waltz was fire. It was amazing. We finally played it during the last stream, and it was excellent. We were going to originally play it during a From Academy stream. Joyce says, Julie, how about capping yourself at 4 hours? Everyone in the chat agrees that even if you're still talking, it's over, period, for your dang health. Yeah, that's what I should do, Joyce. That's good advice. The only thing I would say is if I'm able to get on the treadmill, then I can manage 5 hours. But that's where I should cap it. Because with the treadmill included, it actually helps me kind of make the time pass faster while I'm on the treadmill. So we'll see. So I'd say the cap would be around 5 hours. That would be the best thing for me, for my pain and my health. Doc says, so long as it's not Thursday or this coming Friday, but Fridays are usually good. We will get it figured out. Great. Sounds like a plan. Can't wait to do that. We are just 5 mere days away. Wow. Hey, Tam. Yeah, I can't believe it. Cannot believe it. Don't forget to hit the like button. Thank you so much. Yes, time to get to it. Time to get to it, indeed. So that we're not here for another hour just saying hi to the chat. That's another thing that I need to stop doing. As much as I love just shooting the breeze with you guys, when we have an episode to break down, we've got to get into it sooner than we do. Now these are the press photos, so these are just random. Why is this in here? This isn't from this episode. Let me get that out of here. So these are press photos. So high definition press photos from season 3, episode 1. But we're going to start. Now this is, okay, I think this is that weird one where the end of it is at the beginning. So I need to go down to the very bottom and it'll be the beginning of the episode. Yeah, this is flipped for some weird reason. Okay, so the first episode of season 3, it was called Shatter, and it seems to have multiple meanings. It literally, started with the shattered glass of Tabitha being flung out of the lighthouse, and she lands here. That was what brought us to this point, this juncture at the start of this episode. Tabitha in the hospital. What is a synonym for shatter? Break. The biggest, one of the biggest themes of the show is this place breaking people, and there could be multiple meanings and layers to them naming the episode Shatter. Boyd is shattered by what happens to Tian Chen at the end of it. A lot of us were shattered by what happened to Tian Chen. That was one of the most brutal death scenes in the history of the show. I think it is the most brutal death scene. Father Khatri's death was very painful, but at least it was quick. It was very emotional, but it wasn't as gut-wrenching, but because he didn't suffer. He had a quick death. He died within a couple minutes after he got his throat slashed, but she suffered, and we had to hear her screaming bloody murder. It was horrible. It's triggering. It's triggering for some people, and it's just, and she's a beloved character on the show, so it's yeah, it's a tough one to watch. This was a tough one to rewatch, but but we'll start at the beginning of the episode, which began with Tabitha looking out the window, seeing Camden, Maine out there, and I'll never forget watching this the first time. The doctor telling Tabitha, "You're in Camden, Maine." I was kind of celebrating privately over here because I predicted that it would be Camden, Maine, because I recognized that view out her window, because I've seen that view. I absolutely loved that view. When I was physically able to hike before I became disabled, I hiked a mountain overlooking that view, and I came to know it. I knew it well just from those 2 times I was there, because I spent hours up there staring at it. I never wanted to leave. Just the combination of mountains on the coast was heavenly to me, and I just adored it. I took a million pictures, and so I knew that was Camden, and there it was. It was Camden. That was really cool to have that connection to the show and be able to predict it, and and the weird thing is I saw that years before From. I had this weird connection to From even before the show ever came out. It was like 2019 when I was last there. I think I was always destined to be connected to this show. There are just some weird, uncanny things like that. And then the doctor says that Tabitha was found without any ID. She asks where she got her cuts and bruises, what happened to her, if there's someone they can call. And notably, the thing that really unnerves her is she says the police are on their way, which is just a formality. But Tabitha does not want to deal with any police. She has no story that she can give them that they'll believe. Her family is missing. She'll look like she did something to them. So you could see immediately the panic when she hears the police are there. So first chance she gets, she makes for the exit. And we saw her room was 2225. I think that was deliberate. You add the first 2 numbers, you get 4. You add the second 2 numbers, you get 7. 4, 7. All the 7s and 4s that are in this show, I think that was deliberate. And there it is down there again. So this is definitely, I'm going to point out several things as I go through this episode that you could say are simulation red herrings. I don't think that this is a simulation, but I think the show wanted us to question if this is a simulation, because there are some weird things about her time in Camden, and that's one of them. The 4-7 little nod. I know it's not a 4 and a 7, but if you add those, they make 4 and 7. And that's just the beginning. I don't think it's a simulation. I just have to point out what I think are red herrings in the direction of a simulation that the writers put in here, because they know that we theorize about that. They know that that's one of the theories out there. And some people believed that this is level 2 of a simulation, that she didn't really get out. I don't know how many people still believe that, but I'm sure there's some people out there who still do. And all theories are welcome here. And if you're listening and you believe that yourself, then, your theory is more than welcome here. But I personally think that she really got out. I don't think this is a sim. I think simulations have been overdone. And if they were going to reveal this is a simulation, I don't think that they would have built up as much lore as they dumped on us in season 3 later on. They revealed way too much intricate lore and building a whole mythos of this show and its entities, to then turn around and say, psych, it's all fake. We lied. Haha. It's just a sim. They're not going to do that. That would be disingenuous to do that. I mean, if it's going to be a simulation, here's what they would do. They would make it more mysterious. They wouldn't give us the kind of reveals and the lore that we got by the end of season 3, right? The reincarnation reveal that we got. The reveal that the monsters used to be humans who were turned into these creatures because they sacrificed their children in return for some kind of immortality. And so all of that stuff, they would not have told us all that if this were going to be revealed as a simulation in the end. It's just bad writing to do that. It would be disingenuous. It would lose our trust as viewers. Like, don't waste our time building up a bunch of lore and then erase it all and say it was fake. They're not going to do that. I firmly believe that they're not going to do that. And I would be upset at this point if they did. No, if they hadn't given us all that lore and they revealed it was a simulation at the end, I wouldn't have been upset. But they did. So yeah, that's where I stand on that. And she makes her way. I'm going the wrong direction. She makes her way to the elevator. 1 3. Add the 3 and the 1, you get a 4 again with the 4s, and she gets the hell out of there. The police are there, so she has to kind of just sneak away. And then as she walks down the street, now this is kind of jumbled up. Sorry, I don't know why the pictures are a little out of order. As she walks down the street, why is this all out of order? What the heck? She sees the boy in white. That is not our boy in white, incidentally. It looks like they did some weird kind of de-aging on him for this. And I don't know why they did that, and then just gave us an explanation, addressed the fact that he's looking older later in the season. I don't know why if they were going to do that, I don't know why they did some weird de-aging CGI shit on him. It's kind of weird and creepy. But this was something I got right back then, and I was psyched. I predicted that she was going to see the boy in white in the real world, and she did. This was a game changer. This means that this entity can actually reach out of Fromville and appear in a vision to someone in the real world. And if he can do that, then he could also appear in the form of a voice in someone's head, like Father Kotri, who said he heard what he thought was the voice of God on the night he was about to jump off a bridge, and told him to get back in his car and drive. And then he got to Fromville 2 hours later. I think that voice in his head was the boy in white. And then there's Elgin. Elgin had a dream with the boy in white in it when he wasn't yet in Fromville. He was on his way there on the bus. He wasn't quite in there yet when he had the dream, from what he said. And so this is further proof that the boy in white right here can reach out into the real world, our world. Or if you're in the simulation camp, this is evidence that she's not really out. But again, I don't think that's the case. So let's see. From there, it's a little bit out of order, so I have to just figure this out. So from there, she follows him into this ice cream shop, and she turns him around. And when she turns him around, it's a different boy. It's not the same boy. So she's starting to wonder if she's losing her mind. I don't think that it was all in her head. I believe he really appeared to her. But let me know what you guys think in the chat. If she imagined it, or if he really appeared to her. I think that he did. I think that he did because he wanted her to go in the right direction when she left the hospital. And because like he wanted her to come there, he pushed her out of the lighthouse. He lured her to the top by saying Nkui, like the Nkui kids. And then he pushed her out saying this is the only way, because he wanted to send her there. He wanted her to get to Camden and reconnect with her husband from her previous life and see her paintings from her previous life, so that she'd start to remember who she is, because those paintings contain memories of Fromville. And now he wants to lead her in the right direction. And so what he did was he got her attention. He led her in that direction. And then when she leaves the ice cream shop, she winds up facing the church. And in the church, the priest convinces her to open the lunchbox she's got with her. And that lunchbox has the address where she needs to go to find Henry's house. So it's all connected. This is all jumbled up. What in the world? So yeah, it's all connected, and I do think that he was trying to lead her in the right direction. So yeah, because when she came out of the ice cream shop, she was right in front of the church, and facing it, and that priest definitely helped point her, get her to open the lunchbox to point her in the right direction to Henry's house. I'm going to have to just constantly shuffle through this to find the right pictures, because I don't know what happened, but they're all out of order. Anyway, I'll just leave it. I'll leave it on this for a minute and go over to the chat for a moment. Let's see. Scarlet fell out. Okay, Scarlet's audio died, so she'll be coming back on. Okay. Yeah, I was wondering. It was very quiet. So I was wondering. Temu Boy in White. It looks like Temu Boy in White. It really does. Hey, with Alice. We're doing well. I hope you are too. Thank you. So I'm going to go back up and just see what you guys think about these points. Bill, Shatter, breaking our ideas or perspective of what is real or not. The world. Yes. That's a good way of looking at that title. And yes, Ryan, the radio when Ethan and Jim were back in the RV was on channel 47 as well. So Michael thinks this was the legit real world, and they were Sorry about that. I think the internet cut out briefly and kicked me off. So,
well, StreamYard just turned my audio off, so there's that too.
yeah. Shouldn't have been digging up those clues,
Technology.
JulieB. Yeah, the boy
I
in
was
white
talking
will not
about
allow.
something I saw before I started watching MGM Plus. Okay.
Oh yeah. The boy in white will
Yeah, I
not
saw
allow
an
audio
interesting
spoiler from past
before.
stories. I think there's a delay.
I was watching this ad. If you hear me now, I was watching this ad before I was doing the rewatch. You see, and I saw a little tiny ad about MGM Plus shows, and right in the beginning of the ad, there's boys standing up saying, "How do we help her?" And I don't think that's an old scene.
Okay. All right. So anyway, hey, see, I'm ungraceful. See, everybody, we just changed the corrupt government here in Hungary. Oh, congratulations. I wish we could do that here. Anyway, let's see. Yeah, sorry about that. Well, we are back. Just a glitch in the old Wi-Fi for a minute. Okay, so getting back to the discussion here in the chat. Let's see. Where did I leave off? Victor gave her that lunchbox with the address on it and may be the object that brought her to Maine. Did Boy in White tell him to do that? Oh, I wouldn't be surprised. Yes. I mean, we know the Boy in White talks to Victor. And so, yeah, I definitely think that he told Victor to do that. Very good question. And room 2225 is crazy. No way there are 225 rooms on the second floor of this hospital in Maine, right? That's a good point, Jay. So they did that on purpose. Tabitha made it back to the real world and didn't get any good food, just saltines and Victor's 40-year-old cookies. Yeah, she didn't get to go to her Italian restaurant that she wanted to go to if she ever got out on. Henry did give her soup. That's true, Michael. Ryan, I agree. A sim would be too cheap. It is obvious with the richness they have given us thus far. They wouldn't give us anything less than what we expect, and probably so much more. Agree. In her defense, she didn't know she'd only be in the real world for like a day. She had no idea whether she'd ever get back to Fromville, though she had time. B hates the simulation idea. If it's a simulation, I will be so grumpy. Don't worry. I don't think it's going to happen at all. Boy in White. Michael says Boy in White really appeared, pointing her in the right direction, trying to lead her to Henry, but without direct info dump spoon feeding. Agree. Yes. Boy in White, all in Tabitha's head, but the Boy in White is guiding her to the address in the lunchbox, according to Bill. And, oh, yeah, so they probably picked Maine because Stephen King is from Maine, and they love Stephen King, the creators of the show. And Lexi says, Boy in White never quite seems to understand and make use of tone. His wishful thinking doesn't always land. Is he even human himself? Michael thinks Boy in White is not human. Sarah says, I don't think he's actually a little boy, but he's trying to help, but doesn't know how. I agree. I don't think he's human. I think perhaps like Michael says, maybe he's an avatar of the faraway trees, a projection from the trees, some kind of spirit related to the trees, and definitely not really a little boy. And Scarlet said, I think you need to get an object or address to get to a desired place via the faraway trees. I think so too. And yes, I agree that priest is sus, and we're going to get to that scene soon. Yeah, Michael thinks that Boy in White is the avatar of the magic tree, trying to help progress the quest to save the children. Kind of an avatar of the Ankui children's collective unconscious. Jay says, what cop travels in the back of an ambulance for a car accident with 2 accident victims in the same ambulance? It doesn't really make sense. It's kind of a convoluted way of bringing Acosta in there, Jay. It doesn't really add up to me. Tam says, what was the thing that Victor makes Julie wear before she went into the tree after the monsters got in Colony House? That was a bunch of his drawings on a string so that he could save them in case they couldn't get back in there. And an avatar of the engine of their salvation is the magic tree, so trying to help progress the quest for said salvation, but not sure how to do it without things going wrong, like with Christopher. Yes, I really like that theory, Michael, about, the avatar, him being an avatar of the magic tree. I like that a lot, that explanation of the Boy in White. Boy in White says he's tried to intervene in the past, but it's gone badly. Yes, indeed. Indeed. So, yeah, thank you guys for not leaving when the StreamYard booted me out of here. And it booted Scarlet too. Like, a hostless stream here. So, let's see. Javon says, side note, what if the Boy in White is the main character of the story told to the children, a personification of the hope given to them of being saved? Yeah, he could be that too. That makes sense as well, Javon. I like that. Did you see a tree, Julie? Yeah. Yeah, don't worry, Michael. I'm not going to start getting political all the time. Every now and then, I know I make a stray comment here and there, but I'm not going to get into specifics in most cases, unless something dire happens and I feel like I'm compelled to say something. But, for now, I'd rather keep it non-political. And I try to make a rule to stick to on this channel that we just stay away from politics, because we need a break from that, don't we? I know I need a break. Hi, Michael. Nice to see you. Lexi says Victor and Julie know each other in the past. I think Julie protected young Victor over his years. That's what I hope anyway. I agree, Lexi. I absolutely agree. And I'm going to actually get into that as part of a video that I'm working on right now. It's going to be my final season 4 theory and prediction video. And I'm trying to get it done as quickly as I can and get it released in the next couple days. And that is going to be part of it. That's going to be one of my predictions. I think Julie will story walk back to 1978. She'll meet Victor, and she'll probably save Eloise. So that is a theory that I've been working on and thinking about for over a year, and I just haven't gotten around to making a video on it. So I'm just going to fold it into a video on overall theories and predictions for season 4, because I don't think I have time to make 2 separate videos. Maybe Boy in White only had enough energy to keep Tabitha there for a short amount of time before they got pulled back into From by the other entity. That's a really good idea, Anon. That's possible, actually. That is possible. I think there's a push and pull going on between the Boy in White and the Man in Yellow evil entity that I think is the opposing side. I do think that is the counterpoint, the counter entity to the Boy in White entity. Man in Yellow, I think, is our big bad, our evil entity, our ancient evil shapeshifter. Could you plug in this heating pad, please? So Boy in White didn't want to intervene, but then he shoves Tabitha into the real world. How much did he intervene in past cycles then? Must have been a lot. Yeah, it is a pretty big intervention. I'll grant you that, B, to do something like that. But I think it's a different type of intervention. The way that he intervened before was by apparently telling Christopher a lot about his past lives, just giving him an info dump. And it was too much. So instead, he's trying to lead them to find the answers on their own and remember on their own. So that's it. It's not so much that he's intervening less, but he's changing his tactics in how he intervenes. And overall, I think he is intervening less. Thanks for the support there, Michael. Thank you so much. Please hit that like button if you haven't already. And it tells YouTube to show this stream to more people so they can find this channel. Hey, Jeff. Plain White needs BTA. What's BTA? I don't know what that is. Let's continue from there. Try to keep this moving a little quicker. So from there, I think our next scene in the episode that's worth talking about, definitely worth talking about, is the Boyd and Ghost Khatri scene. So Boyd is in the sheriff's station cleaning off the bullet wounds on his arm. I don't know why it looks like multiple wounds. That's the wound he got when someone gets shot. Karl, would the bullet, like, how would the bullet make wounds like that? He only got shot once.
He got shot with a shotgun, so there's pellets that come out.
Oh,
that's why there's multiple wounds. It's not a single bullet. It's a bunch of small BBs that spray.
Oh, okay. So it gave him several wounds, even though only one shot came out. Karl understands how guns work. I don't know anything about guns. So let's see. So Boyd is cleaning it when we get our first appearance this season from Ghost Khatri. And it is a noteworthy one. And I think this is the best argument I can make for this being a real entity and not just in Boyd's head. It comes from this scene. So I'm going to break this down for you guys. And that doesn't mean he's an evil entity, but he is an entity. He is not in his head, and I'm convinced of that, based on what is said in this scene. Khatri asks Boyd, how are they, by the way? Marielle, Randall, and Julie. First of all, here's my first point. If he's just a figment of Boyd's imagination, why is a figment of Boyd's imagination asking Boyd how other people are doing? Mari, Randall, and Julie. That seems kind of weird to me. And Boyd says they're fine. And Khatri responds, the fact that you can look at anything right now and describe it as fine has a bewildering term to it. Boyd says, we're still here, right? And Khatri comes back with, one of your own people tried to kill you 2 days ago, or 3 days ago. Half the town is still afraid to go to sleep. You have a food shortage with no solution. I'm not sure if you noticed, but it's getting pretty cold outside. Well, that's a nice gloom and doom outline of events right now. But he is right about that. But he's certainly not here to give him a pep talk. That's for sure. And, you know, like, these are all serious problems that they're dealing with. The cold weather approaching, all out winter came in season 3, snow, and they're not prepared for that. They're not used to that. They've had an eternal summer in this place, and one of the only good things about this place. And there are people who are still afraid to go to sleep because, this sleep, this nightmare entity, this like cicada entity that menaced people in their dreams, it ripped Paula apart from the inside out, and so they're not sure that it's safe even now. So, anyway, he continues, Boyd says, we got blankets. And Khatri's like, oh, right, yeah, I forgot about the blankets. Never mind, I guess we're fine then. So he's snarky. Ghost Khatri is one snarky asshole. But then again, the real Khatri was pretty snarky too. And Boyd says, what do you want me to do? Scream fire? Get everybody panicked? Khatri says, maybe you aren't panicked enough. And that's not good advice, first of all. Okay, I guess I already did a first of all. So second of all, because this is an argument for this entity is not in Boyd's head. This is not in his imagination. Panicking is never good advice. Maybe you aren't panicked enough. Panicking is not a good thing. It's not a good productive way of approaching a problem. When you panic, you can't think straight and work on problem solving. So this is not good advice to tell him he should be panicking more. Now Boyd, when Boyd says this next statement, this is my biggest argument in favor of this being an entity and not a figment of his imagination. And that is when Boyd says, when I was in that chamber about to smash the music box, that thing telling me to give up, that thing, that hope is what the forest fed on. Hold on, let me back up. When I was in that chamber about to smash the music box, that thing that was telling me to give up, that hope is what the forest fed on. That thing, whatever it was, it sure as hell wasn't my wife. So what are you? Would he say this to a figment of his imagination? Would he say this to his inner conscience? Would he say this if he were just talking to himself and imagining Khatri is there with him? No. He's accusing this Khatri sitting here of being an entity. He's accusing it of being an entity like the Abbey apparition. What that thing, whatever it was, it sure as hell wasn't my wife. So what are you? So I mean, I don't know how else to drive home the point. Why would he say that if he's just talking to himself, like a lot of people think? Like this is just in his head. He's standing here questioning it and accusing this thing, this person, of being an entity, like the Abbey entity that tried to get him to give up and just let everybody die. So if Boyd is questioning it, I say this is an entity. And his response doesn't give me a different impression either. His response just adds to my case. Khatri says, I'm afraid I can't answer that for you, Boyd. So he can't tell him what he is. He can't tell him. Yeah, he's definitely an entity. Now the question is, do I think he's an entity sent by the man in yellow, evil entity, or the boy in white entity? I have to give this more thought, and really see if I can come down on one side or the other, because I see evidence going in both directions. I mean, telling him he should panic more, that's not good advice. That's not helpful. So I would lean more toward the evil entity. And he's been kind of sus before, but I think overall, his advice has been mostly good. It's been more helpful than it has been unhelpful. And that leads me more in the direction of an entity sent by the boy in white, who I think is a helpful entity. A vision, more like a vision, I would say, sent by the boy in white. That's what I think he likely is. And if you look at his last visit to Boyd at the end of the season, of season 3, he's giving him very good advice. He's telling him not to torture Elgin, or he will let this place win and let this place start to break him if he tortures Elgin. People will never see him the same way again. And he also visits him later in season 3 and says, This place wants to break you. That means it wants to change you. And it looks like it's doing a good job of that, because Boyd was about to do something really stupid. He was about to try and trap a monster, which Ghost Khatri thinks is a really stupid, dangerous plan. And he's trying to talk Boyd out of doing it. So based on that, I think most of his advice has been helpful. So I'm going to say that he's been sent by the boy in white as a helpful vision, trying to give him good advice. But Anand says, Khatri's advice is always bad. Prior to Khatri's death, Khatri was a terrible priest. Khatri always opposes what Boyd thinks. Yes, he did give some bad advice before, I think. Anand says that he can't answer it for Boyd because it is a figment of Boyd's imagination. Yeah, I just don't see it. I just don't see it. B says folks will talk to their hallucinations. I do think he's questioning who or what Khatri is. He's doubting himself. Yeah, maybe. Blazing One says all the ghost figures try to get someone to change course from what they're currently doing or planning to do. Yes, that's right. They do, Blazing One. They do. Indeed, that's a good point. Indeed. Hey, Christine Jellybean. You don't have to be a star shooter to hit someone with a shotgun. It's true. If you haven't joined my Discord, now is your chance. The link is also found in the description. Thank you, Ryan, for supporting the Discord. Much appreciated. Fromville is where people end up when their drug interventions aren't successful. Oh, it could be. It could be. Let's see. Daryl says Boyd flat out tells fake Khatri that he knows he's an entity, but a different one to fake Abby. Right. So I agree, and I think that they're different visions, and they're sent by different entities. I think that fake Abby is sent by the evil man in yellow entity, and Khatri is sent by the boy in white entity. With Alice's, I remember you telling us that you saw a fallen tree across your walking path back then, before From, I think. Another sign that you were destined for this show. That's right. That's right. When I joined the fandom 2 years ago, when the very week when I joined the fandom, I found a fallen tree. And it wasn't even after a storm. It was just a random fallen tree that was still alive. It wasn't a dead tree. It was so weird. It was across a bike path. I had to step over it. So it was like I was destined to be in Fromville with everybody else, with everybody here. Let's see. $49 people watching. Thank you so much. Please hit that like button and tell YouTube to show this stream to more people by doing so. Let's see. Sarah got her house back after the cicadas killed Paula. Yes, she did. I don't think she should have gotten it back, to be honest. I think she should have been locked in the sheriff's station just in case the voices tell her to kill someone again. Shatter. A shattered or highly distressed mind will absolutely ask itself questions. In moments of intense mental trauma, overwhelming stress, or psychological shattering, the brain often engages in persistent self-questioning as it attempts to process chaotic, inconsistent, or terrifying information. The shattering typically involves hallucinations, hearing or seeing things, and delusions, irrational beliefs like paranoia or feeling controlled. Okay, Bill, so maybe Boyd is hallucinating here, is the implication. I think it's sent by an entity. I will die on that hill. I am convinced. Javon says Khatri doesn't confirm or deny what he really is either. No, indeed, he doesn't. Okay. Daryl says the writers obviously had Boyd say that because Khatri isn't just being imagined by Boyd. Thank you. The line was telling us that fake Khatri is really there, that he is different to fake Abby. Yes, Daryl. Yes, I think so too. I think so too. I think that is why that line was there. It was designed for that exact purpose. Yes, I completely agree. Joyce says it's not like Abby was unreasonable. She was also saying things Boyd was probably thinking, but the town is using his fears against him with these apparitions. Right. That's true. That's true. Javon says, I hope Ghost Khatri is luring Boyd into a false sense of security and is really being deceptive by rocking him to sleep, so to speak. Interesting. Ryan says Khatri is 100% something else besides Boyd. Yes, thank you. I agree with that. I'm glad I'm not the only one. It's lonely when you're the only one who thinks something, and there's nobody else on your side with that. Jay says, Father Khatri telling Boyd not to torture Elgin is not good advice because without it, no one would ever know about Smiley being born from Fatima. Right. That. There is another way. I think they could have just followed Elgin because he probably would have been on his way back to check on Fatima again. So I really think there could have been another way, potentially. Um, 23 likes and 49 in chat. Please hit the like button. Thank you, Michael. Thank you so much for that. It is very important for the algorithm. It would be interesting if Boyd and Jade talk about fake Khatri and Tom in season 4. Oh, I would love that, Daryl. Then we would know that they're entities. I really think that would underscore that they're entities, that they're visions, and they're not just in their heads. Britney Spears and Tiger Woods need to show up in Fromville for a scared straight intervention. Yes, definitely, Anon. No, Javon, you remember that? I talked about the fallen tree. It was trippy. It was very trippy. Of course, Daryl is defending Sarah. I just think that they should have taken more precautions because they couldn't trust Sarah not to kill someone else. I'm not saying give her solitary confinement, but I just think she should have been forced to just live in the sheriff's station with Boyd, and then let her go out during the day, under some minor supervision, just to make sure that she's not going to hurt anybody else, just purely for that reason, not in a punitive way. I don't think she's evil. I think she was tricked and she's mentally ill, and this place exploited that. Ryan says, I never make sweeping or definitive statements, but yes, Ghost Khatri is not just in Boyd's mind. Agree. Let's see. Yes, it's kind of contradictory that Khatri advocates the box, but then also advocates against interrogating Elgin. Weird that he draws a line in the sand between murdering people versus torturing people. Well, Michael, maybe it's because this isn't really Khatri's spirit. Maybe this is because it's the boy in white entity or some other entity sending this vision. So it's not really his spirit anyway. Okay, so let's continue through the episode from there. So what do we have next? Next in the breakdown, we've got an Ethan scene. Ethan is there's a commotion outside, and Tian Shen is dragging Ethan home, and as it turned out, he was running off trying to find his mom. He's been losing hope and trying to take action himself. He doesn't have faith that his mom is just doing her part in the quest somewhere, like he did back when Victor went missing. Victor was missing for 3 days in season 1, and Ethan was completely secure and confident that Victor was okay, that he was off somewhere just playing his part in the quest, playing his role, and that he told Jade, "You're wrong. Victor's not dead. He is just playing his part. He's probably doing something really important right now, and everyone has a part to play, even you." And he was right. Victor was alive. Victor was hiding in the tunnels in the cave for 3 days. The boy in white told him where to hide and be safe. So I mean, now contrast that with the way Ethan is now. Tabitha has been missing for 3 days. And Ethan is not just assuming that she's off on her quest, which she is. He's assuming that she's in serious trouble and they need to take action. And he's losing hope that she's ever going to come back. So he's struggling right now. And I think it's understandable. You know, anybody, any hero on a quest falters at some point. Falters in their faith that they can get through something. That things are going to work out. So I think it's understandable, and it doesn't take away from the argument I make in my theory video on Ethan, from his judgment being trustworthy. It just shows he's human, and he had some issues at this point when his mom was missing. But when she comes back, his instincts kick back in again, and he understands how things work, and he listens to his instincts again, and he understands how story walking works, and he knows that the Thomas voice is not really Thomas in the end. And so I think he just is going through a crisis of faith at the moment. But overall, we can still trust Ethan. And, and apparently Victor's the one who told everyone that Ethan went off to look for his mom, and they were looking all over for him. And then Julie actually says something nice to Jim, that it's not your fault, Dad. None of this is your fault. So she cuts her dad a break in this case. Now, Boyd then tries to talk Jim out of going to the woods to search for Tabitha, saying he already tried that when he went out in the woods with Sarah, and the tent got dragged, God knows where, by God knows what. And so this is great. This is a great sign, the fact that he brought up the old question of what dragged the tent. I think that's a hint from the writers that they are going to get to that, and they're going to answer that question. They haven't forgotten about it. So that's really good, because we want to know for sure what dragged the tent. And then Boyd says, okay, if you're going to go, there might be a safer way. And then over at Colony House, Nikki, sorry about the noise, Nikki bangs on the bathroom door, yelling for Fatima to get out because she has to pee. Clara tries to defend Fatima. She's feeling really sick. She can't keep any food down because this baby is giving her like morning sickness on steroids, because it's not really a baby. When she comes out, Ellis says she's got to eat something. And she says she's okay, but her stomach just hasn't been right. And when Tilly reassures him that the first couple months are hard, but she'll be all right. The way Tilly throughout this season keeps saying that everything is normal when it comes to Fatima made her seem pretty sus, because we know that this is actually an evil, fucked up pregnancy. But Tilly, I think, was just a helpful, nosy old lady. She was just trying to help and comfort them. I don't think she was working for the evil entity. She was just trying to help. She wasn't a mole, but at the time, this made her look very mole-ish. I think they definitely played into the the Tilly mole theories and tried to lead us in that direction. And then killed her off to be like, haha, suckers, we got you. She's not really a mole. It was fun. I mean, I even got sucked into it for a while, thinking that she was sus. And then Donna tells Ellis that they've got to harvest the crops, even though it's too soon, because they already lost half their crop to the storm, and they don't want to lose what's left if the ground freezes. So once again, this was punishment by the evil entity for seeking knowledge. They were seeking too much knowledge at the end of season 1, and that's why the storm came and wiped out the crop and then poisoned the soil so they can't grow anything new. They were building the radio. Boyd and Sarah went out in the woods to look for a way out. Knowledge comes at a cost, and we're seeing that play out here. And also in this scene, Elgin looked out of it, and Donna asked if he had slept yet. And apparently Elgin is still afraid to go to sleep ever since he was almost drowned in his sleep by the kimono lady. So oh, Scarlet, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were back there. I'll add you. Sorry about that. My Chromebook didn't make the noise to alert me you were there. Bill said, I liked Tilly. She brought flavor to the town. I agree. And I don't think there is a mole. I also agree with Doug on that. There is no mole. I don't think From needs a mole in the traditional sense. They don't need a mole to report back on what's happening. I think the evil entity is already omniscient, doesn't need anybody to spy on anyone. However, I see the value in having a mole who is there to manipulate people, in a way that an evil entity can't, because most people are too smart to be fooled by the evil entity's nonsense. Like the way the monsters try to trick people into coming out at night. Most people aren't going to be dumb enough to do it. Only kids tend to fall for it, and that dumbass Kevin, porn stash. Most people don't fall for that kind of stuff. Boyd didn't listen to Ghost Abby when she tried to convince him not to smash the music box and just let everyone die by the cicada entity, because they're all going to die anyway. Boyd didn't listen. So when the evil entity sends apparitions and monsters and, most people don't listen to that stuff. I mean, Sarah listened to the voices, so Sarah was an easy target because she's mentally ill and traumatized, I think. Elgin was manipulated by the kimono lady. He was fooled. But that stuff doesn't always work. And if you want to manipulate a larger group of people, if you want to really have a different kind of impact, I could see the value in having a mole serve that purpose. For instance, if the man in yellow shapeshifts into a person and they think that this is just another human, he could influence them in ways that the more overt evil entities and monsters would not be able to pull off. For instance, like let's say the man in yellow shifts into Sophia, which I think is likely to happen. I'm saying it's probably going to happen now. Sophia could start a cult. Sophia could get a whole lot more people to be influenced by her and tricked than any of the evil entities could do. So that's the only thing that I could see in terms of a mole being needed here. And so far, I don't think anyone has been a mole. The only thing Donna has been guilty of is just popping up all the time, like looking like she's checking up on people. But we don't need that type of mole here. That's a mole who is a spy. From doesn't need a spy mole. People who are saying Donna's a mole because she keeps popping up like, hey, what's going on? Right in the middle of things when people are trying to cover things up. That's a mole who's a spy, and we've got an entity who can see when someone's all alone in the middle of a field burying a candy bar in a hole, and somehow knew that. and heard when Boyd was in the middle of the woods yelling, "You don't break me." Some entity heard that. The entity knew when Tabitha was digging in the basement. It doesn't need a spy. It could benefit from someone who could manipulate people. And I think Sophia could be that person. Anon hated Tilly. Yeah, Nikki pays the price later for being a bitch to Fatima. Daryl says, I feel the giant spiders and what dragged the tent won't be revealed until the final season. I agree. I think there probably will be giant spiders and probably not till the final season. I think the trees are what drag the tent because the trees move. And when the tent was being dragged, you could see the silhouettes of trees all around the outside of it, looking like they were dragging the tent. It looked like the trees were moving and hauling that tent around. So honestly, I think it was the trees doing it. And the boy in white controls the trees. So I think the boy in white made the trees move the tent closer to the lighthouse so that Boyd would find it. Ethan haphazardly ran off or runs outside at this point of the season. Yeah, not a good idea.
Okay.
Ethan almost got killed in this
Okay, I
episode.
don't know.
Ethan is being young and dumb by opening the door for Grandma Monster. Indeed, yes. Ethan was losing hope. He lost some hope in season 2, yes, but not as much as this. Like, it got worse in season 3. Victor, 3 days underground equals Jonah in the whale. Interesting, Ryan. Maybe another biblical reference. Bad boy Ethan. Good point that Ethan has a different reaction to Victor missing and his mom missing. Thanks, Anon. The entire series starts with Sarah. She is significant and important. I agree, Jay. Definitely. She's there, like she's right there at the very beginning of the premiere.
I don't know. I can't even get on here to even do like.
Scarlet, you there? Michael says definitely designed to be unclear whether Ghost Khatri is actual Khatri, Boyd's conscience, or acting on behalf of something else. Boy in white or man in yellow. Agree. Okay. Anon thinks the spider dragged the tent. The monsters are just the tip of the spear. Yes, Michael. I think there are definitely other entities, so we're gonna get those scarecrow monsters soon.
I can't get any sound. I don't know.
Those glasses made her look like a mole, not gonna lie. Yeah, they did kind of. Yeah, Lexi, that's a great point. This is the first show, and I don't even know how long
the laptop work.
That makes us care equally for each of the main cast. Each diverse characters, yet we have come to cherish them all. I think that's quite something. Very well put, Lexi. Yes, Javon, the way Tilly instinctively knew Fatima was pregnant without prior knowledge was kind of weird, considering even the ultrasound couldn't provide proof of pregnancy. Very good point. That was weird. And that made her look sus. That made her look moley. But I don't think she was a mole. Yes, Jay, the man in yellow transforming into other people is the mole. Big official reveal will be coming in 6 days. Yes, it will. Oh, I can't wait. Daryl thinks Sophia was just horny and not evil in that trailer. Well, we'll see soon enough. 6 more days. Michael says people are easily manipulated to do things on behalf of the voices, entities, monsters, etc. Yes, but not everybody. Selected people like Abby, Sarah, Elgin. But if you want to, if the entity wants to manipulate really smart people or a larger number of people, then it could use a human being posing as one of them. And that way they could fool more people and smarter people who don't just have frailties or character flaws or things that could be exploited, like Elgin and Sarah and Abby. Lexi says, yes, Boy and White commanded the trees and to keep them safe from that bad music magic. Hey, GMAX1. The Night Walkers are the pawns. Scarecrow monsters are the bishops and knights. Man in Yellow, Rook. Who is the queen and king? That's an interesting way to put it. I definitely think that this show, this operates like a game of chess. Absolutely. And that's why chess keeps getting highlighted as an ongoing metaphor. So that's a really great way to put it. And I think that the entities are using the people who get trapped there as chess pieces as well. All right, so let's move on from this scene. So from here, I think this is where Kenny, where is it? So hold on, I lost my place. Just a sec. So yeah, I'm missing some screenshots. I don't know why. There are some screenshots missing, but
Can you hear me?
yes, I hear you. So yeah, I'm missing some screenshot. And I can hear myself in the background too. There are some screenshots missing, but
Can you hear me?
yes, I hear you. So okay, I'm gonna mute you. I can hear Scarlet. I can hear a device playing the stream in the background.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. So okay, I'm gonna. Sounds like Scarlet's technology is wreaking havoc
Scarlet,
tonight.
I
can hear a device playing.
Well, I'm not sure what to do, Julie, because I've got two devices going, and every time I go into StreamYard, as soon as StreamYard lets me in, it turns off the audio. And I have tried it on my laptop and my iPad, so I'm not sure what to do. So I was trying to turn on something where I could actually hear you and then respond. So maybe I could just mute myself and then turn the TV down when I want to talk. I'm not sure, but I'm trying to do everything I can.
Oh, I'm sorry you're having so many difficulties with the technology. The issue is that there's a delay. So that wouldn't be a way that you could hear me and then respond, because YouTube has a delay of a certain number of seconds. So you'll hear me way later than what I'm actually saying if you try to do it that way. I'm sorry. I hope you get that sorted out. Anyway, so then there's this scene where I don't have a screenshot for it at the moment, but Boyd talks to Jim, and he says once again he's bringing up the tent getting dragged. So that's really hopeful. That's a sign to us that they're going to explain the tent getting dragged. We just have to be patient. Boyd tells Jim, the day that Sarah and I found the lighthouse in the woods, we started out at the little stone hut where I found the talisman. We were also in a tent that got dragged who knows where, but if you start out in the hut each morning, you're at least starting closer to what you're trying to find, and you got a place to come back to at night so you don't get yourself killed. Excellent. Excellent that Boyd is sharing information more with them. In this moment, that's really good that he's doing that, finally sharing information and talking about the tent getting dragged. That's a really good sign that eventually they're going to answer that. So they go outside, Kenny and Boyd. Now I can go back to the screenshot of Kenny. Let's see, right here. So Kenny tells Boyd that he gets why he's afraid to go back out to the woods, but someone's got to make sure Jim comes back in one piece. He says, I know what it's like to lose a parent here, and I'm not going to sit here and watch Julie and Ethan lose two parents in 1 week. We can't play defense forever, Boyd. So here we've got a foreshadowing that Kenny would lose another parent. So instead of Ethan and Julie losing another parent in a week, Kenny loses another parent while he's gone. He loses his mom. Also, the game references come up again. We can't play defense forever, Boyd. They're always using game analogies, game references, because this is a game. That's the clue from the writers that this operates much like a game. Then they hear a window smash, so they follow the noise into the bar. It's so Jade like throws something and it smashes one of his own windows in the bar. They come in and it's full of these threads everywhere, and he's completely losing his shit. They find Jade laying on the floor, raving like a lunatic under this giant web of threads. There's another thought experiment he's doing to try to figure out the symbol visions. Previously, he made a giant symbol out of bottles in the bar. Then he broke a bunch of glass and was trying to rearrange the glass to do something with that. This is his latest thought experiment. He's said before that it helps him think. It helps him kind of reorient how he's thinking about things. And he says he's raving like a maniac. I can't see it. I can't see it. They tried to show me. I don't understand. They tried to show me. And he's talking about the latest symbol that he had in the cave with the symbol overhead. The latest vision in the cave. The kids were laying on the sacrificial stones, and the symbol was up in the roots above his head. And he's like on the verge of madness trying to understand this. That vision terrified him. He later tells Tabitha that was the most fear he's ever felt in his life. And there's something that he could almost reach for, that he's trying to see, that there's something that's right in front of him and he can't quite make out what it is. And that's why he's raving like a lunatic trying to understand what happened here. Yeah, so he's gotten drunk, which is not a good way to handle this whole thing. He's drunk and he's, just falling apart, teetering on the edge of madness. And this is the danger for Jade, because these visions with the symbols seem to have driven Christopher insane, and probably every one of Jade's past lives, he went insane. And he's got to try to avoid that this time around. Christopher snapped. He looked like he was a raving nut when he was yelling at the boy in white in the flashback. Victor said that he changed. He didn't laugh anymore. He didn't make people smile. He was different. And then everybody died. And there was an implication inherent in what Victor said, that there was a connection between Christopher seeing the symbol, him changing, and then everybody dying. Now, he didn't literally kill everyone. That would be impossible. The entire town was ripped open, and one man couldn't have taken on the entire town and ripped them all open like that. But I think that whatever he did triggered the final massacre. It triggered the board getting wiped clean by the evil entity. And I think what he did was attempt child sacrifice. And that brings it all full circle. The evil entity finally breaks someone down to the point of attempting child sacrifice, especially if it's Jade. I think the evil entity wanted Jade and Tabitha to be part of the original sacrifice, and they refused. And getting Jade to break down to the point where he thinks this is the way out, getting Christopher to do that, I think that triggered the massacre. That brought it full circle. Once again, the evil entity has created a monster, this time a figurative monster. And it's brought full circle back to child sacrifice, and then the board gets wiped clean. So Jade needs to try to avoid that fate. And since he's now broken his window, Boyd and Kenny bring him back to the police station to spend the night. So he'll be safe from the monsters. So Javon says answers weren't in front of Jade, but rather inside of him in a way. He just didn't know it yet. He only had to remember first. Well said. Very well said. Glass shatter and find Jade trying to solve the From symbol mystery. Yes, Bill, another shatter, like the title of the episode. Let's see. Ryan says this is the only other thing that I will 100% agree with Julie on, that the trees drag the tent. Cool. Anything else I say maybe. I never say 100% on anything. Yeah, I try to keep an open mind too, and I don't say 100% on that many things either. I try to keep an open mind, but I am willing to commit very strongly to certain theories.
Do you hear me now?
Yes, you're coming in clearly.
Okay, let's let's go on.
Okay.
All right.
You have any comment on the Jade scene? I've got to actually mute for a moment anyway.
Oh, I can sing something about that. Yeah, I got stuff to say. I got Jade looking at the string. I got Alma trying to eat the string. It's string theory. It's all around. It's string theory. It's past, present, future. Looking them up into the web. I wonder if a giant spider could crawl on Jade's face from the ceiling. It looks like a web. Who knows? It could be a timeline. It could be splitting off in all different timelines, and nobody will know that it actually. I don't know. My tech hasn't been working okay. But he has this journal, and I always thought that the roots were kind of like time, that they kept on moving, and he kept moving, and the strings kept moving, and he's got to figure out how to make the roots stay at the right time so he can travel and save the other kids, because I think he saved one of the 7, and I think he has a son because that one Yakui kid that's always his daughter is always hanging out with that other kid, and they're always hanging hands, and and Miranda's painting, and I think they might have had 2 kids because Tabby had 2 kids and Miranda had 2 kids. So why not Jade and Tabby have 2 kids? Etc. Alba eats the thread. Goats like to eat stuff. Yes, they do. Goats like to eat stuff. And they like to eat everything through and through. And they probably eat those rotten vegetables that vagina eats. I see that Jane's going crazy. He's breaking glass, and none of the pieces fit right. He's looking at the ceiling, and what's in the ceiling? It's a giant spider. It's a giant spider. I don't even know if I still have my audio. I don't know if Julie's back. I'm also going crazy.
Sorry, I forgot I was still muted. I hear you. You've been coming through just fine. Nice song.
Yeah, it's not my best work, but oh well. I'm frustrated with the tech, man.
Understandable. Hey there, Ayush. They guess I guess Sophia will kill Kenny. Oh no. I hope not.
With sex?
I hope Kenny's not on my death list. I think the evil entity is just gonna it enjoys torturing him too much. Death would be too easy of an out for Kenny. Kenny's gonna continue to have a fate worse than death here. That's not gonna happen in my opinion, but hey, you never know. You never know. Kenny, Ethan, and Julie lose their parents in a week, technically, but Tabitha returns. That's true. He pulled a Kevin. LOL. Just kidding. Now, no one wants to pull a Kevin. Javon says, oh yeah, I said that one already. Tabitha is on a mission to be everyone's mummy. It's so sweet. I am looking forward to the conversation with Tabby and Victor. Yes, indeed, she is. And yeah, Tabby and Victor, that'll be interesting to see now that she remembers her past lives. Jade kind of freaks out when Tabby tells him Boy in White's monologue about tree roots becoming symbol of magic tree has a great spin out. Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Message not received. Do better. Yeah, he's spinning out a lot. Jade Spider songs. Hey, David. I hope it isn't a multiverse. I'm over multiverses. I think if it were, we would have more clues that it is by now. I don't think they're going to. It's already so complicated. I don't think they're going to go the multiverse route at this point. It's too late. Tam says, would you decide you have something more to say than fucking Angkui? Yeah. I like multiverse stories. I do, but yeah, that would be too much for this show. Isn't it already complicated enough? We've got time travel and, this place, like this mysterious place with a million questions. If they throw a multiverse in, it would be way too much. Hey, Annie. Let's see. Love the singing. I love the singing, Lexi. Okay, so let's go on. From here and keep this thing going at a good pace. So at an open air market, Tabitha meets. I have a bunch of random things in here. I'm sorry. I don't know why. There's something wrong with. There's something wrong with this folder. I have a whole bunch of stuff in here that doesn't belong in here. But Tabitha runs into these two young girls.
What was that one?
This is the Boy in White next to Ben Linus from Lost, and looking at the similarity, they look very much like each other. So some people have said, well, maybe it's Ben Linus from Lost. I don't think so.
He has the same expression completely.
Similar, a very similar hair, very spiky hair, receded hairline, ears that stick out, similar.
Yeah.
Anyway, Tabitha asks to use their phone, and there's a blonde one who looks creeped out, and then the other one says, "What's wrong?" And then she sees Tabby, and Tabby asks if she can use the phone. The girl with the phone says, okay, and the other one says quietly to her, "Why would you do that?" It's weird. They act weird. And anyway, Tabitha calls her mom, and she says her mom says the police have been looking for her. Tabby says she loves and misses her. She and Jim are doing everything they can to come back home soon. Her mom also says, no. Which I guess it runs in the family. And then I don't have a picture of it, but the blonde girl who was there with her friend, she says to her friend, "Why would you do that? You seriously need to disinfect your phone now." Like, what a bitch. Like, I don't know why I know Tabitha looks kind of homeless and, rough right here, but, she looks like she lives on the street, but rude. Very rude. Anyway, so again, was this another simulation red herring type of thing? Like, if the girls were acting weird? I don't know. I just remember people pointing out that was weird. So over at the diner, Christy asks Kenny that he's sure about all this, and Tan Shen brings him a lot of food rations to take with him on this trek that he's going to go on with Jim to look for Tabitha. And his mom says, "I can't lose you too." And Kenny says, "It's going to be fine." famous last words. This is the last time he ever sees his mom. He just doesn't know it. It's gonna be fine. Very sad that Kenny lost his mom. What a shame. It really is, because they had a beautiful relationship. Well, it was just brutal seeing him lose her. Then over at the Lou house, Ethan is doing a puzzle, and I believe that puzzle is from Camden, Maine, by the way, which is a nice little Easter egg. It's weird, and the fact that he's doing that, it's also kind of another weird moment that you could say might be a red herring, that this is a simulation. The weird synchronicity that he's doing this puzzle while his mother just landed in Camden, Maine. Or you could say Ethan's writing the whole story, and that's why he's doing this, because he knows she's in Camden. But I don't believe that. If you watch my Ethan theory video, I explained that I call Ethan the storyteller, but not because I think he's writing this whole story. I think he's our narrator. The writers are using him as a mouthpiece to explain to us how this story works, how quests work. And so he's very much like a narrator, and he has loads of insight into how everything works, what the rules are. And he also has some weird precognition about things that he shouldn't know about. And I think that was given to him by the boy in white. When he got to town and he had his seizure, he connected with this place and with the boy in white. And I get into all that in more detail in my theory video. It's pinned at the top of the chat right now. So if you haven't checked it out yet, please give it a view, a like, a comment. It would be much appreciated. And if you are able to, if you can hype the video, that is much, much appreciated as well. Ethan is very important. I'm convinced that they need him. And I also explain why in the video. I think that they need him to finish the quest successfully. He plays a vital role in it. I think that since this place started due to the curse, started due to the victimization of children, the sacrifice, then I think the way out could and needs to involve the empowerment of a child. A child needs to help guide them. And Ethan is there to guide them with all of his insight. So Ethan asks his dad if he's really going to go find his mom, and Jim says he's going to do the best he can, but he can't do that if he's worried about things back here. So no more running off. And they hug. It's a nice scene, and he and Julie hug and say goodbye, and it's a very loving scene. I think Jim is a better dad than people give him credit for, to be honest. And he grows over the course of the show and gets better as time goes on. Bill says Ethan is establishing the quest setting in this scene. Right? B says, I had forgotten about Ethan doing that puzzle. Yes. Yeah, it's interesting, right? Camden, Maine almost didn't seem real. I thought it was odd, but then I realized if I'd just been in From, the real world wouldn't seem real to me. It makes sense. It did have a kind of trippy feeling to it, B. There are absolutely some odd things about the scenes in Camden, and even Tabitha questions whether it was real. But I believe it was. I think that the show made it seem a little weird, a little off, just to make us question it. B says, I would have loaned Tabitha the phone, but might have been worried when she walked off with it. But Blonde Girl was a biatch about it. Yes, she was. She was indeed. And I might have maybe disinfected the phone just being a germaphobe, but I wouldn't be like, bitchy like that. Annie says, remember that Nick and Robert highlighted that all the buildings in Henry Street are the same colors like the houses in From, except the red house. I actually did too, Annie. Back then when season 3 aired, I pointed that out as well. I noticed that they're the same style of house. They're I forget what the style is now, but I looked it up back then, and they're the same style of house as the ones in From, and they're all the same kind of colors, blue and yellow. We're just missing the red house in Fromville, but they do match the 3 primary colors of Fromville that we see repeated all the time: red, yellow, and blue. And yeah, it's the houses are red, yellow, and blue on Henry Street. And I don't think that's an accident. I don't think it means it's part of Fromville or anything like that. It's just continuing the ongoing theme of those colors in the show. And if you combine those colors, red, yellow, and blue, you get all the colors of the rainbow. And I really think I think the reason for them using those three colors all the time is because of that. Combining them, you get all the colors of the rainbow. And Tabitha is the Chromonocle. Tabitha and Jade are both Chromonockles lost in the rainbow sky. In the book, the Chromonocle, The Flight of the Chromonocle, the Chromonocle is lost in the rainbow sky. So instead of just having rainbow colors everywhere, which would have looked kind of odd, I think the show chose to use the three primary colors that make the rainbow. The three, so that's why I think they do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Kenny better not die. He's my favorite character. G-Mex, well, I love Kenny. I would be very sad too if he died. He's not my favorite, but he's one of my favorites. So, see you later, Lexi. Belated. See you later. It's almost 7:30 in England, 7:30 a.m. So I just try to get some sleep. Man, you're a vampire like us, Lexi. Wow. Wow. That's what I did after the last stream. I went to bed at like 8 a.m. It was terrible. Thanks, everyone. I chat with and Julie Scarlet. Awesome company. Awesome Fromily. Lovely, Lexi. So glad that you found the channel and joined our little Fromily, our little corner of the Fromily. So, let's see. Anything else before I go on? David says, in my theory of the inverse structure, the real world is the fantasy curse, and I think that's why it looked like a fantasy. Okay. Also, the boy in white leading Tabitha between worlds is exactly what the psychopomp does. Interesting. 42 people watching and 32 likes. Hit that like button, Fromily. Thank you, Ryan. G-Mex, I wonder if Fromville was ever a non-pocket dimensional place at the time of the sacrifice, or did it become a pocket dimension after the sacrifice deal with the devil was made? In my opinion, it became this after. I think it once started out as a normal town, and what happened was they made that deal with that entity, sacrificed the kids, and the entity created this supernatural prison for these people who it turned into monsters, and to bring in more people to trap there and let the monsters, basically prey on them. So I think that this dimension was created by this godlike evil entity, shapeshifter. An ancient evil entity with godlike powers that could create its own new dimension. That's what I think happened. And just took this town and made a new dimension for it. And then over the years, new buildings were manifested there as time went on, because I think it's a kind of a nightmare realm where people's hopes and nightmares and fears can manifest things, including the buildings that wind up there, since there are so many buildings that are newer than, Puritan level stuff. So Michael says, I feel like it was originally real world and Magic Tree created Fromville as a pocket dimension bardo between life and death of Ankui kids to play out the game quest to save the children. Absolutely agree. Daryl says, the show having Tabitha think it's not the real world because of the bracelet, then later on we find out why the bracelet was there. The show has made it so clear it was the real world. I agree with that. So moving on. Now let me see. Is this right? Well, okay, I'm missing a picture here, but there's supposed to be a picture where Boyd tells Jim and Kenny, remember what I told you about those trees? You start seeing spider webs, then you know you're going in the right direction. And whatever you do, be back at the hut before dark. That's another amazing thing. He brought up the spider webs again. That's never been mentioned again since season 1. So that was very encouraging. And I think a hint from the writers that They haven't forgotten about that. They do plan on answering that question as to what the hell created those spider webs. And I mean, obviously, one would have to assume a giant spider did it, or they were manifested there by some entity. So they're going to tell us. Answers are coming. We just have to be patient. So that really encouraged me that they brought that up again. Oh, I was so happy. So the dragging of the tent and the spider webs brought up again. Then over at Colony House, Donna tells Boyd that they're out of food. Everything that the storm didn't destroy is rotten. So they went out, tried to harvest the crops, and they were all rotten. So ramping up the tension and the stress level. Jim was right about some of what he said in season 2 when he thought it was all an experiment. He said when he heard that there was a food shortage, he said that this makes sense, that they would want to increase the stress level on them and see how far they can push people until they break. And he's right. It's just that it's not people running an experiment. It's an evil entity ramping up the stress level to see how much, how far it can push these people till they break, and also put them in a desperate position that will cause them to make mistakes, which is exactly what happens in this episode, leading to Tian Shen's death. That was always the intention. It was never going to starve everyone. That was just a tactic to raise the stress level until they do something stupid. And Boyd letting Tian Shen stay outside with him to collect those slow-moving cows while the monsters were coming toward them, that was stupid. And then monsters ambushed them inside the barn and killed her. So, it was all a tactic to manipulate them. And then the very morning after this happened, boom, new crops appear in the woods, and they're saved. They're not going to starve after all. And I have more to say on that. We'll get to it. We'll get to it when we get to the later scenes regarding that. And then look at the diner. See, look. Look, the manipulation tactic is working. People are panicking. They're rioting at the diner and trying to loot it for food. Tom is the ringleader. Him and a bunch of red shirts are trying to loot the diner. And they're not even close to starving yet, and they're already doing this. It's causing division. It's causing more tension in town. And this is how people get hurt. Luckily, things don't get violent, and Boyd intervenes and makes everybody disperse and keeps everything under control. And then from there, more craziness ensues. Randall tries to take Ethan's favorite goat to go use it as food, which is so ridiculous. It's Alma the goat right here. Alma the goat, he wants to take it to use it as food. Absolutely ridiculous. Like, what is he going to do? Slaughter it on the bus? He lives on a bus. This was so silly. And Ethan is like chasing him, telling him to stop. Victor is also trying to help Ethan, his friend. Victor tries to take Alma back, and then Randall shoves him. Victor draws a gun. And it's just insanity. Boyd has to intervene. And sorry, there are random pictures that don't belong in here. Boyd intervenes and gets Victor to hand over the gun. And he says to Randall, those animals are off limits. They provide eggs. They provide milk. They are a resource. What happened today was a setback, and I get it. I get that we're hungry. I get that we're scared, but we're still in this thing. We can still win. But whatever we do, we have to do it carefully. We have to make everything last. This place will not break us. The only way we go home is together. So we have some themes here, some ongoing themes. This place will not break us. He knows at this point that this place is trying to break them. That is an ongoing theme. The only way we go home is together. The theme of how much stronger they are when they're together. And we have game references. Him saying we can still win. We're still in this thing. So that's a clue right there from the writers, again, that this is operating like a game. This whole thing functions much like a game. Not for fun, not a game for kicks, but although it is kind of the evil entity enjoying the game. But I think the other side, the side that wants all of this to stop, which is the boy in white side, he's not doing this for entertainment, for fun. He's trying to stop all of this from happening. He's trying to, end the cycle of this place and let everybody leave, save the children and whatnot. But it functions like a game, like a chess game specifically. And so they keep bringing this into the vernacular that they use, especially Boyd. He uses game terminology all the time. So let me see what you guys are saying before I go on from there. The weaponization of hope is my hell to die on. Oh yeah, Ryan. I think hope is definitely weaponized in this show, and there are a lot of interesting quotes related to hope in the show, and especially in season 3. There's a lot more of that, and the the paradox of how hope can also cause suffering. Holding on to hope instead of just giving up. But life is about suffering and getting through difficult times, and you have to hold on to hope regardless. Michael says if Fromville also traps evil entities and collapsing place cycle would release them back to the real world, lots of potential questions on what happens if the cycle or place ends. Agreed. Before the quest is complete. Right. Lots of 7 Deadly Sins themes throughout this series. Yeah, Javon. Great point. Great point. And there are so many biblical references. They're all over this show. Like Kevin, for example, definitely lust. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Pride, greed, lust, envy, gluttony, wrath, and sloth. You can see all of those in this. Boyd has known about Victor's gun since season 1 when Jim told him. Yes, Daryl, so why the hell didn't he take it away from this man-child? He definitely shouldn't have a gun, if you ask me. Randall is an idiot, quite often. Yes, B. Agreed. Daryl loves this scene. B had the idea that the way to get home is to lose hope. Their hope is keeping the cycles going. If everyone just lost hope, the town would collapse. Maybe, but I mean, I think hope is what's bringing Jade and Tabitha back to try to save the children, cycle after cycle. The hope of the dying children that created that bottle tree, that faraway bottle tree, and hope is what's keeping them going. I think this whole thing is about hope versus fear, and they need to hold on to hope, or they're lost. They need to imagine a life beyond this place. They need to try to manifest good things happening and not just, give in to their fear, if you ask me. Let's see. Let me just scroll up a bit. Okay. Acosta freaks out why the buildings are there. She's like, what psycho built this place? That's true. I remember that. Is the entity weaponizing hope and turning it into fear and despair? Yeah, I mean, ramping up people's hope and then taking it away. Boyd said that he thinks this place likes to give people hope and then take it away. So that I definitely think that happens. It's realistic that people would panic like this. It is, Daryl, and it's exactly what the evil entity wanted. I just wonder how they're going to take it there. Different time periods also presented in these buildings. Also, almost like someone just dropped them all there. Right, Annie, it's weird. I think they're manifested there. I think maybe during cycles, in between cycles, when the place has been wiped out of people, perhaps just when there's one lone survivor, there might be buildings that just appear there, new buildings. I think things just appear there, if just overnight, boom, like a new building is there. That's probably how it works. So from there, let's continue through the episode. The next scene is in the woods. Jim and Kenny, they find the first totem. So we get our first view of a totem. And it's very ominous and it creeps them out. Kenny thinks they should go back to the Talisman Hut, and says they haven't seen any spider webs yet, so they're probably not in the right direction. And Boyd didn't say anything about weird statues. But Jim thinks they should stay. He thinks that maybe Boyd's tent got dragged past all this, and they might still be going in the right direction. So Kenny relents, and they decide to just take a look around for threats before camping out here for the night. Now, I personally was disappointed because, here's Pinhead. Here's my favorite is Pinhead over here. I was disappointed that they didn't show them looking around for threats. I was hoping that they would show it and it would be tense. But the next thing we see is them at night inside one of the cabins. They kind of cut. They jumped ahead. The pacing in this episode is faster than anything we've seen before on this show. It's usually one day. An episode will encompass one day or one night. And this is just really fast pacing. This village is really far out from town. And boom, Jim and Kenny are already there. And we see like more than a day and a night pass in this episode. So they really picked up the pace. I was shocked at how much happened, how much they crammed into one episode. Really amazing. I was not expecting it at all. Was not predicting it would go this quickly. Now we're going to see, I'm sure, much more interesting cabin stuff in season 4. I think finally, what they set up at the cabins is going to pay off. And we'll see these scarecrow monster entities get unleashed here. I can't wait. I've been waiting for something big to happen at these cabins for too long now. It's about damn time. And we've got the first setup coming up later in this episode. But first, there's a scene with Tabitha in a confessional, and she says that she can't tell anyone who she is or why she's here. They'll think she's crazy, and she doesn't know how she got here. She says, nothing that I've been through is possible. I feel like my mind is breaking. There's another meaning to the word shatter in this title of this episode. She feels like her mind is breaking or shattering. And, once again, that's what Fromville does to people, and getting tossed out of there is really messing with her head. And the priest says that whenever we reach our limits, God will always be there to break our fall. But Tabitha has this angry retort that she didn't come here to talk about God. Because if God is real, then he created that horrible place. He caused all that pain and suffering. He was the one that made my baby fall off that changing table. I disagree with what she's saying. She's angry, and a lot of people have crises of faith and blame God when bad things happen to them. I don't want to get too much into religion on here. I don't want to be divisive or anything. But there are religious themes in the show, so I'll just say this. I don't think God created Fromville. I don't think God is responsible for the horrible things that happen there or for people getting taken there. And I don't think God was responsible for her baby falling off the changing table. She and Jim were responsible for that. They should have been paying attention and not let that happen. It was an accident. You can't blame God for that. Not like the baby got sick with some disease. I mean, that's something else altogether. But even that, you can't really blame God for that, because a lot of diseases are caused by human beings doing stupid things, like putting chemicals in our food that give us cancer. But anyway, I don't want to get into a whole religious debate on here. So the priest chases after her as she tries to leave. He's really adamant that she stay. He is super sus. Super sus. Just look at his facial expressions and think about what he's saying and what happens here. He chases after her and says, "What was his name? Your son. What was his name?" How the hell did he know that she had a son that died? How did he know? She didn't say the gender of the baby. And somehow he knew. Then he asked, do you have other children? The lunchbox. So based on the lunchbox she's carrying. She says, no, this belongs to a man named Victor. He fixed me a snack before I left. He says, before you left, where? I wish I had more screenshots. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened to all I had loads more screenshots of this. All right, I have a few more. I want to show his sus facial expressions. So he says, before you left, where? And she says, a place that monsters come out at night. She literally comes out and says, a place that monsters come out at night. A place that no one can leave. I can't believe she actually admitted this to him. But she says, but see, I went through a tree that took me to a lighthouse. And then a little boy pushed me out, saying, this is the only way. Only way to what? I don't know. I have no clue. I have no clue what I'm supposed to do here, where I'm supposed to go. My family is trapped in a terrifying place, and I don't know how to get back to them. This was quite an info dump on this priest, and pretty gutsy of her. She could have had the cops after her to throw her in a psych unit after this. And she says, so then the priest looks down at the lunchbox that she's got there, and he's like, what kind of snack did Victor make? Find it. And she says, you think I'm crazy, right? He says, I think you're in pain, and I'd like to help if I can. Humor me. So he gets her to open the damn thing. Look at these facial expressions. Humor me. I'd like to help if I can. Humor me. So he's helping by getting her to open the lunchbox. Why is it so important to open the lunchbox? Because he knows. See if I have a screenshot of that. Yes. He knows that she needs to open it. Inside, there's the address of Victor's father, Henry. My theory is that the boy in white reached out to him, masquerading as the voice of God, to prepare him for her arrival, like I think he did with Katri, the night that Katri was on the bridge about to jump off. Katri said, that was the first time in my life I heard the voice of God. It told me to get back in my car and drive, and 2 hours later, I was in Frumville. That can't be a coincidence. And I think it was the boy in white entity talking to him, not God. And I think he did it again here. I think we know that he can speak telepathically because he spoke to Sarah in her head. And I think he did it again here. He spoke to this priest in his head and told him that a woman would be coming with a lunchbox, and she had a son, a baby who she lost, and she needs to open the lunchbox to know where to go next. Get her to open it. Something like that. And she sees it and she's off on her way. She rushes off. This is very helpful. So this wound up being extremely helpful. I think the boy in white is responsible for this. And also, Tabitha, I forgot to mention, she takes out the drawing. I don't have a picture of that, but she takes out of the lunchbox the drawing of Julie that Victor did and put in there. And she says, he's such a little boy. He's still such a little boy, Victor. What it must have been like for him growing up in a place like that. I think it's cool that he put that picture of Julie in there to kind of remind her why she's on this quest right now, why she's doing this Hail Mary pass, why she went to the lighthouse and took that risk, because she wanted to save Julie, who was in a catatonic state at the time in the cicada coma, and now she's trying to get back to her. So that was cool how he did that. Anyway, the priest is still like eager to talk to her, but saying there's no need to rush. But then she rushes off. I think that he was just so fascinated by the fact that here's this woman who he believes that God sent her to him, and so he wants to extend that encounter and make it last longer, because maybe this is the first time in his life he feels he's heard the voice of God. Ryan says, this is one theory I am 50-50 on. Bill says, investigative priest, boy in white tool or piece in the game. Yeah, it could be. Yes, Giovanni seemed to know everything to say. Pivotal yet indirect directions. Yes, exactly. Daryl, I think the writers are way too meticulous to make a mistake having him know the gender of her son. I don't think that was a mistake. Yes, Frank's sloth got his family killed, indeed. Collie Cabbage Land, the villages, yes. The new cabin, I mean. Ryan says this theory has a lot of legs, but I think we might be looking in the wrong direction. And the thing of it is, Ryan, I think that we'll probably never know for sure. This theory might never be proven because I don't know if they'll ever take us back and like actually show us that. I mean, maybe at the end of Lost, they pretty much answered everything. So you never know. Maybe they'll circle back and we'll get an answer to this. Daryl doesn't find anything weird about this. People are just looking for sus because of their show this is. Just telling her to look at the lunchbox. Telling her to look at the lunchbox was just for her to humor him, and it was a way for Tabitha to see the address. Nah, it's weird to me. The whole thing came off as weird and uncanny. And because of the type of show this is, this kind of thing can happen. There are entities that reach out to people and use them as chess pieces. And this guy, I think, was being used as a chess piece. So, let's see. Anything else before I go on? This show, I've never had so many questions from one show. It's crazy. Every time I talk to you guys, I think of something different. Yes, Annie, it is. This show is unbelievable. I've never had this many questions about a single show either. Absolutely. Yes, did someone take away the motel, right? Who knows? Sorry, you mentioned Pinhead. Hellraiser is my favorite horror series. Your suffering will be legendary, even in hell. I've never actually seen that movie. It looks really disturbing. And so, Daryl, they answered a lot. They answered an enormous amount in Lost. I couldn't believe how much they answered. They didn't answer literally everything, but they answered an enormous amount of questions. But they had a lot more episodes, and From doesn't have that many, so I don't think they're going to be able to answer everything. They don't have enough screen time to do it. So from there, let's move on to Colony House. Elgin has a dream. Tilly and Elgin are crocheting, and Tilly says, "You know, this place isn't half bad once you have the right hobby." So she's enjoying this place. Another red herring that she's a mole, saying this place isn't half bad. It's just a red herring. She says, "You really need to get some rest." Boyd said it was okay to sleep again. Elgin says, "It's not that. I feel like something's watching me. But then I wake up and I can never remember." And then she shows up. The kimono lady returns. Tilly says, "Is that her? She looks scary." And then kimono lady reaches out to Elgin and touches his face. So that was amazing. I was not expecting her to ever return, but I'm glad she did, because otherwise that would have been a really weird, random one-off to have her appear in that dream where she was drowning Elgin in season 2 and then never see her again. I'm so glad that they brought her back and they, actually had a purpose for her instead of just some weird rando nightmare. But yeah, that was quite a moment, quite a bombshell moment. They changed her a little bit. They made her a little more Asian, changed her hair. I think they used a Chinese actress this time. Anyway, Elgin wakes up and he's alone on the couch without Tilly there. So this is the beginning of the kimono lady stalking him to get him to help her abduct Fatima when the time comes to rebirth Smiley. And over at the Lou house, the camera, for some reason, follows Victor getting a broom out of the closet. I'm not sure why. I don't really get it, but it did. And then Donna talks about how the crops are rotten and wiped out, and Boyd says they've got to get the food back that was taken in the riot. She says even if they could, it wouldn't be enough, and she's basically melting down. Boyd says they've got to look at the animals then and eat them till they can plant a new crop. She says they can't plant a new crop because the soil is poisoned. And Boyd responds, so you just want to lay down and die? He says the one resource that they have left is the animals. And if they start killing them without a plan, they're done. So he's right about that. That would be really stupid to just start doing that without a plan. Now, I don't have a picture of this, but Tian Shen pipes in and says, then plant smaller crop, different places, different soil. Interesting how she said that. I think she manifested it. She imagined they plant a crop in different places in different soil. And then she died in this episode. And remember, Sarah once said that maybe when people die, their fears become part of the forest. I think it might be not just fears, but hopes can manifest too. As soon as Tian Shen died, the crops were manifested in the new village in new soil. New crops, new soil. So I think that manifested it. I think her hope for that manifested it when she died. But I think also the crops are probably bait for a new threat at the same time. They're going to unleash the Scarecrow entity. Because in the season 4 trailer, the Scarecrow entity, there are 3 of them that it looks like people are uncovering right near the cabbage out at the village. So they're unearthing them or uncovering them. So it seems like the crops were too good to be true. They never should have been out there. No one could have planted them out there. Crops don't just appear out of nowhere. So I do think they were also, they wind up being used as bait. Maybe Hope manifested them, but then the evil entity used them as bait and planted another threat out there, literally. And think that's where the Scarecrow entities are based on the season 4 trailer. And then once they unearth them, they unleash that entity. So Boyd, let's see, from there, Boyd asks Donna if eating the animals could last them 3 months. And she says the cows would feed them for a month, maybe more. Boyd asks about the goats. Ethan walks in and hears that and then walks out upset. We know he loves Alma the goat. So Boyd follows him outside and he's sitting on the merry-go-round, that iconic merry-go-round that I think is so symbolic of this cycle that they're trapped in that started with children, the sacrifice of children. So we've got this children's toy that goes around in circles. And I think that's a great metaphor for what they're trapped in, this place. And Ethan is sitting on it, and then Boyd joins him. Ethan is upset about the goats, and Boyd says, those animals are going to save us, keep everybody alive till they figure all this out. They're going to be heroes. Ethan wants Alma to go first so she won't have to watch her friends die. So poor Ethan is really going through it. Now, meanwhile, in Camden, Tabitha walks down a street with red, yellow, and blue houses. So there's the yellow, red, and then down the street a little further, there's a blue one. Primary colors, she's the Cromonocle lost in the rainbow sky. You put those 3 colors together, you can, different combinations, you can make all the colors of the rainbow. It's really a lovely metaphor and connection to Ethan's book. And Henry is in the yellow one. And yellow symbolizes hope. So that's fitting. Red symbolizes the evil entity. I'm not sure what blue symbolizes in the show, but so Fromville seems to mirror Camden as well. The houses are the same style. I think that part may have been manifested from Camden, maybe even from Victor's Dreams of Home. Those houses appeared in the 70s, perhaps. Like maybe once he got stuck there, who knows? But and also Fromville's mountains and the lighthouse also mirror Camden. Camden has mountains and lighthouses right next to each other, and you don't see that in many places. It's rare. So she reaches Henry's house, which is number 1597, and he comes out and tells her to get the hell out of there and get lost. He's like, I'm not in the mood. So I guess people must be harassing him. Maybe they think he offed his family. It's weird how he's like, I'm not in the mood. Get out of here. And then he notices the lunchbox and that he stops in his tracks. He recognizes it. Tabitha says, it's Victor's. He's alive. So that stopped him in his tracks. That's the game changer. And he looks pretty rough. He's obviously been, having a rough life because of his family's disappearance, and he looks disheveled, and he's an alcoholic too.
It seems like he's left his house the way it is in the past too. Like he hasn't ever moved on, and he's just waiting for his family to return.
Right. Yeah. I think so. Like all the decor of it is from the 70s. He's never updated it. Jay says Ethan needs to identify the signs. The first time he saw Alma was when Sarah introduced him to her before she was about to unalive him. Alma is a bad omen. No, I never thought of that, but that could be. That could be, Jay. Doesn't Alma mean hope? Doesn't Alma mean hope though?
It means soul in Spanish.
It means soul. I always get that mixed up. Yeah. So
she's a good goat, man.
She is. She is. Let's see. Gerald says John Griffin, the creator of From, has said everything will be answered in From, and that didn't happen in Lost because the people who created Lost didn't know what was going on in the beginning. Yeah, they didn't have a plan for the end in the beginning. Yes, Ryan, I'm with you on this. I think we want them to answer things that aren't really there. Like the Jock Boy Monster, season 1, episode 2. What if that was nothing? We expect something and we get nothing. How many other things? I think that was also nothing. I don't think Julie knew the teen boy monster from the past. The monsters can read people's minds, and they pretend to be someone that they know. They're like, she's like, Julie, don't you recognize me? They know all their names. Jasmine Monster said, we know all your names to Trudy. So why does everyone think that Julie must know the teen boy monster? Am I missing something? I don't understand.
I seriously felt that scene was for the viewer that established two things. The monsters can manipulate people, especially newcomers, so they can kill them, and then established that Kenny took out his gun and shot him, and it didn't hurt him. That was for the viewer.
Right. Ryan says, I think they have seen the hype around the Jock Boy monster and will add his story in anyway, regardless if it was intentional in the beginning or not. God, I hope not. I really hope they don't do that.
No. Right, Recon?
I have no interest in that. I hope not. No offense to anybody who's interested in that. No offense. All theories are welcome here.
The shippers.
Yeah. I'm just tired of hearing about that, frankly.
Me too.
I am.
Me too.
But please, all theories are welcome here. Please don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Vladimir, welcome. 1597, Henry's house number equals 4 and 7. If you take 1 from 5 and ignore the 9 but keep the 7, you have 4 and 7. I don't. I thought you were serious at first. That's a good one.
That was a good one. Yeah.
You got me, Vladimir. You got me there for a second. That's great. Yes, Ryan, they said they know the destination, but there are happy surprises on the way. Season 4 could easily include some things they improvised on. Yes, absolutely. Lost is also about archetypes, complexes, and collective unconscious, like From. That's right. Vladimir, completely agree, Scarlet. The Jock monster was for the viewers.
Yeah. It's because I made short films.
Yeah. Sometimes... Javon says sometimes it's hard to discern what's purposely placed as story points or just active imaginations, looking for every detail and suspecting a mystery or puzzle when some things just aren't. Agree. Yes, absolutely. Well said. Tam says, I don't want to see that boy monster again. Me too. Me too. Thank you.
You just scram.
Michael agrees. The monsters know everyone's name, and names have power. The monsters try to get in people's heads and also use their names against them. Use something like hypnosis, weak impression push ability. That's why Julie looked mesmerized, guys. That's why Julie looked mesmerized and started walking towards him.
That's also why Megan looked mesmerized in the window, like when the grandmother said, acted like her grandmother, and then as soon as she said, "You're not my grandmother," she was close enough for the monster to kill her.
Yes. Like Michael said, Jockbuster was just echoing what Granny Monster already did to Megan, trying to get in Julie's head. B says, I think even if they retcon the Jock Boy knowing Julie, it didn't mean that in the beginning, but a whole bunch of people will think they were right about it. 100%. And Ryan says, Fatima later said that night in the window when she was showing her the view, he knew your name, right? Fatima was aware that the monsters can play tricks, aka the Jock Monster. Yes, Ryan, you get it too. Yes, and they put blankets over a window because it's harder for them to trick you if you can't see them. Yes, Michael. Yes, David. The cinematography and music, mise en scène, everything is important. Yes, David. We've got to pay attention even to the camera work, the cinematography. That's how I came to the theory that the spirits of the dead are trapped in the bottles in the tree, but because of the cinematography. Because on Rewatch, I saw the camera pan up really fast to the bottles when Sarah was hearing the voices in her head and screaming, I hear them. Even just the cinematography can give you clues. The camera panned up really fast to those bottles when she said that. And it was like, oh my God. And then it zoomed in on one in particular. And later in the next scene, when Sarah woke up, she told Boyd about one particular voice that she heard in her head, the voice that's the Abby one, that we think is the Abby voice. So everything is so important. I'm not saying every detail of the show means something, but anything could mean something, if you get what I'm saying. So not everything means something, but anything could, including cinematography, camera angles. You got to pay attention because even little things like that could be something significant. It could mean something. So yes, B, the whole Jock Boy Newer thing makes me crazy. The rest of the episode basically told us that wasn't it, but people be looking to be clever. Yes, B, that's exactly how I feel. I'm glad. I was worried I was going to offend people by saying I don't like that, but you guys actually, a bunch of you agree. So good. I'm glad. So getting back to the breakdown, over at the settlement, Jim and Kenny are camping out. And Jim says, you're right about the spider webs, the trees, the spider webs. Boy's exact words were, they're fucking everywhere. You can't miss them. So if we haven't seen any spider webs by now, we're probably headed in the wrong direction. We should probably get to higher ground to get the lay of the land. Once again, this is the second mention of spider webs in the episode. Another hint to us that don't worry, the writers are going to explain that later. Very good. And like, I don't think that anyone's necessarily going to run into a bunch of spider webs again, like in that same spot. I don't think they'll see them in the same spot as before. I think they may have been there just for Boyd's benefit at that time to scare him off from staying out there in the woods. So, Boyd using them as a landmark to give directions, I don't really think that's necessarily going to work. Anyway, then there are noises. The first indication that there's something else out there. In the captions, it said twigs snapping, rustling, wall thudding. So someone or something is walking around outside and bangs on the wall. Could it be Eloise, who's been living out there all this time? Could it be Julie story walking? Could it be the scarecrow monsters who just decided not to attack this time, but just to be creepy and walk around and bang on the wall? I think it's probably, it's hard to say. I don't really think it's the scarecrow monsters, because if so, why didn't they attack any of the times people went out there in season 3? I think it's more likely to be something or someone else. Maybe Eloise out there. And then once that happens, after the footsteps leave, Jim realizes that Boyd was right. that he shouldn't be out there risking his life, and he could orphan his kids. So he decides to go back in the morning. There's a reason Tabitha went out by herself to the lighthouse, so that one parent would still be there with the kids. So this is the beginning of the setup of something big happening at the cabins, season 4. It's gonna come. I think they took too long to pay it off, but there has to be a payoff for all this setup. So we're gonna have the Scarecrow monsters out there, and who knows, maybe Eloise is out there too. That would be a cool reveal. Hey there, Saint. Welcome. Saint says, I think the Lake of Tears is near the village, mainly because I find it odd. I find it odd how vegetables were growing. And as well, Kenny mentioned there might be fish in the lake nearby. Makes me think the lake is good. Okay, yeah, it could be the Lake of Tears. Maybe that is the Lake of Tears. They said that it's a lake. That's a lake out there. So it could be. And Brian says no, Scarecrow monsters were planted or something. Yeah, I think that they're going to be unleashed in season 4. I don't think they were the thing walking around the cabins. But this was a setup that something's going to happen out there. Michael says they played it ambiguously and made it seem like there was something there. But then they also narratively addressed it to the point that they kind of said, nah, that's not it. B says, when Boyd said to look for the spider webs, I thought, yeah, they aren't going to be there anymore. Yes. Kenny is often the voice of wisdom. Agree. And anyway, so Eloise doesn't think Michael doesn't think Eloise would be banging on walls or just walking around outside at night when monsters come out. But we don't know if the monsters are even out there that far. We've never seen monsters out that far. Maybe the monsters can't go there. We don't know all the rules for this far out, we have yet to see one monster sighting in all the times they've been out there. Just saying. So over here at the barn, the monsters let the livestock loose. And I love how this mod girl does it. She walks up to this gate like a robot. Just like if you go back and look, her motions are very robotic. Just look at her arm as she opens the gate. It's as if some external force is animating her. And she's just an empty shell. There's no person in there anymore. They're being used like a bunch of zombies. And the milkman opens the gate because these things don't have any brains anymore. They're not smart. I mean, when they opened up Smiley, they didn't open up his head to see if his brain was in there, but they're not controlling their own actions. Obviously, some external force is controlling them, and their tactics got more sophisticated in season 3, much more deceptive, staging this ambush on them. Letting the livestock loose in a desperate situation with a food shortage so that they would run outside and do something reckless and get somebody killed. That's the evil entity just really playing hardball with them. The man in yellow, evil entity, I think. So inside the sheriff's station, Jade wakes up and Boyd offers him a drink from Cautry's bottle of liquor and asks him, are you ready to tell me what's going on with you? Jade says, not yet. I'm still working it out for myself, but I don't think we're doing very well here, Sheriff. I'm looking very much like Sasquatch Jade here. I really was disappointed that they didn't share more information here, that Jade didn't tell him about his time in the cave and the vision he saw. I was really hoping for more. When we saw pictures from this scene ahead of the episode, I thought, finally, they're going to be talking to each other, but it wasn't to be. It was a very short conversation. Boyd was even looking at the map, but they didn't talk about that anymore either. Then he looks outside and sees the livestock showing up and runs outside to catch them. Victor also sees the animals, the sheep running down the street, and Victor, Tian Chen, and I think it's just Victor and Tian Chen. They run outside and start herding them. And Boyd and Jade are out there trying to gather them up as well. And then the monsters start showing up. And Randall looks outside and sees them, so he turns on the headlights and blares the horn to warn everyone that the monsters are coming. Once again, Randall is good at heart. He does want to help people. He's an asshole in daily life because I think something must have really screwed him up before he got there. Something made him be an asshole. Something made him not trust people and treat people like shit. But when the chips are down, he does help people. When there's an emergency, he's always one to even put his life on the line for strangers. So there is a lot of good in him. So then Ethan sees his favorite goat, Alma, walking by the damn window. I am convinced this was another attempt on his life. There have been multiple attempts on Ethan's life throughout the show. I think that deliberately they somehow sent that goat by his window. He loves that goat. That's his favorite goat, and that makes him run outside at night. Before that, he was telling people they have to stay inside when they saw the animals out there. But when Alma went by, all of a sudden Ethan wants to take that risk. And
is that why people think Alma's evil?
Maybe so, But like, look at all the attempts on Ethan's life. He had his leg skewered in the RV accident on his way into town and almost died from that.
Yeah.
Sarah almost slit his throat after getting the "kill the boy" message on her arm.
Mm-hmm.
In season 2, one that a lot of people overlook, he almost got beamed by the radio tower when it crashed through the window moments after he moved out of the way. And it was just happenstance that he got out of the way in time. He would have been killed by that thing. And then in season 3, this happens, and another near-death experience. And then the evil Thomas voice calls and says, "Mom will be coming back on an ambulance. You need to be brave. She needs your help." That's obviously an attempt on his life.
I was going to say, that's not even the last one here. We'll get the other one.
No. Yeah, so there are a lot of attempts on his life. So obviously there has to be a reason for it. And I've come to the theory that it's because he is essential to completing the quest. The adults need his guidance to help them complete the quest. He's been endowed with special insight and some precognition abilities by the boy in white, as I lay out in my Ethan theory video. And they need him, and that he's so essential that the evil entity keeps trying to take him out. So for more on that, check out my Ethan theory video if you haven't already. It's pinned at the top of the chat right now, and it's a very deep dive into Ethan's essential role in this show.
Or else Ethan's just evil and people are trying to take him out because he's going to turn bad.
Or the flip side of it is that Ethan is evil and some helpful entity is trying to take him out because he's going to turn bad. That's the other possibility, but I'm going for Ethan is good and essential right now. That's my theory right now.
Right now, that is.
Yeah, you never know. I could change my mind.
Now.
For now. So Ethan opens the door for Granny Monster. And she's like, "Hello." It's really funny. She's like, "Hello, don't you want to play? I have a surprise for you." It's so fucking creepy. She transformed. What an amazing scene. Watching her slowly transform as she walks through the house. And then Ethan and Julie run out the back door. Epic scene. I just love it. They always send Granny after the kiddos. They send her for Megan in the beginning of the series. And now Ethan and Julie. Love it. They run out the back door. Sarah finds them. Sarah has run out to help, and she gets Ethan and Julie to hide in a bush. So Sarah she helps save the child she once tried to kill. Of course, part of her redemption arc. It's a little cliche, but I get it. Granny, with, all her wig gone, headscarf gone, all the hair, she's bald now in all her glory, screeches on camera. First time we ever saw a monster screech on camera. That was crazy. And the other monsters close in, and one of them The milkman grabs the cow that Jade was trying to save. I can't show it because it's really graphic, but it slits the cow's throat in really, really bad CGI, I might add. Poor Ginger.
It's really bad CGI. That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, it's really bad. Poor Ginger the cow. I didn't like that, even though it
No.
looked fake. And then the milkman took the blood on his hand and literally wiped it on his uniform on purpose. Weird. Their uniforms, I mean, their outfits always look pristine, but he wiped the blood on purpose. And you know it's going to just disappear later. They have the best laundry service ever in Fromville, I guess. Magical laundry service. And then Sarah, so Sarah gets Julie and Ethan to run over to the bus. Randall has gotten off the bus and beckoned them over, once again risking his life for people when the chips are down, when there's an emergency, and gets them on the bus. And then as the monsters are closing in, Boyd makes the really foolish decision as Jade and Victor get a bunch of animals into the bar. Boyd lets Tian Shen stay outside and get this slow-ass moving cow into the barn with him. Really bad idea. But they're in a desperate situation, and that's what the evil entity wanted, for them to make a mistake like that. And just when you think that they're safe, Boyd gets inside the barn and puts up a talisman. Then these fucking monsters emerge out of the shadows. Oh, it was just a diabolical ambush. An ambush within an ambush. They ambushed them by letting the livestock loose, and then they had a few of them hide in the barn, just waiting for them. Oh my God, really sophisticated, evolving tactics they have. The cowboy comes out with 3 other monsters and says, "You said this place couldn't break you. You remember that, Boyd? You don't fucking break me. That's what you said. Let's see." And then they grab him up and scratch his arm pretty bad, handcuff him to a post, grab Tian Shen, and Boyd's begging them to let him go and just kill him instead. But the cowboy has this really sinister answer saying, "We're not going to kill you, Boyd. That would be no fun. You think this place can't break you? Let's see." And then they force him to watch as they torture poor Tian Shen to death for a long time. Really, amping up their efforts to break Boyd. Just slowly break him instead of killing him. No, they're going to slowly break him. And by doing that, they slowly break and drag out the suffering of the entire town because they rely on him to survive. So that's what happens. You slowly break the whole town if you break Boyd. And they want to drag it out. It's a game for them. It'd be too easy and too quick to just kill him. And then the camera does this amazing thing. It just slowly pans in on Boyd's face as the monsters, the rest of them, join in on slaughtering Tian Shen. And instead of showing it, I loved the decision to just slowly pan in on Boyd's face as he's saying, "You're so strong," and crying, just watching this unfold helplessly. Boyd, who has this burden that he's put on his own shoulders to save everyone. The image of him so helpless and unable to do anything to save this woman, this beloved woman who's being ripped to shreds in front of him, is just absolutely devastating. Devastating. This was just amazing writing by the show. Absolutely amazing. I thought it was superb. This was just an excellent season premiere from start to finish. It was a 10 out of 10. And I really wish they had stuck to this and not shown any more of ripping open Tian Shen. All they did was show, they did rip open a piece of her scalp from the back of her head, but it was really quick. They didn't show it for long. And the rest of it was just panning in on Boyd's face. Brilliant choice by the director. Great cinematography. But in episode 2, they have a flashback scene where they show graphic, gory detail of them ripping Tian Shen open. And I think that was a mistake. I really think they should have just stuck to this. This was so powerful. This was enough. this show isn't about blood and guts. We didn't need the added gore, and I believe they threw that in for the casual fans who want more blood and guts and complained that there wasn't enough of that in season 2.
Mm-hmm.
Don't
I
you
didn't
think?
like it either. I didn't like it either. I thought it was unnecessary.
Yeah. This was excellent. This was all they needed. They should have stuck with this.
I feel like it was a disservice to Kenny's mom to show that.
Yes, I agree. But there are a lot of casual horror fans who have been watching the show and complaining bitterly that there wasn't enough gore in season 2, and so they, I feel like they delivered that flashback as kind of fan service for them in episode 2. This show is not about gore.
Mm-hmm.
Gore can be part of it sometimes, but it's not about that. It's about the deep journey of these characters and their struggle to avoid getting broken by this place, and the mystery of it all. This mystery box. It's about all of that. The character drama and the mystery box is not about the blood. It's just not. And if you're watching it for that reason, you're watching the wrong show, and you're going to be disappointed because there's never going to be enough of that for you.
Mm-hmm. Well, at MGM, like I was saying before, the 3 words they have for it are drama, psychological, and haunting. I think haunting's better than horror as a word. It's more like haunting. It's more like kind of, gothic horror, like mood.
Yeah.
Not so much guts and blood.
Mm-hmm.
Like monsters. But monsters are just haunting monsters, not like, I think people just want a high body count sometimes, and I don't. I just don't want one for the show.
I don't either. I don't think that's necessary. Incognito says the Tian Chen death. No. Yes. The death that deeply affected many characters. Yes, Daryl. The flashback's only purpose was to show that Boyd was reliving it in his mind. But yeah, that's how I saw it anyway. I can see that, Tam. I mean, he was having a kind of a PTSD flashback, but I do think it was meant to also deliver fan service to the people complaining that they wanted more blood. Javon says, drives it home by how Boyd recited her last words all night just to be able to tell Kenny what she said. Gut-wrenching, right? Oh, we're going to get into that in the next episode we're about to break down. Yes, David, they could have just looked for the animals the next day. That's true. They could have. But the monsters were killing them, though. The monsters did kill a cow. Highly orchestrated, yes. Sarah did do some roads with Ethan and Julie from wanting to kill him to hanging with him. That's right, Incognito. We all know there's a secret dry cleaning cavern down in those caves. Yes, B. R.I.P. Ginger Cow, 2024 to 2024. Rips it out, foreshadowing something. Love seeing Sarah save Ethan. Yeah, that was cool, Daryl. Don't you want to play? Hey, Gabrielle. Nice to see you. Oh, thank you so much. Ethan Theory video was actually phenomenal. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I worked really hard on that. I'm not going to lie. I really put my heart and soul into it. I worked so hard to make it the best I could, really do justice to this masterpiece of a show and make a video worthy of it, of what they were trying to, what this show is trying to give us. I wanted to do justice to that. I fell asleep before the live started, but I woke up and y'all still here. Oh yeah, we've got 2 more episodes to break down, so get comfortable because there are 2 more. I'm gonna try not to go too long though, because if we take 3 hours to do each one, this live will be 9 hours long. We're almost at 3 hours now, so I'm gonna have to go through the next 2 episodes a little bit faster. So forgive me if I don't read as many of the chat messages, just so we can get through them, but I still will check in and read little bits here and there. Thomas told him his mom was coming back on the ambulance and he ran outside. Yes, indeed. Rangel has a hero arc in season 4, or I will eat my phone. Yes, Ryan. Grandma was ready for him to open that door. She sure was, Tam. Clearly, Eloise is the sus priest. You heard it here first, right, Michael? Jay says if the monster went out there, they would have gotten trapped in the bear trap like Christy was. Yeah, they might have out in the woods. Okay. All right, so let's move on to season 3, episode 2. And thanks, Incognito. I'm doing as well as I can be. You know, I'm hanging in there. I don't like gore. I don't like gore either, Alice. I just tolerate it because this show is such a masterpiece. All right, so let's continue on to season 3, episode 2. These are some of the high definition pictures from episode 1 that were released by MGM, the press photos. So I'll just scroll through them really quick. Some beautiful, beautiful images. They make the screenshots look like shit, but you know, the screenshots is the best we can do. Unfortunately, the screenshots of episodes don't look as great as this. It's beautiful, beautiful shots. The totem looks like its mouth is sewn shut. Tian Shen at the riot. Boyd and Ethan. Ethan looking at him with that mean mug. You're gonna kill my Elma. Jim and Kenny. Jim looking scruffy. I think there's some duplicates in here. The cabins, Jim again. Yeah, I think I have them in here twice. Jim camped out. Tabitha. What an amazing premiere. It's covered so much ground in just an hour or so. So much happened in here in just one episode. Jade looking extra scruffy. Trying to herd that cow. Was it worth it? Was it worth Tian Shen's life, Boyd? But I understand how it happened. I completely understand, and I don't blame him. So, okay, let's go to episode 2 now. Episode 2 is titled When We Go. And when I first saw that episode title, I called it what it was going to mean. I immediately remembered Jade's quote to Tian Shen from season 1. They come with you when you go. And he said that about her deceased husband. If they were going to escape Fromville, she felt guilty about leaving, potentially, when the radio tower was being built. And Jade said, don't be sad. They come with you when you go. That story from when he was 12 years old and his grandma died, and he felt guilty moving to the U.S. and leaving her there in France. And some lady at the airport said, they come with you when you go. So this episode was titled When We Go, and Jade echoes that quote in this episode when he says to Tian Shen's body, I think he says, you'll come with us when we go, or something.
Do you think that story walking Julie's the one at the airport?
I don't think so. I think it'd be a little difficult, a little out of her scope to get all the way to France. I don't know about that. But you never know with this show.
Yeah.
All right. For this one, I'm going to try really hard to pick up the pace because we can't be here for 9 hours. If we go the same pace, it'll be 9 hours. So here, and it's my fault. I'm the one blabbing so much and reading so many comments because I love interacting with the chat. But we have a lot to break down and very little time. So to start off, Jade and Victor have spent the night in the barn with a bunch of animals. And this was some nice comic relief to kind of cushion our fall, to break our fall a little bit and, ease us into this brutally painful episode. You had some sheep. Sorry, I can't talk right sometimes because of my pain. Some sheep going baa, baa, and you got the goats and all making noises. And like that. There's a perfect timing to use the goats. Love it. So Jade goes to see what happened to Boyd, and Victor's like, don't, which is Victor's classic avoidance. You know, he doesn't want to know what happened out there. And Jade says somebody has to go and see. So he goes to the barn and he finds Boyd, a broken man. I mean, he's not literally completely broken, but my God, he is an, oh, oops, I can't show that on a live. I can't show the extreme gore. I got to be careful. Boyd's, you know, his head is down. He's repeating, I believe it's in, I thought it was Mandarin, but it said in the captions that he was speaking Cantonese. And he's repeating the same words over and over again in Cantonese. And he sounds like he's talking gibberish. I thought at first that he lost his mind and he was like speaking gibberish from the trauma, but it was Cantonese. He was just saying it in a weird way and not very, you know, proper. And it's just devastating seeing him like this. I'm going to go past the gore and try to avoid showing anything. So Jade frees him. He looks just like a haunted man. His performance was so good, just amazing. Harold deserves all the Emmys, all the awards. He just sobs. He runs as soon as he's freed. He runs to her body and hugs it and cries, sobs and screams, "I'm sorry," wailing, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." And he's gonna carry the burden of guilt for her death forever, knowing Boyd. He will feel responsible. This is another thing that has to be on his conscience, along with the death of his wife, Abby. Even though he didn't actually, you know, kill Tian-Shen himself this time, he will feel that guilt. Horrible. And in the cabins, Kenny wakes up to Jim calling him down to a lake, saying cabbage is growing in patches all around the lake. There's enough food here to feed everybody in the entire town. So that's convenient. That shows up the day after that food shortage drove them to such desperate measures that Tian-Shen dies. And I think that what she said manifested this cabbage. She said, you know, we plant new crops in new soil, new places. Boom, there it is. I think it was manifested because she died. Her hope for that manifested this stuff. But now the evil entity is going to use it as bait to get them to unleash a new evil entity, the Scarecrow monsters in season 4. That's how I think it's going down. You know, it's just so convenient. Who the hell planted all this stuff? It was just manifested there. Just like the livestock get manifested in the woods. Where'd they come from? They're not supposed to be in the woods. The electricity's magical. That's not supposed to work. So I think a helpful entity manifested it, you know, or just her hope alone, even without any entity's help. In this place, I think hopes, fears, dreams, nightmares can manifest real things. You know,
She turned into food.
Yeah. Remember, Sarah said that maybe Nathan's fear of cicadas manifested when he died. When you die, your fears become part of the forest. Well, maybe people's hopes become part of the forest too. And here's this cabbage in the forest.
And Kenny looks so happy.
Yeah.
Look how happy he looks.
Look at Kenny.
Poor
I'm so
Kenny.
happy. And it's so short-lived. I'm used to seeing him smile like that. And Tian-Shen was responsible for feeding the entire town. I think it's you know, it's ironic that Jim says there's enough food here to feed the entire town. And the woman who fed the entire town is dead now. And let's see. Ryan says, "Wow, I hadn't considered Tian-Shen manifesting this." Yeah, seriously, Ryan. If you go back and listen to what she said in the previous episode, she said we plant new crop, new soil, new place. And then she died. And maybe her hope manifested this. If if Sarah specifically said people's fears could manifest and become part of the forest when they die, like Nathan's fear of cicadas. I think hope can do the same thing, and that's why there are good things in this place too that don't make sense. That's why there are livestock that appear in the woods and electricity that should not work. I think people probably people who died, their hope manifested it there. And I think children especially have power to manifest things because of their vivid imaginations. And that's why this place is so childlike. Maybe they manifested, maybe children dreamed up those scarecrow monsters. They look like something out of a kid's nightmare. Gabrielle says, hope manifesting stuff is such a good theory. Thank you. The scarecrow won't even talk, just hitting the shit out of them. Violent. With those big pillow fists, it's just going to punch them to death, I guess.
Gonna punch Donna.
Yes. Soccer right in the face.
Like, oh yeah, punch Donna.
Yep. Daryl says, if Doug is Sophia, I personally wouldn't consider that a setback. Doug is a sexy man. Oh, wow. Wow, okay. Gabrielle says, I think the scarecrow monsters are going to beat them up over the cabbage, though. Right? Oh, I thought that was well written and made perfect sense to remember and relay her last words. I thought that was beautiful, too, Javon. It was really nice how he did that. Let's see. Yes, Harold killed it, indeed. Goats and sheep in a bar. No goats were harmed in the production. Yes, David. I'm sure at the end of the credits, like in every other thing, it says no animals were harmed in the making of this. That's what they have to do now. Ever since like animals used to get harmed in the making of things. Yes, incognito. I will definitely pick up the pace and not be on here as long today and get my rest. Oh, okay. Mike and Nick and Alice is a new movie that has the core four, and the intro has amazing cinematography and smooth transitions between the self and shadow. Oh, interesting, David. Oh, I haven't heard of it, but I will definitely look into that. Ryan said, Jack Bender said about their horror, they don't need to show the scene of Megan and her mom being ripped to pieces. The scene afterwards held all the weight it needed to. Exactly. We don't need to see people getting ripped up on camera. And they never showed it. And that's what people really question. Like, how come they never show the monsters actually ripping people up? The only thing we actually ever saw on camera was Khatri getting his throat slit. Everyone else gets ripped up off screen. And it was weird how that worked. But I think it was just restraint. This show isn't about the blood and guts. But this, for the first time ever, they showed someone getting ripped up. They showed Tian Shen in the flashback that's coming up. Jerron says, if the town really feeds off suffering, then Kenny is doing a lot of the heavy lifting and keeping this place fed. Shaking my head. That's for sure. Hey, Samuel, there are German scarecrows called Bootsamon, Boogeyman. Oh, wow. Jay says, with all the sex at Colony House and no pregnancies, does the livestock reproduce, or do they just appear in the woods and not have to be trapped? Yeah, I think that's ridiculous. Like, they should have more pregnancies with all the sex at Colony House and no birth control pills, no contraception. How do they not get pregnant all the time? How are there not babies and kids being born? And I think the livestock probably does reproduce. And I've been assuming that they do keep appearing in the woods. And as a matter of fact, in season 2, Kenny and Ellis go off to the wooded area and they check traps for rabbits. So they do continually trap new animals. And so new livestock, well, that's not livestock, rabbits or not, but I think livestock probably do keep appearing in the woods. That's what I've always assumed.
Rabbits are livestock, really. People eat rabbits.
Yeah,
there's meat rabbits. Those big meat rabbits.
Yeah, what I meant to say is that they're not farm animals like the others. That's what I meant to say. But yeah, They're livestock. Hey, Amy. It's Pixie Vine TV. Hope you are doing okay, too. I'm doing all right. My pain is getting worse, so I better keep it moving here and keep breaking this down. Yes, Michael, they don't show the gore of killing people, only the emotional aftermath in the people we're watching. And that's one of the reasons I love this show. I love that they do it that way, showing that restraint. All right, so from there, we have Tabitha waking up at Henry's house. Henry's sitting there with a gun, and he says she passed out on his porch. He holds her there at gunpoint when she tries to get up. And Henry wants to know how she found his son's lunchbox. Tabitha introduces herself, gives a recap of how she got to Fromville, which is clearly meant for brand new viewers of the show. I don't know why they did what they did, frankly, because if you're a new viewer of the show, you needed to watch seasons 1 and 2 before you watch season 3. Giving that little recap that Tabitha gave is not enough to understand what's going on at all. But I don't have the pictures of it, but she does tell him about how she and her family got trapped. And it shows flashbacks of the RV arriving and driving in circles, and shows how they interrupted the funeral and everything. So she tells her story, and she says she and her family were driving on a road trip to Colorado. They found a tree in the road, and they got to a town where people couldn't leave. Some of them had been there a while, and Henry keeps interrupting her and yelling, "Where did you get the lunchbox?" She says Victor gave it to her 4 days ago. Victor is alive and has been stuck in that town all these years. And Henry doesn't believe her and says she can tell the police. She begs him not to call them because they'll think she's crazy and has no way to explain where her family is, and says she can prove she's not lying. Scene ends there. Now over at the clinic, Sarah goes to tell Christy that Tian Chen died and offers condolences. Christy's very upset. Maury comforts her. And outside, we have this iconic scene that was teased in that epic teaser where Boyd and Jade are pulling the cart with the infamous foot. Hashtag Footgate, anyone? Oh, God, memories. This brings back such memories. 2 years ago, when I joined the Frumily, it was right when this was happening. What amazing timing. I had just finished watching seasons 1 and 2, and a couple days later, this teaser dropped, and I couldn't believe my luck. I had just finished watching, and I could join the fandom at an amazing time when it was exploding with theories. And that very night, I called into Tony Teflon's show, and I shared my theories on the teaser. It was such fortuitous timing that I found the show and finished it at that point. I wish I had found it from the beginning, of course. I really wish I did. But if I had to find it late, I'm so glad I found it right when this teaser dropped. And everybody was guessing, like, whose foot is that? Oh, that shoe is bigger than that foot. Is it 2 different feet and it's a dismembered body? Tony said that's an Asian foot. It's a little Asian foot. And he called it. He was right. It winds up being Tian Shen's foot. Yeah, it was quite the time. What a time. So they wheel the cart down to the church. And everybody in town's kind of coming out and watching. Boyd carries the body to the back. Very emotional. And Jade says, "You were in that barn with her with those things. How are you still alive?" Boyd says, "They wanted me to watch." So just diabolical. And it reminds me of what they did to Kelly in season 2. They made her watch while they killed Brian. And it was a game they were playing. They made Kelly watch while they killed her boyfriend Brian, and they tethered her to a tree with rebar. And this time they did it to Boyd to break him further and make him suffer the guilt of Tian Shen's death. And now he's survived yet another encounter with the monsters. And Jade is questioning that. Like, how the hell did you survive? Like, but this isn't the first time. He's come close to them before. And in my video on Ethan, I actually touched on this topic. Because Ethan says that you have to face the scary things on a quest. That's how you take away their power. And I really think that that is at play in this show. Boyd is courageous and he faces his fears. So they play games with him instead of killing him. Instead of killing him, they're trying to break him. They won't kill him because of his courage. The entity feeds on fear and suffering. So since he's not afraid of them and, he faces his fear all the time and confronts them, instead they let him go, but they make him suffer in other ways. They kill other people in front of him, like Tian Shen. And yeah, I really think that there's something to this. When he killed Smiley, the other monsters got really close and they just walked away. Any of them could have grabbed Boyd and killed him, but they didn't. They looked bored and they walked away because Boyd was not scared. And when Randall on the bus confronted the monsters from the inside and said, "I'm not afraid of you," they turned and immediately walked away. One of them was like, "See ya." I think there's something to that. And I know it's not a perfect solution. It doesn't mean you're going to be immune to getting killed, but I do think it could be key in surviving. Don't give the entity fear to feed on. Face your fear of it. Show courage. And yeah, confront what scares you. And Boyd did this again with the music box. His biggest fear is that everyone's going to die and it'll be his fault. And Ghost Abby said, just give up. Just give up. Everyone's going to die anyway. And he refused to do that. He refused to give in to his fear. So he smashed the music box. He chose hope. He was courageous in doing that. The easy way out would have been to just give up, like Ghost Abby said. Just give up. Even just letting everyone die and dying himself would have been an easy way out instead of suffering this place. But he chooses to go on suffering and hoping that they can get out and showing courage. And that, I think, is why he defeated that cicada entity and saved the whole town. And yeah, I really believe that. And so that I discussed some of that in the Ethan theory video, which is pinned at the top of the chat right now, if anyone has not checked that out. It's worth watching from start to finish. It's half an hour long, but I really put a lot into it. There's no filler in there. And most people only watch 11 minutes. The average is 11 minutes, but I promise you, it's worth the whole 29 and a half. It really is. I believe it is. I don't have any, extra fluff in there. And I bring up a lot of theories and answers to questions from the show ways that I can answer things, the answers that I believe in, essentially. I bring up some of the major ones in that video. And unfortunately, some of that is later in the video when a lot of people have already stopped listening, unfortunately. But anyway, yeah, I think that pretty much wraps up that scene. And Jade is just, shocked that Boyd actually survived that. I'm just shocked. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know, Jay. I mean, Abby was brave. I mean, I don't know if she had more courage than Boyd. She broke. She broke. She didn't face her fear. She snapped and she took the easy way out. She took the easy way out and killed everybody. And so I don't know. I just don't think I don't think she showed more courage than Boyd. But let's see. Boyd had to unalive her because they probably couldn't do it on their own. Okay, I see what you're saying though. Abby had more courage than Boyd, which is why From drove her crazy, so that Boyd had to unalive her because they probably couldn't do it on their own. Similar to Randall, who also didn't have any fear. Okay, I misunderstanding your comment at first. Okay, I agree. I agree on that front. Yes. I agree. So Sorry about that. My Chromebook died on me. I didn't realize it was that low on battery. We knew too much. Damn that Dr. Maboose fucking with the electronics again. Oh no, everybody just calm down. You're playing Boyd now, Michael, huh? Abby was more radical. Maybe she remembered her dream and that triggered her action. Could be incognito. Okay, sorry about that. Man in yellow interfering with getting answers again. Knowledge comes at a cost. It's Fromville. We do too much. Abby is an example of failing to escape the Bardo. Okay. Because Boyd's fear and suffering means more. It's harder to extract because of his courage. I agree with that, Javon. Hey, Debbie, Abby, Bobabby. Literally, the only thing people were talking about, it was hilarious. What were you talking about? Oh, yeah, the Footgate. Yes, Footgate. We were all trying to figure out whose foot it was. Yes, Amy. Loved it. They made Kelly watch because it's their only way of enjoying pleasure over suffering. Incognito doesn't think Man in Yellow is changing into Sophia, even if it's implied, possibly misleading. I think it is Sophia, but we'll see. Gabrielle says, crazy how much speculation there was about that foot. Yes. It ignited the fandom. Footgate. I started from and got caught up just in time to watch season 3 live too. Oh, so right at the same time as me, Tam. Yeah, this brings back memories, guys. Rewatching season 3. This is really close to my heart because this is when I joined the Fromily. This is when I joined you guys and when I started my channel. And I wish that we could go through this rewatch of season 3 a bit slower because I'm going to feel the need to wax nostalgic a lot, because this really is close to my heart. But unfortunately, we don't have much time, so we've got to kind of barrel through this rewatch fast. Now we have speculation about whose hand. Yeah, coming up from the ground, Tam. I think it's probably, this one is a little less ambiguous. It's probably Abby, probably Ghost Abby. But this time I think it's going to be a dream. So, okay, so let's get back to the breakdown. Let's see. I'll get my images up again, and we will continue. This show changed my life, and I will just never forget how amazing it was to join this wonderful group of people. The kindest, most wonderful group of people I have ever met in my life, and I'm not exaggerating. The Fromily absolutely changed my life. Just so happy that I found you guys, and if it wasn't for From, I would not have a channel, Anyway, so back to the breakdown. Now we get that flashback that I really wish they hadn't shown. I'm not going to show the gory stuff. YouTube doesn't like gore. So Boyd is remembering the monsters ripping up Tian Shen as he walks away, and that's going to haunt him forever. He had to watch that all night long. Ethan is crying, says that they have to help Tianxia and Christy can fix her. He's in total denial. And Victor, he copes by avoidance. So he says he has to leave and it tries to take off. This is how he copes. He avoids dealing with difficult things. It's a very common coping mechanism. I do it a lot. Julie wants him to stay and help with Ethan, but he refuses and yells at Ethan because he's triggered by all this. Victor is not good with more trauma. And he says to Ethan, she's dead, Ethan. People die here. I told you that it's not make-believe. I told you that bad things happen. It's not my fault you didn't listen. Oh, poor Ethan. Simon has gotten better at learning how to fake cry. He's become a really great little actor. That was really brutal. Just watching everyone's grief over Tianchen was brutal. And then from there, over at Henry's house, Tabitha has him look up this article with the Matthews family disappearance. And then she tells him she can look up Boyd's family, the Lou family, Donna, to prove that she's not lying. But he says, you're lying. I don't know how you're doing this, but you're lying. She tells him, I swear on my children's lives, I'm not. My family's trapped and Victor's trapped too. Henry says, you want me to believe you're the only person that escaped this terrifying place. She tells him, yes, and Victor helped me. He's a good man. He saved my daughter's life. I thought if I saved those children locked in a tower, somehow I could save her from what was happening to her. And that really gets his attention. Like, what did you say? When she mentions the children locked in a tower. She says, when I was in town, I started seeing children, or at least imagining I was, and it was really frightening. Victor said that there were children locked in a tower, and that if I saved them, then maybe I could somehow help my daughter for what she's going through. And so that makes him finally start to believe her, because Miranda said the same thing about children in a tower. So when the cops arrive, he doesn't tell them that she's there, and he hides the fact that she's in there. He says that, no, there was no intruder. Now, over at the sheriff's station, Boyd has a confrontation with Donna. Oh, that was really, really irksome for me. Boyd tells her that it was an ambush, and she's like, how many did you save? Was it worth it, risking everyone's lives for what? A goat? A cow? Seriously, Donna? Yesterday you were flipping out over, the food shortage, and now you're like, Boyd, overreacted? Come on. Boyd said that was all we have, and she says, no, we are all we have. This family, and now we've got one less. Boyd's like, what was I supposed to do? Let them go wandering off into the woods? And Donna says, we would have found another way. And I'm with Boyd, because he's like, yesterday you were about to crawl into a fucking hole because the crops had spoiled, and now you're standing here telling me that we were going to find another way. And he's like, get the fuck out of here. And he flings the bell. He just throws the bell. I loved that. Get the fuck out of here. You tell her, Boyd. And Donna says, no, you're right. You did what you had to do. You did the only thing you could do, and you lost, because the game here is fucking rigged. And no matter what hand you play, you lose. More game terminology, more game metaphors that they keep putting in the dialogue. Hint, hint, this operates like a game, this whole place. And she's like, oh, I'm not angry at you. I'm angry at me because you told me that someday we'd go home, and I was stupid enough to believe it. Come on, Donna, laying more guilt on him? He's already going to feel so much guilt for the rest of his life over Tianchen and everything else, and he doesn't need more laid on by her. And she leaves to go dress the cow before it spoils. The guilt here is part of breaking Boyd, his own guilt that his conscience is going to give him. He was forced into this position. So, the entity was never going to starve them. It wanted to milk, it wants them alive to milk every bit of suffering it can out of them and torture them, slowly break them. But they didn't know that. They thought they were going to starve. So, over at Colony House, Fatima's throwing up again, and then she has her monster mirror scene, as I call it. It's the monster mirror again. She looks in the mirror at what she's becoming. This started as a trope in the show. Jasmine Monster looked in the mirror, this very mirror in season 1, and she looked almost sad for a moment as she tried to wipe the blood off her collar after killing Kevin. She was looking at what she's become, reflecting literally on what she's become. She used to be human, and now she's turned into this thing. And she has no choice but to kill people. And that's what this place turned her into. This entity turned Jasmine into that. And then Fatima is looking in here and looking at what she's becoming because of this place. There's an entity inside her that's going to force her to crave blood, drink someone's blood, and actually kill Tilly. So this place is turning her into a kind of monster now. Later, Elgin looks in this same mirror as he is in the process of pumping blood to feed to her after he's kidnapped her. This place turning him into a monster, and he looks in the mirror. And now in season 4, we're going to have Boyd looking in this same mirror in the trailer because he is also breaking, and this place is trying to turn him into a monster. And he's doing things that are out of character. This place, it's part of its playbook. It tries to take good people and turn them into monsters. That's the theme. What happened in the origin story? The evil entity turned a bunch of human beings into literal monsters after they sacrificed their kids. And now it just keeps on repeating that, but in a figurative way, turning human beings, good and helpful ones, actually, even it targets the helpful ones the most, into figurative monsters. And once it does this, once it's finished doing this, then the cycle is complete. Once people are truly broken and they've really become figurative monsters, the cycle is complete, and I think the board gets wiped clean at that point. So this is a trope. This is an ongoing theme that we should keep an eye on. Yes, hashtag monster mirror. Breaking Boyd. Exactly. The entity was never going to let them starve, right? Boyd throwing the bell was great. Yes, it was, Darrow. The stuff Donna said, people were saying that too. Yeah, that's true, But she was putting way too much guilt on him. He didn't need that. He's already going to blame himself forever. Final boss could be the Chromonocle. Well, I think the Chromonocle is the hero of the story. Tabitha and Jade, I think, are the Chromonocles. Love what John Griffin said about this scene. Ryan says, where is it? About Ethan. The veneer between actor and character is so thin. Oh, that is a nice quote. Thank you, Daryl. Julie, we are so lucky to have you in the family. Thank you. Just imagine, I could have missed out on all of this. I almost stopped watching this show after the first 2 episodes. I almost gave up on it. Because I thought maybe it'll be too much for me, too upsetting, after the first 2 episodes. But I'm so glad I gave it another chance. 6 months later, I gave it another chance and joined the family, and the rest is history. Now I have this channel. It's life-changing. And I met Karl, I met my soulmate. Like, everything is because of From. Say my name. Boyd, say my name. Doug, you're Mr. Fish and Loaves. Boyd, you're goddamn right. All right, so from there, Fatima starts losing teeth. She pulls out an entire tooth from her mouth. Really crazy. That was in the trailer for season 4 too. We were like, what the fuck? Not that, but we saw her with blood on her mouth like that. And she looks haunted. She's very pale. And she finally agrees to go see Christy with Alice. So they go down to the clinic. And at the pool, Christy joins Boyd and says that he says he can't even remember whose truck this was in the pool. She says it was Danny and his girlfriend Shay. And he says, oh, they were good kids. Yeah. This is a hint from the writers that all the questions we have will be answered, even something so insignificant as the truck in the pool owned by these 2 people we've never even met. I think that's what the writers were trying to tell us with this scene. So that's excellent. Christy tells us what happened that night wasn't his fault. She reminds him of when he told her that what Sarah did wasn't her fault, and that it was this place, that she'd saved a lot of lives and she'd save a lot more before it's over. And so I liked seeing that, them supporting each other. It is this place that it wants them to blame themselves when these horrible things happen. And Jim and Kenny show up, and Kenny is so happy. It's one of Scarlett's favorite favorite moments to reference. Kenny is so happy with the cabbage and shit that they found, all these new crops from the cabins. And it's very short-lived. He's like, we found food. There's a lake, and it's got vegetables. There's potatoes. There might even be fish. And then he comes crashing down to Earth. And they're like, Kenny. And they don't even have to say anything. The scene was really well done. They don't even have to say, your mom died. He just, they say it without even having to communicate those words. He goes up to the house and he starts calling for her. She's gut-wrenching. And then he goes off to the diner. And he's crying and he's in total denial. He was in total denial at first, and now he's like, oh, I'm fine, I'm good, and he doesn't even want anyone to come near him. It's just really sad, brutal to watch. And over at the clinic, they tell Mari that Fatima can't keep anything down. She says even the smell of food is too much. Ellis doesn't trust Mari very much since she was going through withdrawal recently. And she says, Mari's acting suspiciously upbeat. And, like, how come Julie and Randall are so tortured by what happened from the cicada coma and Mari is doing so well? She's helping everybody. She's treating everybody so effectively when they have medical issues. And she seems like she's doing amazing. And she was just going through horrible withdrawals and flipping the fuck out at the end of season 2. And now she's like this. I think she's covering it up. She's hiding something. There is a clue how she says this place mind SA'd her. I can't say the R word on YouTube, but she says, how have I been doing since I went through withdrawal, or since this place mind SA'd me? So she does feel like she was violated by that cicada coma. But that's all she says. Otherwise she acts like suspiciously normal. So a lot of people suspected maybe she was stealing morphine again. I mean, that could be. But at the end of the season, in the finale, she finally admits to Christy that she's not okay, and she doesn't think she ever will be. So I think in season 4, they'll finally explore what the hell's really going on in her head. And Ellis is like, see, I told you, everything's okay. Everything's going to be okay, to Fatima, because Mari says that this is really not anything unusual, that Fatima's just malnourished and deficient in nutrients and has severe morning sickness. And Ellis is just doing what every first-time father does, asking every question he can, and everything's going to be fine. Yeah, famous last words. And over at the diner, Christy comforts Kenny. And when she leaves, Celebration comes on the fucking jukebox. Fucking Celebration. Talk about expert-level trolling from the evil entity. Oh my God. This was a surreal moment. I still can't believe they did this. I mean, this was the most unexpected, shocking song choice they've ever put on this crazy haunted jukebox, and I love it. I know it was sick and twisted, but it was dark comedy, and sometimes you need that, some gallows humor to break the tension of this brutally painful storyline of Tianjin's death. And Kenny, he tries to turn the thing off, and it won't because it's haunted. So he winds up smashing the thing. And thankfully, though, there's one other haunted jukebox. So the haunted jukebox still lives. There's a second one. There is another jukebox. Celebrate good times. Come on. Yes, this moment is insane. Oh my God. Amy said I was demented enough to laugh at it. Me too. This episode is just amazing. Ryan says, this is probably my funniest, saddest moment in the show. Indeed. Oh my God, yeah. Mari doesn't look well. She looks so lifeless. That's true, Daryl. She still doesn't look entirely well to look at. Ryan says, did they say even the truck in the pool, or is that inference? That's just inference. But no, they didn't say, oh yeah, we're going to explain everything, even the truck in the pool. But I think that's the writers sending us that message, the fact that they told us that. Yes, gut-wrenching scene. Kenny's acting is so good in this episode. Oh yeah, Daryl and Javon agree on both of those. Once Boyd slapped Frank, I knew this was the show for me, but even before that, I would have kept watching because of lovely Sarah. Oh, of course, Daryl. But that's actually one of the reasons I stopped watching the show. I thought I didn't like the brutality of how he treated Frank, slapping him and shoving his face in his daughter's body, in his daughter's ripped up body. It just turned me off the show. But I'm really glad that I gave it another chance, obviously. Oh my God, I would have missed out on so much. I can't even imagine. My life would look completely and utterly different if it wasn't for the fact that I started watching that show again. Who would have thought watching a TV show could set off a chain of events and a ripple effect that could completely alter the entire course of my life? Literally, this is not hyperbole. Amy said once they show that the monsters come out at night and them running, it had me hooked. Oh yeah. They touch, they break, they steal. 3 people chained because they have powers. 3 powers, story walking, and it's a good point, David. Maybe they each have different abilities. You never know. They might have each like different after effects of the cicada coma. Amy got Tony's panel to ask her something, so that was my way to say goodbye. I wish I had called in when she was on Tony's show, but I didn't that night. I was busy on another live stream that night, and I really wish I had been able to call in. Yeah, that was brutal. So next we have Julie telling off her dad, for going out in the woods and, taking that risk looking for Tabitha, staying the night in the woods. And something horrible happened while he was gone. And she and Ethan were on their own without a parent there. And she's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Ethan almost died last night. You should have been here, Dad. I can't be like before. I can't be the fill-in parent while you lose your shit. Mom is gone. She went through a tree, and now she's gone. Jim said, we don't know that. And Julie's like, people can't survive more than a few hours at night without a talisman. She's been gone 4 days. I know you feel bad that you didn't stop her, but I can't. When Thomas died, you and Mom fell apart, and there was no one there for Ethan. I was 15. I can't do it again. Not this time. I need you to get your shit together, okay? I was cheering for Julie. That was really well said. She put him right in his place, and he didn't argue with any of that. He just said, okay. So he knew she was right. Not much else to say about that, so we can just move right along. Henry has given her some food, and they talk at Tabitha and Henry. And so Henry explains. So here we start getting some exposition drop. Before she disappeared, my wife Miranda started hearing voices. She said there were children calling out to her, that they were locked in a tower somewhere, calling out to her to be saved. The only person I ever told that to was the investigating detective, and he died 20 years ago. When you're gone, I want to show you something. When you're done, I want to show you something. I want you to look at his room. So that's how he started to believe Tabitha, because she mentioned children locked in a tower. So Miranda, before she ever got to Fromville, had visions of children calling out to her from a tower, calling out to be saved. What the hell? We don't talk enough about this. Are there actually children locked in a tower somewhere calling to be saved? Or is this some kind of a trick just to get her there? Or, just a trick, just like it was a trick to get Tabitha to go to the lighthouse so that the boy in white could just push her out into the real world. There were no children locked in that tower. Tabitha went up through the whole thing. There were no children. It was a ploy to get Tabitha there. So was it also a ploy for Miranda? Because we know the children were sacrificed hundreds of years ago. So what the hell? Like, what is it with this whole children locked in a tower thing? I mean, I don't know. I guess it's just a ploy. It's a fake story made by the boy in white, probably just to get Miranda, and Tabitha, all the versions of Tabitha try to get them to do what he needs them to do, to try to save the children, whether maybe that means freeing their souls who are trapped there, because the children are dead. They've been dead a long time. It's very strange. Bill says, I don't believe there are any children locked in a tower. Someone wants to be released. Agree. Yeah, it's just weird. I think it's just a ploy to, to use Tabitha as a chess piece and Miranda before her to get them to do what the Boy in White wants them to do on the quest in order to help, to ultimately break the curse. Let's see. So, all right, guys, you got me. I'm the one in the tower. It's you, Daryl. She needs to save you, huh? Okay, so let's move on to Victor's bedroom. Look at that. What do we have here? Peaches on the wallpaper. Peaches. So now we know where Victor's affinity for peaches comes from. It reminds him of home. That's why he was so comforted by the peaches in town. It reminds him of home. And guess what? I think that manifested the goddamn peach truck in town. His yearning for home is what manifested the peach truck. His yearning and his hope that, of going home, his dreams of home manifested that goddamn peach truck. Because what are the odds that peach truck, a gigantic tractor trailer full of peaches, showed up in town and he had enough peaches to survive, to last 40 fucking years. Victor has been eating those peaches for 40 years. They only just ran out in the season 1 part. They just ran out. Seriously, like that cannot be a coincidence. I think he manifested it. I think this is evidence that the manifestation theory is legit. People's hopes, fears, dreams, and nightmares can manifest real things in the town. And I don't think you have to die in order for those things to get manifested. Tian Chen died, and then her hope for new crops in a new place manifested after, but I don't think you necessarily have to die for that to happen. I think children are especially powerful when it comes to manifesting things. Their imaginations are so vivid that I think when it comes to children, even while still alive, can manifest things if they hope for it enough, hard enough, if they dream about it vividly enough. And I think that's how Victor got his gigantic peach truck, and it comforted him all these years. And he was so upset when they ran out. He told Donna all these years it's the only thing that stayed the same. It's the peaches. So there you go. More of the manifestation theory that I think is going on here. You'd think a boy from Maine would like blueberries. It's true, Samuel. Yeah, incognito. Technically, it's probably impossible to just eat peaches during 40 years. I mean, maybe they'd go bad, even canned peaches. But, it's a TV show. Home is where the peach is. Yes, Bill. Yep. So, let's see. Yes, incognito. Randall didn't want to go to the ruins, and yet he's going to. He surely wants to take the dangerous path and protect Julie. Heroic. Yes, he's always had those heroic tendencies, and I predicted that was going to happen before the season 4 trailer ever came out. I predicted he was going to go back there with Julie, and he'll wind up meeting a terrible fate there. I think that's what I'm predicting. Maybe a fate worse than death, even. Because he's going to go in there, I think. He's going to story walk. Anyway, but back to this episode. So, Michael says, well, we keep seeing the children appearing to Tabitha. No reason to think they didn't also show up to Miranda, in the real world or otherwise. Clearly, they do show up to one or both of the two parents. Also showed up to Jade in the caves. Oh, I'm sure they did. I'm absolutely sure they did. Debbie says, my favorite little thing is how Victor recreated his wallpaper border by drawing 100 pictures of peach cans and lining the inside of the truck. Yes, Debbie. That was so sweet. And so, heartwarming in a bittersweet kind of way. Yeah, Michael, I wasn't saying that he only ate peaches, but that was his comfort food for 40 years. I'm not saying the only thing he ate peaches was, the only thing he ate was peaches for 40 years. Of course not. Of course not. The map in the peach truck, no one had the idea to take it and look it over. Yeah, that drove me nuts incognito. All right, so Tabitha looks around Victor's room, and I should have shown this because the peaches are much clearer in here. They were blurry in that other shot, but yeah, there you go. There are the peaches. And Tabitha picks up this drawing, and so Victor used to draw normal things before he got to town. Either Victor or Eloise drew it. There was the whole family there. And Henry continues explaining what happened. So Henry says that his kids were his life, and when they disappeared, it ripped his life to pieces. Everyone thought that he did it. He didn't care about the accusations. He says all he can remember is his last words to them were, "Clean your room or no TV." When he came home from work, they were gone. And there on the wall, we saw that in the season 3 trailer. It was Eloise. So we knew where this was. We knew this was going to be Victor's house. And Henry says, "I don't know how you know about those children my wife heard. I don't know how you got a hold of my son's lunchbox or how you could have faked those articles online. The only possible explanation I can come up with is that you're actually telling the truth, and that means my son is alive. And that means something I don't even have the words to express. So if this isn't real, you tell me right now." This was such a beautiful, emotional performance by Robert Joy. And it was just like, this better be real. If this is some cruel, elaborate joke. And Tabitha says, no. I swear to you it's not. I believe the reason I was sent here was to find you. She's right. And then Henry says, "No, I think you're here for what's in the basement." Okay, they're both right. The boy in white definitely sent Tabitha there to connect with him and see the paintings in the basement, because those paintings depict her past lives and the Fromville place. They're her memories. They're her memories from past lives. That's what Miranda was painting. Visions of Fromville from her past lives. And the boy in white wanted Tabitha to go there and see all this and start remembering who she is. And instead of just feeding Tabitha the answers, because that seemed to drive Christopher crazy in the 70s when he dumped too much information on him. So he's trying a different way to lead Tabitha to the answers instead and let her find them herself. So the boy in white definitely did this, sent her there, and Tabitha even realizes it. I love that she actually recognizes that. So another great scene. Yes, this is the writers winking at the camera and saying, "We're about to tell you exactly what's going on in this show. About to get lore dump." Hell yes, Michael. And oh my God, it was amazing. I was so excited about all the answers we got in this season. People who said season 3 didn't give us any answers were not paying attention. For fuck's sake, we got a ton of answers. We got a ton of lore. And yes, a lot of the answers led to more questions. But that is the nature of a mystery box series. The answers lead to more questions, and the mystery box is ever expanding. Anyway, Michael says, Henry basically deadpans to camera. "No, what you're here for is in the basement." Yep. Charles says, "Henry's actor does great in this scene too. Really hoping that Tabitha isn't messing with him." Hell yes. Oh yeah. Love it. The pain in his eyes. Too great actor. Oh, he's amazing. All these shots, when you divide the screen into 3, we have Henry and Tabitha in between, off center. Okay, David. Henry info dumps, boy in white info dumps, Fatima info dumps, Tabby and Jade info dump. Yes. We got loads of info dumps in season 3. Oh, it was so awesome to finally get answers. Michael says, I'm inclined to trust the writers when they do info dumps. Unlike certain other content creators who shall remain nameless. Yes. Thank you, Michael. Yes, I agree. And when they do this many info dumps, if they were to reverse all this and say, psych, just kidding, it's all an experiment, or it's all a simulation, or it's all something completely different, and negating all of this info dumping that they did, all of this lore, that would be terrible writing. And they're not going to do that because these are not terrible writers. We can trust what they're telling us. We can trust these info dumps, this lore, this mythos that the show is building. That's the point, to get answers, to give us more questions. As Jade said, you find pieces that fit, and that's where you start. Yes, Daryl. Michael, yeah, I'd be annoyed if they were like, JK, it's not true. Yes, indeed. All right, so let's go on. I think we're making pretty good time now. Okay, we're at the 4-hour mark. We're getting through this. We're going to do this. So over at the church, Christy goes to see. So these are the kind of scenes I can go through pretty fast because there's not a whole lot to say here. It's just a lot of grief going on. Christy goes to see Tian Shen's body. And Jade and Christy are going to make her up and make her presentable for her funeral. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to show that. Hopefully YouTube doesn't take me down for gore. Over at Colony House, Ellis takes Fatima home to try Mari's magic elixir and to help with her appetite. And she tells him to go see his dad because he's having a really hard day. And Nikki tells her they're going to try composting the rotten veggies and get the soil to grow things again. And that's when Fatima starts eating rotten veggies on the porch. So nasty. And that baby loves rotten veggies. Does this mean the monsters eat rotten stuff? Or is this just necessary to create the monster body? I tend to think the latter. I don't think the monsters eat anything. You can't eat if you don't have anything in your body except bile. Bile helps with digestion, but it's not enough. So, I don't know. I think that the monsters probably don't eat anything or drink blood. I think this was just what was necessary to create the monster pod. Drinking blood and, Fatima's bloodlust and eating rotten veggies. And Donna dresses the cow meat, and Ethan comes in and says Victor isn't in his room. He was pretty upset. And Ethan says, is that the cow that died from last night? This is where Ethan gets kind of dark and creepy. He's like, I never saw what things look on the inside before. Is that what Tian Shen looked like after what they did to her? Everything's covered in snow and it looks so different outside. I think she'd like that. And Donna tries to talk to him and Ethan's like, I'm going to go home. She says, Donna says, she loved you, Tian Shen. She loved you very much. Ethan says, I know, and leaves. Ethan's getting dark. Ethan is getting dark and cynical at this point. But I think a lot of times a person on a quest loses hope at some point. And Ethan pulls himself out of it once his mother comes back. This is a temporary setback for him. Over at the church, they dressed Tian Shen's body, and Sarah brings her favorite dress to wear. She said she'd wear it. Tian Shen said she'd wear it the day we all went home. Christy actually thanks her, and this is the first time Christy's actually been nice to Sarah since the incident with Ethan. So people are kind of warming up to Sarah a little more. And that was a kind thing. Sarah is a kind person at heart. And at the bar, Kenny is filling up jugs of alcohol to kill the monsters. He's planning on going in the tunnels and burning every last one of those things, making a Molotov cocktail. Boyd agrees to do it with Kenny, and they go to the cave. I mean, other people have suggested this. I think this was a shout out to fan theories. I think people have suggested that before. Fans have considered, why don't they do that? Boyd says, Jade said he saw some disturbing shit. What he didn't see was the monsters, not a single one, down in the cave. Now, I pointed that out too. When Jade was in there and had a vision, where were the monsters? I think the evil entity cleared the way for Jade to go in the cave safely and get the monsters out of the way to see that vision, trying to trick Jade into thinking sacrifice was necessary by showing the kids on the slabs. But I digress. But Boyd offers an alternative explanation, too, that maybe after Tabitha and Victor found the monsters, the monsters went deeper in, so they wouldn't be found, perhaps. And they did move to a different spot when Victor goes down there, too. Boyd tells Kenny, this is how they want us. Angry, stumbling around in the dark. If we find them, there's a good chance we are not coming back. But if this is what you want to do, I will go with you side by side, and we will take out as many of those motherfuckers as we can. Kenny says that he can't stop thinking about how scared she must have been, how alone she must have felt. This is a really beautiful, emotional scene. I love how Boyd is willing to go in there and even die with Kenny if necessary, with a plan that he thinks is not smart, just to be supportive, to be there for him. He's his father figure now. And he tells Kenny that she wasn't alone. They made me watch. I couldn't help her. She was strong. She was brave. She looked at me, and she did not take her eyes off me. And before she died, she said, and then he speaks Cantonese, the phrase that he repeated over and over, and Kenny starts sobbing and says, it means take care of him. He'll be alone now. Talk about a gut punch. Wow. Absolute gut punch. Beautiful performances from both of them. This scene between Boyd and Kenny is so emotional. Oh my God. Yeah, it is, Daryl. This is definitely objectively the best episode of the show. Really? You think so, Daryl? I don't know. I wouldn't call this one the best episode of the show, but it is superb. It is superb. So I'm losing my voice. You know, guys, after that 8.5 hour live, I had a hoarse voice all the next day. It actually made me lose my voice a bit. Let's see. Let's go to the chat for a minute. Let's see. Sarah bringing her favorite dress. Sarah is so sweet. Yes. Ethan was getting so morbid and doing creepy stuff like staring at Victor's gun. That's true, Debbie. Pixie thinks that Fatima eating the rotten veggies is a nod to Rosemary's Baby, where she craves raw meat and stuff. Oh, very well could be. Yeah. Man in Yellow hasn't seen a dentist in town for like 400 years. The town provides, including the rot, corruption Smiley needs to grow up big and strong. Oh, yes, Michael. The town definitely provided to, that's part of the reason they made the crops rotten. I think it was twofold, the reasoning behind poisoning the soil. Number one, to punish everyone for seeking knowledge, for building the radio tower, for going off into the woods looking for an escape, Boyd and Sarah. But also, wiping out half the crops and then rotting the rest of them. So that was a punishment for seeking too much knowledge, but also making the crops rotten provided food in advance for baby Smiley to grow up big and strong indeed. Fatima got that rotten food fetish. We've all been there. Not me, Daryl. Speak for yourself. Miles, did Man in Yellow's teeth look like that? I think he was grubbing on some compost pile. Yes, Amy. Oh, God. Spaceballs 2 is my most anticipated film of all time. They're making a sequel? I didn't know that, David. I've actually never seen the original. I'm going to watch it soon. First, I have to watch the rest of the Star Wars movies, but I just watched the first ever Star Wars movie for the first time. I know it's crazy that I had never seen it, but I crossed another classic off my list, and next it'll be, the next two Star Wars movies, the Empire Strikes Back and whatnot. And then I'm going to watch Spaceballs. Okay. Anything else before I continue? Let's see. Okay. Scarlet, I put you on stage just now. I didn't realize you were back there before, but I did just put you on stage, and then you fell off again. Rosemary's Baby at the end is the Antichrist. Right, Amy. Fatima wore a necklace in season 1 like the one Rosemary wore in the movie. No kidding, Amy. Fascinating. I didn't know that. I've actually never seen Rosemary's Baby. So let's go on from here. They finished dressing up Tian Shen. And if you ask me, I think that there were excessive scenes with Tian Shen's body. I think it was too much. I really think they overdid it with the number of scenes in which they were cleaning and dressing her body. It was like morbid fixation on her dead body. And I just thought it didn't need to be on screen as much as it was, personally. Just my opinion. Still love the show. Don't hate it. Don't get mad at me for criticizing something. Oh yeah, not much to say about this, but I did love this moment where Jade called back to his previous line about they come with you when you go to Tian Shen. That beautiful moment between them in season 1. And he said, "You'll come with us when we go." Amazing. Absolutely.
I did like the fact that they made a scene with Jade and Christy because they don't get to do many scenes with each other.
Yeah, that was cool. Daryl disagrees and doesn't think that there was too much screen time for the body of Tian Shen. Let me ask you a question, Daryl. Do you have any criticisms of this show? I'm genuinely wondering. I'm trying to remember if Daryl has ever criticized anything regarding this show. Like, you can love something and actually just have some criticisms of it at the same time. It doesn't mean you don't love the thing. You know, like, I think this show is a masterpiece, but there are certain things I don't like here and there. It comes up. just wondering, you know.
Name one character you dislike, Daryl. Even a red shirt. Just name one character, okay? Put it in the chat.
Yes. Debbie says it was way too much. My husband quit watching the show after that unnecessary torture scene. Yeah, I'm not surprised.
What, the Elgin one? The Kenny's mom one or the Elgin one?
Yeah, which one, Debbie? Was it Kenny's mom or Elgin? But yeah, I loved that Jade said, "You'll come with us when we go." It was a little predictable, especially since they named the episode When We Go, but I loved it anyway. And as soon as I saw the episode title When We Go, I knew it was going to be a callback to Jade's line, "They come with you when you go," from season 1. It was beautiful. And they had a lovely connection, the two of them, in season 1. I thought that was so cool. I loved how, she put him in his place and yelled at him, "Stop complaining. You so much complain."
You want electricity? I give you electricity. Click, 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 click.
Yes. Oh man, I miss tension. You want lights?
Yeah.
I miss her. I really enjoyed her and Jade. Their dynamic was my favorite aspect of her character. All my favorite scenes of hers are the ones with Jade. Anyway, Kenny shows up to see his mom. They just really milked this, showing her body on screen. They milked it for all it was worth throughout the whole episode. Of course, they had to have this moment. I'm not saying this was a mistake, but some of the other scenes, the multiple scenes of Jade and Christy cleaning up the body and dressing it, I didn't think it needed to be that much. And Kenny shows up and just cries, and then Julie goes by.
Oh no! Oh no!
Julie goes,
this poor Sarah. I mean, at this one, she's like, "I don't want to become like you, Sarah."
Yeah.
I don't want to be a monster like you. You're the scariest person in town, Sarah. Do you want to talk sometime? No, I don't. Bye, Sarah.
Yeah, Sarah. It was funny. She does thank Sarah for saving her, helping to save her and Ethan last night. But then Julie says, something happened to me a few days ago. I think this place has gotten in my head now. I'm scared of what that might mean. Because she's scared ever since she was in the cicada coma. She hears screaming in her head, and it's almost like she can feel the screaming, and she's scared. She doesn't know like what that means. Like part of this place has gotten inside of her, and she's terrified it's going to break her like it did to Sarah and cause her to harm somebody. That's what this place tries to do. Once again, tries to take good people and turn them into monsters and make them harm people, make them do things they never would have done otherwise. That's the playbook of this place. Become what you fear what you become. Remember, that's what's in the trailer for season 4, those words on the screen. Become what you fear what you become. And here's Julie doing just that. And Sarah says, it's okay, you can say it. And Julie's like, I don't want to end up like you. Sarah says, I wouldn't either. If you ever want to talk, so she'll be there if Julie ever wants to talk.
No.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to, Sarah. Okay, bye.
Can't really blame Julie for feeling that way. Hey, changing my name back. Nice to see you. Welcome. Please hit the like button, anybody who's just joining us, and help us get the word out about this channel and make YouTube show it to more people. The more you hit that like, that's what it does. Tubby made a meme of her. You so complain. So Daryl does have criticisms. Okay, Daryl has many criticisms of the show because I don't hear them much. Incognito thinks that it was too much with Tianquan's body. Okay. Michael dislikes Clara and kind of dislikes Elgin. Michael says, definitely think they needed to do more with the Winter is Coming arc. Didn't do enough with it. I agree. It came and went too fast, too much hype, and not enough impact, not enough punch. Same with the Killer Dream storyline. It was rushed. And they didn't do as much with it as they could have. So Daryl didn't like Fatima in season 1, didn't like Marielle and Christy scenes in season 2, and other things. Okay. All right. Just wondering. And it's awesome how much you love the show. And that's why you're here for these really long streams from start to finish. And I can't thank you enough, Daryl. I really can't thank you enough for all your support for this channel and just always being here. No, it's amazing. It's really amazing. Anyway, so over in the basement, here we have some more lore dump time. Here it comes.
Mm-hmm.
Henry says, it all started on my birthday. Me and Miranda were hippies back in the day, but we gave up all the drugs, all the drinking, when she got pregnant with Victor. Years later, on my 35th birthday, Miranda got it in her head that we would take a stroll down memory lane. She gets 2 hits of acid. We take the kids to her parents' house for the night, and we take one last hit for old time's sake. That's when she started seeing things. She painted everything she saw. And here's where it gets really interesting. She said it was like she'd been chosen. She said it was a place that was everywhere, but you couldn't find it if you tried. Somewhere you could stumble into from anywhere, but never find a place to leave, or never find a way to leave. She said there were people there, people who were lost and afraid, who found themselves living inside a nightmare they couldn't escape, fighting a battle they knew they couldn't win. Now listen to all the buzzwords he's saying from the show. Listen for the buzzwords. Living inside a nightmare they couldn't escape, fighting a battle they knew they couldn't win. Game terminology, win, nightmare. She said they were holding on to hope, and when that hope was gone, they held on to each other. Hope, the theme of hope coming up here. She said that all the people that would find their way to this place, of all the people that would find their way to this place, she was the one who had been chosen to free the children. But she wasn't the first. Others were chosen before her. She could see each and every one, and all of them had failed. None of them had ever set the children free, and none of them had ever gone home. So if you've seen the children, if they've called to you, I guess you've been chosen now too. So how did you get out? Wow, what a lore dump. What an exposition. I mean, normally a lot of exposition is not good writing, but this was really well written exposition, and I thought it was extremely well done. I loved it. I didn't think it was too much. Bringing up those buzzwords: nightmare, win, hope, chosen. You know, it hits on so many major points, so many themes, and so Miranda didn't know that she had been reincarnated. She just thought that she was chosen. And before reincarnation was confirmed, we were referring to them as chosen ones. Tabitha was another chosen one in Miranda's role, and then there were all these women who were chosen before them in the same role, chosen to see those children and try to free them. And what Miranda didn't know, she told Henry all this, but what she didn't know was that what she's seeing, she said she could see each and every one of all the women chosen before her, and all of them had failed. What she didn't realize was that they were all her past lives, her past memories. She just didn't know that part, but she could see all of her past lives and how all of them had failed, and none of them ever succeeded and set the children free. And she saw all this before she ever got to town through the visions that the LSD stimulated. So it's like the LSD opened her third eye, and she was able to see into her past lives and see these visions of Fromville before she ever got there. And I also think that the boy in white can reach out and give people visions and dreams as well. Like he appeared to Tabitha on the street in Camden. So, you know, he could potentially have had some influence on her too. And as he speaks, Tabitha looks all around at these paintings of things that she's seen herself. There's the talisman back there in one of them. There's the lighthouse. The man in yellow she hadn't seen yet. There's the diner. So this is such a head trip. As she's looking around, she's like, oh my God, no. She's yeah, because she's seen these things. These two children, she saw this exact freaking thing. She saw these two kids holding hands right in front of her in season 2. And so Miranda must have seen the same two kids. One of them was her daughter. Tabitha's, Miranda's, both of them in their original life, that was their daughter. Mm-hmm. That's the same girl who appeared in Tabitha in the series season finale. What?
I wonder if the other kid's their son. I keep on thinking that they might have had 2 kids.
Right. It's possible, because why did they hold hands and show up and appear to both Tabitha and Miranda? That makes me also think maybe she also had a son. But
and both Tabby and Miranda have 2 kids in their actual lives too, which is interesting.
Right. And it's heavily implied that the girl is her daughter. That the same Ankui girl from that scene appears to Tabitha during her revelation moment in the season finale and kneels down in front of her. And the way they look at each other, it's pretty clear that they're mother and daughter. And that's the girl who appeared holding hands with that boy in the previous episode in season 2. And there they are. Miranda painted them before she ever even got there. Wild. So Tabitha is just undergoing this crazy head trip. And then this reminds me of those 2 Ankui kids holding hands. I'm not sure if that's what that's supposed to imply, but it reminds me of it. And there's an infinity symbol.
The infinity symbol.
Yeah. Jinx. The infinity symbol is right there. The 2 faces are connected by an infinity symbol, which is also in the cave mural. And it's on that ring, engraved in the ring that Boyd finds in the season 4 trailer. And it symbolizes, of course, the monster's immortality that's endless, the reincarnation cycle.
I always thought there was the 2 carbonacles. Like the 2 carbonacles would be infinitely too, like the male and female.
Yeah.
That's what it reminds me of.
Yeah, that really makes sense. That could symbolize the true Chromonocles. Absolutely. Um, it's really hard to hear you because you're like roboting a lot, but I was able to get what you said anyway. Um, so
And it's frustrating using the website as opposed to the app.
yeah, I think you said it's frustrating because the website is hard to it doesn't work well as opposed to the app. Yeah, I'm sorry you're going through that issue. There's the faraway tree right there, and a pilgrim. There's a pilgrim, so that fits with the vision that Jade had of the colonial man. So we've gone over the paintings. I'm not going to do a deep dive into the paintings because we don't have time. We've gone over the
going,
paintings.
man.
Yeah, if you wanna, like, if anyone wasn't there when we did a deep dive into all the artwork, we did that like recently, and you can watch the replay of it. I have timestamps on it. So if you want to look at the part where we talked about all the paintings in the basement, there's actually a timestamp pinned to the top of the comment section on that on that live replay. So if you just go, there's a playlist from from season 4, and it's in the live playlist for that. Or if you just go to the live section, it wasn't that long ago, so you can find it easily. It says diving into the artwork, and we go really deep into all these paintings. And so through the timestamps, you can jump around easily, which helps because it's a very long live stream that covered Victor's drawings, Eloise's drawings, and Miranda's paintings. And also the opening credits artwork. So, there's also a Civil War soldier. You can just barely see him on the right. And of course, the Man in Yellow painting, which was, this became such a huge focal point. After the fandom saw this, it erupted in theories about who is this Man in Yellow, because I mean the fandom is smart and figured out that this must be important long before he actually appeared in the season finale. And yeah, as it turns out, I think this is our big bad. I think this is the ancient evil entity that shapeshifted into the form of this man in a yellow suit for a while. And he's highlighted in red. He has a red aura. Red symbolizes evil in the show. He's got evil eyes, It's all over there. It's all over the painting. You can totally see it. So there's also a picture of the boy in white, and then there are pictures of unfamiliar things that Tabitha hasn't seen yet. And while Henry's talking, there's also one of the things that makes his exposition work really well is that while he's talking, when he talks about the people who are trapped in that town and they're holding on to hope, and when that hope was gone, they held on to each other. The voiceover, it turns into a voiceover while it shows them holding on to hope, holding on to each other at the funeral of Tian Shen. I thought that was beautiful how they did that, and it really made the exposition hit hard, and it was very well done. It was not poorly written exposition. And there they are, holding on to each other and dealing with the loss of Tian Shen together. And little Ethan bringing her favorite blanket up to the altar, honoring her. Poor Kenny. I remember when we looked at the trailer, we were analyzing this funeral scene, looking to see who's there and who's not, and, to see, like, who might be dying.
Randall is there.
Yeah. There's a Civil War soldier in that painting. Tabitha picks it up and looks at it. There's that painting of the kids on the merry-go-round, which I think symbolizes the 7 Ankui kids. We just can't see all 7 because it's folded over in one spot. But I think it symbolizes the 7 Ankui kids, and there's one seat missing. So maybe there was supposed to be an 8th kid, and one of them got away. Right here, there's a seat where there is no kid. And instead, there's a kid going down a slide, but you can't see it in this shot, but there's a slide with a kid going down it. I think that could represent a kid escaping from the sacrifice, perhaps. But we've talked about that a lot. There's Colony House. And this one's very interesting. This old stone church with beams of light emanating from the windows and little crosses coming out. So this could really be
like an exorcism is happening.
maybe, yeah. Maybe an exorcism, like Sophia is crazy, possessed, or something.
She lasers out of her eyes.
Maybe Sophia starts a cult, and this is the after effect. Sophia is definitely Bible thumping, so who knows what's going to come of that. And so this picture could foreshadow what's to come in season 4, some crazy stuff involving religious fanaticism on the part of Sophia, perhaps. Maybe it's the man in yellow.
I was thinking the opposite way. I was thinking the opposite way. I was thinking that she was healing the town, and it was light, like heavenly light coming from the church.
It could be that, but we're talking about From, so it's probably the darker option, the darker scenario. And I was thinking she was going to be a good influence too until that crazy second trailer where she looks evil as fuck. And now I think the man in yellow is probably going to turn into Sophia. The man in yellow is going to be Sophia and maybe start a cult, and who knows? Who knows what's going to happen from there?
It could be a dream sequence.
It could be. It could be. There's let's see. There's the boy in white's feet. That's a painting of the boy in white, and those are his feet, and you could see the shoelaces make infinity symbols right there. I forget who pointed that out in the chat, but somebody else noticed that. It wasn't me. There's a Puritan woman. So it refers back to the origin story, which happened, in colonial era times. So there's the boy in white. So yeah, the gang's all here. Right? All the major things are in these paintings. It's wild. And from there we have just a couple more scenes. Outside the church after the funeral, Boyd says, "We can't keep doing this. We can't keep sitting around just waiting. We need more information. I'm going to need your help with something. We're going to catch one of these fucking things." Boyd wanting to catch a monster. Oh my God. Well, that was such a fan theory shout out. That was such fan service, and it went nowhere. He just dropped that plan like a hot potato. Yeah. That was just fan service, I think. I think they were just trolling our fan theories, because Tony Teflon had that theory from season 1 that they should try to trap a monster by putting a talisman on the outside of a building and trap it inside. And I definitely think they were shouting out that theory. But I get it. I get that he feels so frustrated that he wants to try and get more information about these things, but it just seems like a dumb plan at this point. They've already cut one of them open. So, and trying to make one talk and get answers, they're just going to lie and say a bunch of creepy shit. You're not going to get any real information out of them. It's futile. And then, Ethan asks Jim if they're going to still live at the Lou house, and Jim says they'll take it a step at a time. Julie and Ethan go check on the animals, even though it's getting a little close to sunset, and Jim is nervous about that. And then we have this amazing cliffhanger scene at the end. Jim goes home, and then the fucking phone rings. It's a callback. It's a real, it really feels like a callback to that scene where Kenny dreamed that the phone rang in season 2, but now it's ringing for real. And he goes over and answers it, and we hear, "Dad, it's Thomas." It's Thomas. Dun, dun, dun.
Where is it?
Oh, what an amazing ending.
And how?
Amazing.
The baby, how would he be able to talk?
Yes. He died when he was a baby, for fuck's sake. How would he be able to talk? It's ridiculous. But what an amazing cliffhanger scene. Absolutely loved that. I love this mind fuckery. This was one of my favorite storylines of season 3. The fake Thomas voice. Absolutely loved it. Let's see. I'll check in with the chat quickly before we jump into. We're doing good. We'll jump into episode. I keep like confusing the words season and episode. What the fuck is wrong with me? My brain is broken because of my pain. I swear to God, I'm in a lot of pain, and it makes me trip over and screw up my words all the time now, and I hate it. So. Hey there, Mac Blackman. Welcome. Big thumbs up. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. Please subscribe if you're not already subscribed. I'm hoping to reach 3,000 subscribers by the end of season 4 of From. And we're on our way. We're almost to 2.2K right now. Recently passed 2K, so we're getting there. We're almost to 2.2K. And please hit the like button and help people find the stream. Get YouTube to show this to more people by hitting the like. I love this show. Oh, absolutely. We love this show too. Then you are in the right place. You have come to the right place because we are the Fromaholics over here. And I'm not covering anything else, no other shows until this season is over. And even after that, we still do content for From all year round. That is how much we love this show. And you'll never find a more interactive channel. I love talking to the chat and hearing what you guys have to say, highlighting your comments. So let's see what you guys have been saying, and we'll dive into episode 3. We're making good time. We're doing well. The first episode took us 3 hours to get through. The second one only took an hour and a half. So let's see if we can do the third one in it'll probably what I'm going to do is get on the treadmill for this last one. And so that gives me about an hour and 15 minutes. See if I can get that done in an hour and 15 minutes and then shut it down. That would be the goal. And that would be taking good care of myself, unlike the last stream. What we got to do, we got to start the lives earlier too. That we need to do, and things would be better then. I know it would be better for you, Scarlet, with being able to get it.
That would be nice. That would be nice.
I promise I'm going to make it happen. Season 4 is coming. I am not starting at midnight anymore. Nope. Maybe for From Academy, we'll start at midnight if Doc needs to. But the other streams are going to start earlier.
Yeah, you know, as I noticed, Kevin's mom is wearing 2 different types of dresses. People keep telling me they're the same dress, and they are not.
Oh, really?
Just saying. Yeah, the one definitely has like a daisy on it, and this is like more roses that she's wearing in the picture. So it's not the same dress, because I kept on saying it was a similar dress because she probably, had a similar dress back home, like the one that her and Sarah found, and she liked it because of that, So that was my observation when I was watching TV along with her, recapping.
Okay. Yeah, I hadn't noticed that myself. I hadn't heard about that.
Yeah, everybody was always like, "Where's the photo coming from?" and all this stuff, and I'm like, "But it's not the same dress, so don't worry about it. She probably brought the photo with her in her wallet."
Right. Hey, Recon. Maybe Kenny's giant Molotov cocktail gets used in the church. There's another possible explanation. let's hope not.
Yeah.
Hey, Mike Light. Yeah. Hey, Mike Light. This is a great point. There were only 7 stones, meaning there were only 7 children. That's very true. Incognito says, Sophia bringing the light bulb thanks to the Bible and her unwavering belief. Perhaps, The other thing, though, that was just a vision. Who knows? Maybe in the real version there was an 8th stone and we're just not seeing it because it's a vision. I don't know. Just throwing it out there. But yeah, I mean, it's probably just 7. But I do wonder sometimes. Eloise was alive till Boyd unalived his wife to save their son, my opinion. Yeah, Michael thinks Eloise was Abby, which is a great theory. Mm-hmm. I think she's still going to be alive and we'll meet her, I hope. Incognito says Eloise is good at hide and seek. We definitely going to hear about her again. I think so too, and there's a lot of talk about her in season 3, so I think that's setting that up. Daryl says, let's see, he wouldn't be able to talk. That's what makes it creepy, extra creepy. Yes, Evil Thomas, exactly. It's so trippy and weird and unexpected. I just loved it. Like that creepy kid voice too. How evil he sounded. We'll get there. We'll get there.
It's so pompous. It's so pompous sounding.
Yes, it is. Let's see. In Jungian psychology, the observer is in the shadow. It is a functional part of the ego, a developing part of the self, developed to look at the shadow, persona, anima, and other unconscious complexes. More hints, Man in Yellow isn't the big bad. Okay, David. Man in Yellow, the observer. I don't know. I tend to think he is, but we'll see. We'll see. So, I think like we have a lot of entities now, and it seems very fitting if our two main entities that are at odds with each other are both have colors in their names, essentially. Boy in White versus Man in Yellow. To me, it just fits from a writing perspective that these are our two entities battling each other. The helpful entity that's trying to end this cycle of violence, helping as best he can, but sometimes having to cause harm in order to quote unquote help. Boy in White versus Man in Yellow, who's causing harm and feeding on fear and suffering and wanting everything to, continue, wanting the curse to continue. And I know both of them are not really what they seem. The Boy in White is not really a boy. The Man in Yellow has just taken on that form, and he's probably going to turn into something else. But the fact that we're calling them that for shorthand anyway, and it's going to still be easy to just refer to him as Man in Yellow for shorthand, even when he shifts. I just feel like from a writing perspective, it makes sense for these to be our two entities. So I don't know. For me, it feels right, and for other reasons too, but I won't ramble on too long about that because then we'll never get this done. Let's see. So anything else here I need to highlight before I continue? So Michael has this. Michael shared this artistic interpretation of Miranda as the Buddha under the bottle tree. Very cool, Michael. Thanks for sharing that. I'll have to take a look. I don't know if have you shared that in the Discord. If not, if you could drop that in the Discord, because then I'll have a chance to look at it. But let me see. Yeah, let me see what else is in the chat here. Love the scene of Tabitha looking at the paintings in the funeral. Absolutely, Daryl. It was excellent. Michael says Miranda's LSD trip acts as an unintentional vision quest, wherein she connects with her past lives. Indeed. So let's see. Seems like maybe the original bargain, sacrifice for eternal life or something supernatural, divine going on. Yes. Want to see that scene with the church. Me too. Daryl says the red around the man in yellow in the painting does look like the red painting in the cave. Right. And that's also something evil. It looks like Smiley getting reborn with that membrane on him on the cave mural. That's evil. There's the red door to the room where Smiley gets born in. That symbolizes evil. So wherever you see red in the show, it usually means evil. Alice says, I still think Victor and Tabitha are twins. This means Tabitha misremembered the connection. She thinks that she's the mom, but perhaps the closeness she felt is because she is the sister and daughter. Oh, that's an interesting take, Alice. Okay. Sound like Boyd. Okay. Boyd says okay a lot. I noticed that more on this rewatch than I ever did before. He says okay way too much. Everybody criticizes Tabitha with her no-nos, but Boyd does a lot of okay. It's just saying.
Okay, or that's okay. Yeah.
Yeah. And Mike Light, I thought that looked like a Puritan. I thought that looked more like a pilgrim too at first, not a woman. But then somebody, Michael told me, Michael said that, and also Carl pointed out that Puritan women also wore tall hats, not just the men. And if you look it up, there are women who wore tall hats like that, and that looks like a woman's face, looks feminine. So I do think that's a Puritan woman right there. But there's a Puritan man somewhere else in these paintings. Let's see. And I'll just one more comment on this before we go on to the next episode. The boy in white, he looks depressed and dejected here. And it appears like he may be holding a knife in one hand. It's a little hard to see if he is or not, but it looks like his hand is in a fist holding something, gripping something, and there's a line right there on his shorts. And I think it means that he, and the trees around him also, I think it means a few things. He's trapped there too, like everybody else, and he wants to be set free. His spirit maybe is trapped there too. And he controls the trees, the faraway trees. He's depressed because sometimes he has to harm people in order to serve the greater good. He has to bring people to this horrible place. People who are helpful, who can help people survive, like Boyd. And it serves the greater good, but it hurts Boyd and his family. And he has to do fucked up things like push Tabitha out of a lighthouse and get her all banged up. And, you know, and he wants to help, but he doesn't know quite how to do it. And he's doing the best he can. And maybe he even sent Boyd to the dungeon to get the worms so that ultimately he's playing the long game here. Boyd getting the worms and killing a monster, unleashing the cicada entity. In the end, it made Julie into a story walker because out of the cicada coma, she gained that ability to story walk. And when you play chess, you plan your moves, several moves ahead. So I think maybe he intended for Boyd to go there and bring the worms back to town, set all of that in motion so that Julie could story walk and gain information by going back into the past and help Tabitha and Jade in the present by doing that. So I do think he does Machiavellian messed up things sometimes to serve the greater good. The trolley problem, harming one person or a few for the good of all. And that's why I think he looks dejected and depressed. And he has a crow-looking thing on it for a mouth. I think potentially that means like the evil entity symbolized by the crow is shutting him up, is kind of keeping him from being able to help as much as he would like to and tell everyone as much as he would like to. So that's my take on the boy in white painting. He's not a man. I know he looks like a man, but Jack Bender said this is just how he draws kids. Whenever he draws kids, they come out looking like adults. He is a boy.
Yeah.
He's not secretly
He's not
a
a
man.
boy, though.
Well,
He's
yeah.
not even a boy, Julie.
He's not even a boy, technically, but this is his boy form. This is his boy form. Anyway, just wanted to comment on that. Those two major paintings, Boy in White and Man in Yellow. We already did a deep dive into the rest of the paintings. Again, that's part of the diving into the artwork live stream that we did recently, and you can check that out. It's full of timestamps for all the different sections of artwork, so you can jump around in that if you missed it. Let's see. Boy, okay, I gotta go. Tabby, no. Oh my God, Kenny, what are you doing? Yes, incognito. It does look like a crow, indeed. I think that's intentional. Boy in White is like Maturin. Man in Yellow is Pennywise. Yes, Debbie. I think this show borrows a little too much from Stephen King's It, if you ask me. But we won't go there. Boy in White probably gets Julie to call the Matthews home. Perhaps, Daryl. And that would be extremely Machiavellian. Honestly, Daryl, I think that may be what's going to happen. I think the Boy in White might orchestrate things so that Julie calls the Matthews home and Thomas falls off the changing table and dies. when we've been doing this rewatch, it's become clear to me that Tabitha's grief over Thomas is her biggest motivator. It's her biggest motivator. It's how everything got set into motion for her to arrive in this place in the first place. It caused the divorce of Tabitha and Jim that was in motion, and that trip that they were going on that wound them up there. And her grief motivates her to take more risks to try to save her surviving children, to try to save the children she has left. So that makes her willing to do something really extreme, like go through a magic tree to the lighthouse, you know? So and she even says that when she saw Julie laying there catatonic, all she could see was Thomas laying there on the floor. So her grief over Thomas is a motivator, and that's why she feels like she has to do everything she can, even if it's something crazy like going through a magic tree trying to save some children locked in a lighthouse tower. And I think that's why I think the boy in white probably did set things in motion so that Julie winds up calling the Matthews home, story walking, and causes Thomas to die. So that is what I'm thinking is going to happen. Julie, why? Boy in white. This is the only way. Yes. And he loves to say it's the only way.
And maybe I get a little joy.
Yes. So, see. David says, in many mythological and folklore traditions, crows and ravens are closely associated with psychopomps, beings that guide souls. Boy in white and the crows on the same side. Okay, so you think the crows are on the same side. Yeah, I think the crows are on the evil side. And as we go through this rewatch, the scene with the crows smashing into the window, interrupting the tarot reading, I think that's evidence that they're on the evil side, because I think Tilly was trying to find out from the tarot cards that there was something wrong with Fatima's baby, and the crows stopped that. They didn't want anyone finding out. Tilly said, you want to know what's wrong? If your baby's okay, the cards will tell us. Those birds stopped it. As I just rewatched that, I was like, yeah, they're definitely on the evil side, but we'll see. I have other reasoning for that too.
But yet, hope is the thing with wings.
Hope is the thing with feathers, yes.
The feathers, I mean, sorry. A little tired. Guys, it's 5:30 in the morning.
Yes. We're going to move on to the next episode. You guys are so kind in the chat, worrying about me, thinking I need a rest. And what I do need is to get on the treadmill, actually, because my pain is getting worse. So I'm going to do that while we break down the last episode. I forget where I saw it in the chat, but thank you guys for your concern for me. As always, I truly appreciate it. My chosen family here. And I'm not going to overdo it. I'm going to break down the third episode as quickly as possible. And when I'm done with the treadmill, I'm going to wrap it up as quickly as I can. Amy, massage hurts me. I saw Amy recommending I try massage. Mm-hmm. It hurts me because I'm hypersensitive. So unfortunately, massage isn't a good option for me, but thank you for that suggestion. It's sweet of you. But massaging my head feels really good. I'm not going to lie, I do have Karl massage my head. I know it sounds crazy, but try it. Seriously. I don't know if you've ever tried having somebody like just gently, like in circles, like push on different parts of your head, especially the base of your skull where the back of your head meets your neck. It is fucking amazing. It is amazing.
It's probably acupuncture points that he's hitting.
Yes, I think it is. Yeah. And I went to see an osteopath who told me that when she was doing that to my head, she said that it moves around this like fluid, this cerebral fluid in the skull, and it releases tension throughout the whole body by doing it. So at least I have that. That's the only kind of massage I can handle. Anyway. Thanks, Amy. You're a sweetheart. And Yeah, remember, Michael, in the diner there was that poem on the wall, "Hope is the thing with feathers that perches in the soul and sings the tune without
Yeah.
the words and never stops at all." The whole thing wasn't there,
Sorry, I
but
said that wrong. I said wings. I didn't mean to.
yeah, "Hope is the thing with feathers." And an excerpt is on the diner wall. "Magic is the hope thing. If the boy in white is the avatar of the tree, he's also the hope thing. So could well be the crows could could well be the crows or the thing with wings. Maybe, but I don't know. I don't take it that literally. That it's the crows, but who knows? All right, on to episode
I
3.
even took a Dickinson class in college. I should know these quotes.
Oh yeah, I love Emily Dickinson poetry.
Yeah.
Okay,
I don't
so
know. I think the crows might be good, but I can't talk myself around it right now. So
yeah, save that for the live when the crows smash through the window. We'll talk about
all right.
that. We'll
Yeah,
save
I'll
that
say
for
that.
that episode. And that doesn't happen. I don't think that happens. Wait, does it happen in episode 3? I think it might. I think it might.
Oh, I don't think so. I think it happens later.
Let's see.
Maybe.
Well, here we
I don't
go.
know. I don't know.
Episode 3, Mousetrap. Uh, Mousetrap. So it's got a more than one meaning. Christy's foot gets caught in the bear trap in this episode, and
Yeah.
also I think potentially finding the crops out there could eventually be a trap for them, a trap for the mice, aka
Mm-hmm.
the rats in the maze nibbling on their
Mm-hmm.
cheese.
Yep.
Jade said they were all like rats in a maze. So I think that those cabins out there and the deceptively, too good to be true crops, I think that could be also a mouse trap for them. We'll see in season 4 what happens to them out there. So Jim was on the phone with evil fucking Thomas, and I love this scene. I absolutely love this scene. So where are we in the? I need my notes. Here we go. He's like, "Dad, are you there?" Uh, Jim says, "You are not my son." And then Thomas turns really sinister. "Why did you let mommy go? Why did you want her to die? Is it because you didn't love her anymore?" What the fuck? This is some really cruel mind fuckery that the entity's doing to Jim. Really cruel. And Jim says, "What do you want?" Thomas says, "To help. You need help, Daddy." He says, "Stop calling me that." And Thomas says, with his most evil tone, oh my God, like something out of a horror movie, the evil kid trope. He's like, "You should be watching Ethan. You shouldn't let them play outside so close to dark." Uh, Absolutely amazing. I loved it. So once again, this is the evil entity watching, knowing that Julie and Ethan are out, checking on the animals. And, I think this is probably the man in yellow evil entity changing its voice. Since it can shapeshift, it can definitely change its voice and pretending to be Thomas. But let me know what you guys think in the chat. What this Thomas entity is? Is it the evil entity like Man in Yellow who's changing his voice? Is it a higher level evil entity? Is it something else altogether? Let me know what you think.
Is it really Tom?
Huh?
I said you should make a poll. You should be like, is it really Thomas? Is it the man in yellow? Is it another entity? Is it other?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll make a poll. I'll make a poll in a sec. And as so Jim goes and gets the kids, immediately runs outside and gets the kids. And it was really reminiscent of the Man in Yellow voice on the radio scene. We all know that was the Man in Yellow on the radio. And if we think that, then it could easily be the Thomas voice. That voice on the radio sounds nothing like Doug. That guy had a southern drawl. He sounds nothing like Doug. So the guy, this is an entity that changes his voice. First he was a voice on the radio, now he's a voice on the phone. That's what I think. And this is reminiscent of that because after Jim heard the voice on the radio, your wife shouldn't be digging that hole, Jim. He went running down to his house to find his wife. And now the voice on the phone says you shouldn't let them play outside so close to dark. And he goes running outside to get his kids. So definitely, I would say Man in Yellow. But I will, let's see. I will, not a Q&A. I'll start a poll.
You know what? They do the one thing I don't like close in the scene. One of the critiques I have from
Okay.
is when Jim and Boyd are talking and they say something vague, and Jim says, "Things are getting worse around here, aren't they?" Instead of actually talking.
Oh my god, that was the
And
dumbest
saying,
thing.
"Hey, my dead son just called me on the phone." That's kind of weird, isn't it?
Yeah. Instead, he says like a no shit Sherlock thing. Like, no shit Sherlock, it's getting worse around here. What the hell? That was so stupid. Let's see.
It's like saying, "We're getting some cold weather around here, aren't we, Boyd?" Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. So the Man in Yellow / evil entity is choice number 1. It's really Thomas, higher level evil entity, or other. Specify in the chat. So, yeah. And I'll go to the chat right now and get your opinions too. So,
Should you get on the treadmill?
yes, and I'm going to do that too. Michael says definitely some kind of entity on the phone impersonating Thomas. Unclear whether Man in Yellow or not. Radio is Man in Yellow. Phone may or may not be Man in Yellow. So some of you are just undecided too. So select other if you're undecided. You can do that. Daryl says all we know is the Man in Yellow saying that he was the voice on the radio. Might be him on the phone. Don't know for sure on that one. Yeah, it had to be the voice on the radio because he references it when he says your wife shouldn't have dug that hole, Jim, and then he kills him. So obviously he was the guy on the radio saying your wife shouldn't be digging that hole. But his voice is completely different, and it could easily be him changing his voice. If he can shapeshift, he can change his voice. You think he's going to shapeshift into just like some woman now and talk in Doug's voice? I don't think so.
I'd love to see that.
At least Sophia's going to have Doug's voice. I don't think so.
Her voice is going to be really low.
Right? Yeah, it's not going to happen. He can change his voice. And if Jasper had actually talked, I think that it would have been his voice talking. That's what I predicted was going to happen back then. Alas, it never happened.
Mm-hmm.
I just Daryl picked higher level entity. Amy, that would be wild, Julie. Daryl says, yes, Man in Yellow is the one on the radio. 100% when it comes to the phone, not sure. Michael, Doug said it's the same character as the radio. Not clear on the radio. Yeah, Doug said that's the conclusion he came to, but they didn't tell him one way or another. They don't tell them anything. But Doug believes that it's the voice on the radio, that he's the voice on the radio. We know it's a different voice on the radio due to different actor. Doug hadn't been hired yet. Yes. Mm-hmm. But I do think that he can change his voice anyway, now that we know he's a shapeshifter. No, I'm not just basing it on the fact that they hadn't hired Doug yet, so they had a different actor. He's a shapeshifter, so he can change his voice. He told us that, yes, he did. He did. He said that was his opinion. All he can do is share his opinions. So, David says, I would love to see a major collaboration live panel with Julie, Tony, Real Enigma, Scarlet, and Doug on our own mini Comic-Con. Real made some great connections with the Sun's Journey and Infinity, and Jeremy and PM. Well, I would love to be included in something like that too. That would be amazing. I don't know I don't know if I would be included with everyone. I would love to be. You know, like I don't know. I'm not gonna say any more than that. I would love to be included, and if they ever did something like that, I hope I would be. But you know, not everybody likes me. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't know
Did they
why.
also mean me as Scarlet or the other Scarlet?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they're talking about Scarlet Fever
Yeah.
or what, but
Because as
I
a
would.
co-host, I also have opinions. I like to be on people's panels, but a lot of times they don't think co-hosts want to be on panels.
Yeah, you should. You know, obviously you should be included too. You know, of course. You know, just because you don't run a channel doesn't mean you're not also a streamer. You're also basically a YouTuber because you're a co-host on streams. So
Mm-hmm.
absolutely, absolutely. Um, Tony has said that if he ever has a convention, that he would want me to be on a panel, which means a lot to me. I would be honored to be on a panel, on one of Tony's panels. That would mean the world to me. So I hope he does finally do it. He's been talking about it again, but I don't know if it's ever actually going to happen. Recently, he talked about it again. We don't need any actors to be there. All we need is the Frumily and some YouTubers, and we could have a great time. I would love to do it, and I feel, you know, very honored that Tony would want to include me. Anyway, let's see. David says Thomas's lingering energy manifested by this place as the boy on the deck in season 1. Don't you remember me? Or the entity taking Thomas's form to torment them further. I'm 50-50, like with most apparitions. Okay, David. Understandable, you know. Or just to torment them. Let's see. So let's go on. I'm gonna get on the treadmill as we continue. And so sorry in advance for the little bit of treadmill sound you're gonna hear. Yeah. The Thomas voice later tells Jim they're not your kids anymore, Tam. I love that scene too. It's so trippy.
It sounds like a childhood Zen thing, like that book Childhood Zen. And I also thought, are his kids just part of Frumville now? Which made me think about the storyteller, story walker thing and the stuff between them. And I'm kind of writing a theory about it.
Yeah. Oh,
They've just become Frumville's children. They're, maybe the Aunt Cooey kids became Frumville's children.
Right. Maybe so. Michael had said this about the title. Wait, Mousetrap. That's the name of a children's board game. That's like a maze where you construct an overly complicated Rube Goldberg mousetrap, and whoever catches the mouse wins, I think. That's right. I always wanted it. I thought it looked really fun. I saw the commercials when I was a kid, but my mom wouldn't get it for me because she thought it looked like it would be made of junk, and it would just, be too cheap and wouldn't work right. So she wouldn't buy it.
Yeah. I had a friend of mine that had it, but it's just more fun setting it up and then letting it go than actually playing the game.
Yeah. So, let's see. What do we have next? So in the next scene, Jim runs into Boyd, and that's where he's like, things are getting worse here, aren't they? Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Jesus. Why didn't you just tell him? Why didn't you tell him what the fuck just happened? My God.
Yeah. It isn't the first time either, and it isn't the last. It's just funny to me when it comes up.
But in Jim's defense, the last time he approached Boyd and told him about a mysterious voice that knew stuff it shouldn't have known, Boyd literally was just like, I gotta go, and walked away. Yeah. So it didn't exactly work the last time he actually told Boyd about the voice on the radio. So, sorry, I'm trying to get my shoes, and they were just out of my reach. Okay, so on the next scene, Tabitha is picking up broken glass, which is an ongoing theme in this show. Broken glass. She's like Sarah in her broken glass metaphor, and the shattered glass of the lighthouse that Tabitha got pushed out, and the way that this place is trying to break people.
Yep. And the way that Jay broke a bunch of glass to put pieces together.
Yes, he broke a bunch of bottles, trying to like reorient things and see things from a different perspective with the symbol. And Tan Chen broke a glass and cut herself as she tried to pick it up. And Sarah tried to help her, literally trying to help her pick up the pieces after she got her husband killed. So yeah, broken glass keeps coming up again and again.
And the girl that was broken glass or whatever, the Sarah story.
Mm-hmm.
And her shattered room.
The girl with the broken glass. I love the use of metaphors in this show. Metaphors, symbolism, and foreshadowing, all the literary devices I love so much. It's amazing. Film is a masterpiece. And Scarlet, I will be back in just a minute. Right back.
Okay. Let's see. I was making up this song when and I it was about Faraway Tree, and I actually sang it, but it was one of these times and there was no audio, and I actually asked somebody in the Discord and they couldn't hear me, and they were like, no, there wasn't any audio. So I have the lyrics written down, but I can't go out of iPad to actually look up the lyrics so I could sing it again. But maybe I'll write them out so I have them by the iPad so I can sing them again. It was about the Faraway Tree and making a decision between, which bottle I should get out of the tree, which paper would be in the bottle, and what year it would be. And then it was lost to time and space and meaning because there was no audio in my StreamYard, which is incredibly frustrating to me. But I don't think Henry takes good care of his house. Look at all those dishes in there in the sink. I'm on a different still than Julie is. Let me see. What could I say?
Back.
Okay. I just explained the song that I sang earlier that was there was no audio.
Oh.
And I came with this thing about faraway trees, and then I asked somebody in Discord, and they're like, oh, I couldn't hear you. And I wrote out all the lyrics, and they're like, oh, that's real cool. And I'm like, yeah, I know I got to hear it.
Yes. And yes, there's also Sarah's broken ornament, too. It's another thing. So it's a recurring trope in the show, broken things. So, I remember Mouse Hunt movie. Yeah, Amy. I saw that in the theater when I was a kid. So,
it's also a Agatha Christie book, too, The Mousetrap.
Right. Yep. Hey, Henry. Hey, Tabitha. Hey, babe. I mean, Henry.
Hey,
they look awfully intimate in this shot, don't they? Mm-hmm. They're so close to each other, and in this episode, he started to act like a concerned, protective husband. I'll point out all the instances where he's doing it. He starts doing it in this scene. She's picking up the glass, and he warns her she's going to cut herself, and then she does, and he's like, he told you, and he gets a bandage and bandages her hand for her, and he's like, he says, like, you were down there all night, you need rest. She was down in the basement all night looking at the paintings, and she said, I need answers. There has to be something in that basement, those paintings that I'm missing. And there he is, tenderly bandaging her hand for her, which she could have done for herself. She's a big girl. But I really feel like the subtext here was that they used to be married in her previous life. And that's why he's feeling this instinctive need to look after her. Like all of a sudden worrying about her like this. You were down there all night. You need to sleep. And he feeds her and he bandages her hand. And the fact that she was down there all night staring at the paintings, it makes me wonder if maybe eventually she'll remember something she saw in one of the paintings that will actually help. Or who knows, maybe she'll just recognize something and be like, oh my God, I saw that in the painting. But she spent the whole night down there, and I was frustrated that it seemed like it came to nothing. Like she didn't get any clues from looking at all those paintings. The boy in white sent her there to look at them, and when she got back to Fromville, she was really mad at herself that she felt like she missed something important. Like when she was supposed to figure something out, she was sent there to do that, and she failed. And I think she just wasn't quite ready to remember. Those paintings were there to remind her of all her past lives, and that she'd been to Fromville before, seen all those things. But it planted the seed, and it helped bring back her memories bit by bit. It helped get her there once she got back to Fromville. It started the process of her remembering. And then Henry says, that boy dressed in white, you're saying that he lured you to the top of a lighthouse and then pushed you out? She says, no, he didn't lure me. I just went there because of the children. Well, actually, he was right. He said a mouthful there. The boy in white did lure her. He wanted her to go to the lighthouse. I think he sent her that premonition dream of the lighthouse in season 1. And once she got to the lighthouse, he was calling Nkui, pretending to be one of those kids up there to lure her to the top. I don't know how she doesn't see that he did lure her up there, literally like pretending to be an Nkui kid. She gets up there. There are no kids that need to be saved, just him. And then he pushes her out. He did it for a good reason, but he did lure her there. And Henry says the children locked in the tower. She says, yeah, the tower was actually a lighthouse. In order to get there, I had to go through a tree. Victor took me there. He said his mother had gone off to save the children as well the night and he's like, it's all right. I accepted the fact that she died a long time ago. I thought they all had. The fact that Victor's still out there somewhere. So he's grateful at least one of his family members is still alive. And then she hears bottles clinking. And she's like, what's that? And they go out to the backyard, and she's got quite a surprise for her out there. But that scene comes a bit later. First, there's a scene with Victor counting steps to a tree, like a treasure map with an X, where he buried something. So he digs that up, and we find that out later what it is. At the sheriff's station, Boyd thinks that the talismans could keep the monsters from getting out of something, since it keeps them from getting into a building. So he wants to put it on the outside of, lure one into it, something, and then put a talisman on the outside. That's his plan. And that's what Tony Teflon suggested that they do since season 1, that they should trap a monster like that. But that would have been a great idea in season 1. But now, after season 2, after they killed one already and cut it open, I just don't, after they've been there longer and they've learned more, I don't think it makes any sense to do it now. Boyd says we can't just sit around playing it safe anymore. They haven't exactly been doing that, though. Ellis is like, safe? You spent one night in the forest and it almost got you killed, and then it almost got everybody killed. Yeah, that's not exactly playing it safe. They were playing it safe before Boyd went out into the forest. They were playing it safe for a long time. He was just ringing that bell, trying to get everybody home safe at the end of the day, not taking risks, not going out exploring, looking for answers anymore. After Abby died, he just gave up on the quest. He gave up trying to get out, to find a way home for everyone. And now he has been taking risks, and other people have too. They're not playing it safe at all. But Boyd is just, Tan Chan's death lit a fire under him. And now he wants to do something else that's stupid. This is part of the monsters breaking him. This is stupid and out of character for him. And Ghost Khatri points that out later. Like, this is not like him. They're breaking him in multiple ways. And one way is by, making him do things that are out of character, things that are morally wrong, and things that are just stupid and risky and reckless. So Boyd says Jim and Kenny spent the night in the forest and they came back with food, and now we have enough food to feed everyone again. It's not always going to work out the way we want, but that doesn't mean we can't take chances. I mean, that's true, but this is the wrong chance to take, I think. And then Donna comes in, and she's like, once again, she's popping up, right during a crucial moment when someone's making a plan. But I still contend that she's not a mole. In terms of being a spy, this place doesn't need a mole who's a spy. It already can see and hear everything going on. It doesn't need Donna popping in and reporting back. So she comes in, and Donna says that they drew straws at Colony House to decide who's going to go to the cabins, and Dale threw a fit, but he went with them, and Kenny is leading them. So he's not taking any time off to grieve. Kenny is leading the way out there on a major expedition. And she asks what the fuck's going on, because she can tell she walked in on something. Boyd says they still have no idea what the monsters are or where they come from. And Donna points out the obvious, that they've been down this road already and they killed one. Boyd's like, that's different. We need to learn about them. They talk, so we need to catch one and make it talk. That doesn't make any sense. The monsters are just going to talk nonsense, and they're never going to tell the truth. So you can't just make it talk and tell you anything. They can't feel pain. You can't torture it and make it talk, because you can shoot them and they don't even feel anything. So how are you going to torture it for answers? It's not going to work. So, and Donna points that out, because they aren't human. So Boyd says he's working on a plan, and she tries to talk him out of it because she doesn't want to lose him, and points out that Ellis has a baby on the way. So there's a lot to lose. And then over at Colony House, Clara says they divvied up the rest of the cow this morning, but Fatima doesn't want any. And Clara notes, baby's not a meat eater, huh? Yeah, not a meat eater, indeed. It only wants her to eat rotten vegetables and drink blood. That's how you make a monster, I guess. That's how you create a monster. And then she goes outside to this giant pile of rotting veggies and chows down. Gross. So I don't think the monsters actually consume anything. I think this is just how you create the monster pod. Once they're born, I don't think they actually need to eat anything, because they can't eat anything if all they have in their body is bile. That's not enough to digest something. Tilly happens to see her, another person who's been accused of being a mole, especially because she spots this, but she's just out there minding her own business, getting some laundry. She sees that, catches Fatima, and so Fatima's got some explaining to do. Well, this was a red herring, Tilly the mole. And then over at the cabins, the group finds the totems. And I pointed out when I saw this in the trailer for season 3, I pointed out right away that they're arranged as see no evil, hear no evil, and speak no evil. This one has closed eyes on the right. The one in the middle has pursed lips, really, tightly closed lips. And then the one on the left has its arms up, covering its ears, or where its ears would be. So they're posed for that reason, on purpose. This place, it's full of evil. And so these totems, they're in that position because it comes from that proverb that's meant to warn about avoiding evil and warding off evil. So it's very fitting for this show. I love how they did that. And And I think it's very ominous that it's here in this place. There's definitely evil around and about to be unleashed at the cabins in season 4. And I definitely think that the totems here were protecting that village. But since Jade dismantled the diamond-shaped totem structure, I think that they're going to be unprotected from the next threat that's coming, which appears to be the scarecrow monsters in season 4. And behind them, it's hard to see, but back there's a diamond shape. And I'm going to zoom in on it, which makes it kind of fuzzy, but there's 1 head, 2 heads, 3, and then 4. And they're arranged in a diamond shape with the sticks in a crisscross pattern. And it looks like a makeshift talisman. It's reminiscent of a talisman shape. And that's what Jade takes apart. It's this thing. He takes that apart, pulls one of the sticks out to save Christy later in the episode. And that's how I think they're going to be unprotected from the next evil entity. It's just that it hasn't been unleashed yet. They have to do something else to unleash it. And now they won't have protection. This was the protection from that. That's the reason that it didn't happen right away. Because all this did was protect them from that evil, but the evil just hasn't shown up yet, this evil entity, the scarecrow monsters, because they have to do something else to actually unleash that thing. Just like Boyd had to do something specific to unleash the cicada entity. He had to bring the worms back to town, kill a monster with them, and that unleashed the cicada entity on the town with the killer dreams. So I think it'll work like that. They'll have to do something to unleash the next entity. Not just take apart this totem. This totem was just protection from it when it does show up. So they're going to have to do something, and I think that might mean they're going to unwittingly dig up those scarecrow monsters and unleash that threat. That's what I think is going to happen. So they're all really creeped out by the totems, and Jade says, just look how they're positioned. They must have been using them the same way we use the talismans, warding off evil spirits. That's a really astute observation that he makes. Really smart. So why'd you take one apart, dumbass? You couldn't find any other stick you could use that would be strong enough? And Dale is definitely not enjoying this at all. Dale knows what's up. He doesn't think this is a good idea to be here at all, but he's dragged along for the ride anyway. And Kenny takes the lead and gives instructions to everyone for foraging the vegetables. And Dale's like, great, let's just walk by the scary voodoo tower and go sort some veggies. Awesome. I don't blame him. I really don't. Yeah, the way Jade is looking at that, it's almost like he's going to remember it from a past life, looking at it really intently. And then a nice close-up shot of that beauty. Let's see. Check in with you guys before we move on to the next scene. The totems in a diamond looked like the painting of the kids in a circle with the 6 pointed lines. Really? The kids in a circle. Which, I don't know which painting that is, actually. Oh, 8 pointed lines. Yeah, I don't know what picture that is, David. Where did you see that painting? Is it in Miranda's basement? And I have better images of the totems too, but like, we'll just leave this up for now. Daryl, he said, stay tuned. Hey, Jen, nice to see you. Very much like a quest. Seek for some item you need to bring back to use to save something or someone. Oh, absolutely. That's how things work here, because it is a quest. That is a quest. Looks like he might have made them in a previous cycle. Maybe so, Jen. Maybe he did make them. That's a really smart idea, actually. Maybe Jade made them. Look at the way he's looking at it. And he somehow knew. He was like, they must have used them as a talisman in the previous cycle to ward off evil. He said it like so with such certainty. That one's Pinhead. Yeah, this one is Pinhead, Amy. I love this one. It's my favorite. It looks like a voodoo statue. Yes, it does. Probably talking about the kids on the merry-go-round with the colored cross beams. Oh, yeah, that painting. Yes. Interesting. The 6-pointed or the 8-pointed lines. I'll have to look at it again and compare and see if I see what you mean. It's actually 3D in the painting, up and down included. Interesting. Jade pissing on the ground too. Yeah, that wasn't a good idea, I think. I feel like it made the place angry because it summoned a vision. A vision showed up right after he did that. They haven't told us if the monsters eat or not. That's true. They haven't. We don't know what the hell they do with the organs. Why are the organs always missing when they vacate the chest cavity on their victims? But how would they eat the organs if they don't have anything but bile in their bodies? It's hard to imagine. And I agree, Amy, that if the town traps people, if they die there, that means their spirit is still there. I think their spirits are trapped there, and they're tied to the bottles in the bottle tree. They're trapped in those bottles. The pyramid of rotten food with a golden leaf on top. Is John Griffin told if the monsters eat the organs, they're dry and need fresh blood? Yeah. No, they haven't, Incognito. Tilly sees everything. Yes, Tim. The map behind Boyd is a star map and not just a geographical map. It has Orion's belt, the 5 stars, and Aldebaran, which leads to the 7 stars. You have to focus on the silver pins, the stars. Oh, that's fascinating, David. I'll have to take a look at that again. Let's see. It's useless. Yes, Incognito. It's useless to catch a monster now. However, trapping one in a bear trap by digging a hole, why not? Yeah, I suppose. Why not? Vladimir says, so maybe not pretending to be an Ankui kid, but just using the same word as them. Could be, Vladimir, but remember, Tabitha believed that she was going to the tower to save those children who were saying Ankui. So when she got there, she didn't see any children. You know, I think that was an incentive for her to come to the top by him calling out Ankui. It definitely seemed to me like he was luring her there, pretending to be an Ankui child. Another child voice saying that word. She thought she was going there to save them, so that naturally would make her follow that voice. Follow it to the top so he could then push her out. Daryl said, Boyd is becoming a monster, so he should capture himself. Good one. Technically, the boy in white said, remember, this is the only way. Possible meaning, the only way to remember. Nice, Vladimir. Nice. That really fits, because he said Ankui, which means remember. And then he said, this is the only way. And he sent her out there to start remembering who she is. Very good. Good catch. I like that. Good morning, Jen. Imagine if Tabitha and Henry made out. That would be a little weird. The sexual tension. Yes, there was sexual tension there. A little bit. Let's see. So let's go on from there. They used the organs to Frankenstein the red entity monster from the cave drawings. Nice, Jen. Amy says they may take the organs out to keep them from coming back to life. Okay. It wasn't really tension. Yeah, Amy. But it was like just a loving husband-wife kind of moment, though. That's how it felt when Henry was being like that with Tabitha and looking after her. So over at the Lou house, Ethan serves Ethan Jim sir. I say dumb things when I'm in pain. I said Ethan serves Ethan. Jim serves Ethan some food. He looks disgusted by it, and Jim says they'll be off rations soon and have new food from the new cabins. Ethan gets really morbid and creepy again, saying, who's going to bury her? Who's going to bury Mom? Jim doesn't like that at all. Ethan is now assuming the worst. He's lost hope at this point in the quest, and now he's assuming she's dead, even though it's only been a few days that she's been missing. And when Victor was missing for 3 days, he was certain that Victor was alive and off doing an important part of the quest. But it's understandable. He's only human and he can lose hope for a period of time. Jim tells him, don't talk like that. And Ethan says, but what if her body's just laying out there on the ground with the bugs and spiders? Will her body just lay there till it starts to rot? What if someone finds her someday and they don't know who she is because all they find is bones? Creepy Ethan. What the fuck? And his shirt here used to be really white, and now it's all dirty too. It's like his hope has been tarnished. He used to be hopeful, like the man in yellow. Probably used to be a hopeful guy before he became the man in yellow. And his suit was once clean, and now it's filthy, and it's that yellow color that symbolizes hope. And Ethan was hopeful, and now his shirt is all filthy too. Scarlet and I used to really run with things like this and think Ethan was going to become the man in yellow, but I don't really think so. I don't think so anymore. I think that Ethan is just...
I'm holding out hope, Julie. I'm holding out hope that he's evil.
Yeah. I don't think so.
Corrupted by something.
I don't think so. I think he's just essential to them winning this and completing the quest. They need his guidance. They need the guidance of a child, and they need to empower a child and listen to him as part of this in order to break the curse. That's what I think, but we'll see.
So you think all this is just you just think it's an emo phase?
What did you say? Anyway,
You just say I think that Ethan's going through an emo phase.
Yeah, he's just going through an emo phase. Everybody goes through it, maybe, like it's common, going through a dark, cynical phase. So, and he asks this morbid stuff so casually too. It's weird. And then Jim hears the phone ring again and hangs up. He just picks it up and hangs up the phone really hard. But I'm sure, of course, evil Thomas was on the line again. And then over in Camden, Henry shows Miranda, Freudian slip. Henry shows Tabitha the bottle tree. And we get another exposition lore dump here. He tells her Miranda was an artist. She did all sorts of installations all over town. This was one of her favorites. And Tabitha says that the one that in the place she came from was different. The tree that Victor took her to had some sort of opening, one that you can step in, and it would just take you somewhere. And Henry says, so you would just step into the tree like teleporting? Ellis used that exact word when Boyd said he went through a tree in season 2 as well. Like, you teleported through a tree? I think, I don't know if it's exactly teleporting. I think it's more magical than that. I don't know if I'd use the word teleporting, but you could use that word. This show is supposed to contain some sci-fi in it. It's classified, as part sci-fi. And teleporting is sci-fi. But then we have a lot of people who call it the magic tree. So I think it's more magical than anything else. Henry says that this tree is not the original. She did installations all over town, and she liked this one so much that she made this replica for the yard because she wanted it close to her. And he said the original is in a park a few towns over. And that was where they dropped acid together. He said, you could say that tree is where this all started. So she is really intrigued by that and wants to go right over there immediately. So she seems to have this, this idea that might be an actual faraway tree in the real world. She was literally going over to this tree looking for a hole in it. But if she's in the real world, I don't know how there could actually be a faraway tree. That's the thing that this really puzzles me about this storyline. I think that the writers are implying that the original bottle tree that they never make it to is actually a faraway tree. How is that possible? It's not Fromville. It's the real world. I don't know. Let me know
I
what you
thought
guys
that
think in
too.
the chat. Yeah.
I thought they were insinuating it was a real faraway tree. 2 towns over.
Yeah, it seems that way, doesn't it?
Oh. Yeah.
So let me know in the chat what you guys think. Was the original bottle tree somehow a faraway tree in the real world? I mean, it seems awfully convenient that they got in a car accident when they were about just one street over from making it to that tree. Like some evil entity didn't want them to make it to that tree and caused the car accident that landed them back in the ambulance that took them back to Fromville. The timing of it was so suspicious. Like, I do think that the entities of this place can reach out to the real world and affect things. Obviously, it can because they can bring people there. So who's to say they can't do other things like cause a car accident somehow? The boy in white appeared to Tabitha on the street in a vision. You know, maybe they could cause a vision that distracts a driver and makes them get in a car accident. That's exactly what could have happened. And I think that's what did happen. But that's getting ahead of myself. We're not at the car accident yet. That's not until the end. So Michael says, seems like Miranda created a copy of the original from Fromville as an art installation and instinctively knew it was important and moved it closer to home. Right. Michael doesn't think it was a faraway tree necessarily, just a replica of the original. So like the one that they never got to, you don't think that one was a faraway tree. Obviously this one isn't. But okay. Just say no to drugs, kids. Yes, Amy. Just say no to drugs. Don't do drugs. Don't drop acid. Trees are often seen as an axis mundi, connecting the underworld, the earthly plane, and the heaven. Interesting, David. Baltic mythology. Solar reincarnation in trees is a prominent feature. Cool. Darryl says Tabitha was originally meant to go to the real world at the end of the penultimate season. I'm guessing we will go back to the real world and see that original tree. I hope so. I really think that would be a plot hole if they don't. If they never give us an answer about that tree, that would really bother me. I want to know. Hey, Ledness, welcome. So, hey, Carly. Yeah, you made it to another live. We won't be on for much longer, but at least you made it, you know, probably maybe another half hour or so. We're breaking down season 3, episode 3. We did 1 and 2 already. So this is the third and the last one for this stream. Always nice to see you, Carly. Hope all is well with you and your family. And anyone joining us who is new for this stream, please hit the like button and help other people find the stream, help YouTube bring more people to the channel. I have been picking up some new subscribers with every stream, just a few at a time, but hey, it adds up. It's the standalone scripted videos that really bring the new subscribers in. For some reason, YouTube pushes the standalone scripted videos I post a whole lot more. And I have one pinned at the top of the chat. If anyone here hasn't listened to it or watched it yet, it's my comprehensive deep dive on Ethan and his vital importance I think he plays in this whole story, how he knows so much, how his insights could be key to surviving in this place. And so that is pinned at the top of the chat. Please give it a view, comment, a like, and if you can, hype the video. You can hype it only on mobile devices, phones, tablets, iPads. And you only get 3 hypes per week. And when you give them to a small channel like mine, we get extra points from YouTube to help people discover us. So you have a massive impact when you use your hype button power on a small channel like this one. And it's helping. This video has now reached 4,000 The Ethan video has reached 4,000 views thanks to the amazing support of people commenting, liking, and especially hyping the video. So thank you so much for that. I'm going to be putting out another video this week, if all goes well. I'm going to try. It's going to be on season 4 theories and predictions overall, and that'll probably be my last one before season 4 starts. So, okay, anything else before I move on? David says, we heard the scarecrows stomping around the hut before the totems were disturbed, so for sure they were containing them instead of repelling them like the talismans repel the nightmare creatures. Interesting. So you think that the noises of something or someone walking around the cabins at night were the scarecrows, and now, so they were containing them, not repelling them. But they didn't come inside, though. They haven't come inside yet. If those noises were the scarecrows, why didn't they kill anyone when they had multiple opportunities in season 3? That's what I don't understand. Well, I don't think the threat has been unleashed yet. We'll see. Notice also Jade makes a new bottle tree next to the house, mirroring Miranda making a copy closer to home instinctively. Yes, Michael, good point. Knowing it's important and wanting to bring it closer. That's right. Yes, absolutely. Trees play a profound role in global mythology as conduits for moving souls, centers of rebirth, and manifestations of reincarnation. Love it. I may have read that one already. I'm not sure, but love it. Okay. Carly says, I knew you wouldn't be on long, always the way. Back to all-nighters for me when it starts. Not long to go. Yes, Carly, not long to go indeed. We have a lot of lives coming this week, too. Lots of lives to finish this rewatch in time. Hey, the real rebel, Eric. Welcome. Nice to see you. Thanks for coming. And please hit that like button on your way in. Come on, hit the like button. Yes, please. Hey, Anon woke up and realized this live is still live. My math skills are pretty bad, but aren't we almost at 6 hours? Weren't we committed to keeping Julie to 4 to 5 hours to preserve her health? Don't worry, Anon. I'm taking care of myself. I got on the treadmill like I was supposed to do when I needed to do it, and I'm actually making better time on this live than in previous ones. So we're doing good. I'm taking care of myself, I promise. And I'm going to try to wrap it up when I get off the treadmill. And then that'll be perfect. That'll be what I need to do. Michael says, see also my slightly earlier comment, read Jade. He mirrors Miranda. Right, I got that later. Yep, making a new bottle tree. Carly, so Carly, next to the like button on a mobile app for YouTube, you should see a little button with 3 dots to give you more options of things to do. So you'll see the like button and then a 3-dot button, and it gives you other options like share, promote, hype, and that's where you'll find it. That's where you should find it, on phones, tablets, and iPads. David says, I think the real reason we did not see flashbacks to their lives in the real world is because that wasn't their real lives. Their real lives were growing up in the OG cycle, dark inverse myth. Fascinating theory. Yes, Michael, the creators did say that they're not going to ever do flashbacks of their lives before coming to Fromville, but only their arrivals. I think it's to preserve the mystery more, because if they, it keeps the mystique going, more mystique around this. Because, anything could have happened prior to coming there. Anything. I'm glad it's not like Lost. Lost was full of flashbacks to their lives before the island, and I thought it was excessive, to be honest. But some of them were awesome, don't get me wrong. I love Lost. Okay, so let's continue. I gotta stop rambling so much so that I can wrap up when I need to. So we have a Ghost Khatri appearance, and these are always of particular interest for me, as you know. So now I've been thinking that Khatri is a vision sent by the Boy in White entity to help Boyd, because here he gives some really good advice and input to Boyd. So Khatri finds Boyd making a vision board for the deceased in the church. And Katri is like, you really think you can catch some of those things? Boyd says, maybe, meaning the monsters. And he's like, Boyd, you've been here, what, a year and a half now? By most metrics, you kept most people alive who'd otherwise be dead, me excluded, of course. So why change things now? Boyd says, look around you. Look at all the shit that's happening lately. You really got to ask me that? I don't know why I don't have more screenshots of this, so I'm just going to leave it on Katri talking. And Katri says, well, at least you have a solid plan, right? Lure one of those things into a house, slap a talisman on the outside. The next day, go into the house, wander around, searching for it room by room until it jumps out and rips you to pieces. No wonder the military trusts you to plan things. You don't see it, do you? Boyd, you can't even see what's staring you in the face. Those things, now listen, this is the really important part. Those things said they wanted to break you, and that means they wanted to change you. So far, so good, because the Boyd I knew would never do anything so colossally stupid. I think that's a smart and astute observation, and I think he's absolutely right. So those things said they want to break him, the monsters, and that means they want to change him. That's what breaking someone means. Season 3 brought it into focus more. What it means in this show when they say break someone. They don't just mean break their mind or break them down emotionally. It means breaking their character, making them do things they never would ordinarily do, including things outside of their moral compass. And in this case, Boyd is doing something really stupid and reckless. And this is not like him at all. The military would send him all over the world to the worst hellholes on earth, and he would make do with the scantest of resources. And now he's doing something really dumb, and it's absolutely a knee-jerk reaction to the trauma of Tian Shen's death. He's not thinking clearly. So they are slowly breaking him. And this is evidence of that, and Ghost Katri is right. So, and Boyd's like, the Boyd you knew got you killed. And Katri responds, you know, you might want to get down off of that cross of yours every now and then. I died because I was trying to help you. Tian Shen, she died because she was trying to help people. Do you have any idea how arrogant it is to diminish that sacrifice by making it all about you? And this is a commentary on how Boyd is a Christ figure in this show. He's a savior. When he first got to town, Save Us was painted on the barn. That was the first thing he saw. And ever since he got there, he's been trying to save everyone. He feels that it's his burden to get everybody home, to save everyone. And the monsters are attacking that, like that waitress monster that made him choose between Randall and the people on the ambulance and said, you can't save them all. Because Boyd wants to save them all. He is a savior figure. He's the Christ figure of the show. There are so many biblical references in From, and this is one of them. You might want to get down off that cross of yours. Yes, it's an astute comment again by Katri. It's not all about him, you know. And Boyd says that he's making a memory board. The graveyard has no markers, no headstones, just bodies. Probably bodies buried all over the place. We should have a place for their names. Your name, Tian Shen. And he's like, you know, I think better when I work with my hands. So leave me the fuck alone, all right? Yeah, I really believe that this is an entity sent by the boy in white to help him. I used to think that he was evil. And, you know, there's nothing saying that, who knows, with this crazy place, both entities could be sending visions of Katri. Like, you've got fucking evil Ghost Katri in one vision and maybe helpful Ghost Katri in another one. Because sometimes I really did get evil vibes from him, but in season 3, he's really given, I think, good advice to Boyd when he's appeared to him. In all 3, well, in the first one, it wasn't the best advice because he told Boyd, maybe you're not panicking enough, and panicking is never good advice when it comes to the food shortage, you know, and everything else that was going on. Panicking is never good advice. So who fucking knows? I mean, the Man in Yellow entity could have sent the first Ghost Katri vision in the season 1 premiere. The season 3 premiere. And then this is the helpful one. And the last one he sees in the finale is also helpful, telling him, don't torture Elgin. It's going to continue breaking him. This place wants to break you. And if you torture him, then this place will have won. That's what he tells him in that vision. And that's in that episode. So I think that was good advice. I don't think he should have tortured Elgin. I think there may have been a better way. They could have followed Elgin to Fatima, because he was going to go back to see Fatima, I'm sure, anyway. Maybe just wait, take a breath, and see if he was going to follow her. See if he was going to go there and then follow him. Anyway, those are my thoughts on Ghost Khatri, the Ghost Khatri entity. And let me see. So earlier when we were talking about whether the tree is a real faraway tree in the park, Anand says, I doubt the tree in the park is a real faraway tree, but I don't see a reason there can't be a faraway tree in the real world. Okay. I don't know. I find that hard to believe, though. Why not? The tree that falls in the street is a faraway tree. The lighthouse is a faraway thing. But I think the fallen tree is not in the real world. I think that's a liminal space between the real world and Fromville, like between dimensions, a liminal space. Because when you turn around and drive the other direction and go in circles, you never see the tree again. And once we get to episode 4 and the fallen tree in that one, I'll explain more on why I think it's a liminal space. But I'll get to that when we get to episode 4 in the next live stream. Isn't teleporting magical, like the fireplaces in Harry Potter? That's a good point, Anon. Daryl says, wouldn't be surprised if the boy in white goes on a merry-go-round at the park, and that does something to the tree at the park. Interesting, Daryl. Yeah, you never know. I agree. I think the exposition dump was great. I don't think it was bad at all, Anon. In this case, for once, an exposition dump was good. So it could also just be an art installation, yeah, in the Miranda's bottle tree, yes. So, okay, continuing on from there, Sarah is trying to put the pieces back together of her broken snowman ornament. She's just kind of fiddling with them. And then Victor knocks at her door. And he's all awkward and victory. And she asks if he wants to come in. And he asks about the ornament. She says, my brother gave it to me. I don't think I'll ever be able to put it back together, but I like to try. That's a metaphor for herself. Like her girl with the broken glass story. Sarah is that ornament. She'll never be able to put it back together. She'll never be able to put herself back together, but she likes to try. And when she later glues it back together, there's a little hole where the heart should be. It's a nice metaphor for herself. And Victor asks if she has a bedspread because they needed to build a fort. He says, then I'm going to tell a story. So it's pillow fort time. Then over at Colony House, Tilly knocks on Fatima's door. Fatima doesn't want her to come in at first, saying she's not feeling great, but Tilly says, apropos of nothing at all, I used to lick eggshells when I was pregnant with my first. And that gets Fatima to open the door for her. She then reassures her with how she couldn't stand the sight or smell of her favorite foods, and eventually that stopped. So she says, whatever's going on, I promise it'll pass. And Fatima just starts sobbing. Finally, it just breaks down. She's been holding it in, and she says she doesn't want to tell Ellis she's scared. He's so happy about the baby. Tilly says that every first-time mother has these feelings. And Fatima says that she's not supposed to be a mom, that she was never supposed to be able to conceive, and yet somehow here. And she says, I just want to know if the baby's okay. And Tilly says, well then, let's find out. And the crow later interrupts them finding out through tarot cards. So I think that is going to be the evil entity intervening as they try to find out what's wrong with the baby. So we'll get there later in the episode. And in Camden, Henry and Tabitha get in his car, and Blue, the song Blue, comes on by itself when they turn on the car. Henry says, it does that sometimes. This is what they say in Fromville whenever the jukebox turns on by itself or the police radio starts playing static. They're like, oh, it does that sometimes. So it gives you a trippy feeling. It makes you wonder, is she really out of Fromville? Is this some level 2? But I think that's what the writers intended. They wanted us to question it and feel like, okay, this is kind of surreal. This is kind of like Fromville. What's going on? You know, a song turning on by itself, just like the haunted jukebox. But I believe that's a red herring. She really got out. It's not a simulation. It's just, you know, the tape turns on by itself in the car and it's stuck in there. And he says it's been stuck in there for years. And Tabby says that that's her song with Jim. Henry just says small world. So there's a clue that right there that she was Henry's wife in her past life. She was Miranda. I mean, what are the odds? It's so bizarre. So the clues were mounting. Now she has the same song with Jim as Miranda had with Henry. And so we're getting there. By the end of this episode, I was starting to believe that she had been reincarnated from Miranda, and that's when I put out my video saying that. And to date, I think that's the video of mine that has the most views I've ever gotten. Tabitha and the Mirror World, it's called. It's in my book. It's in my my playlist of From Theories, and it's not just about this particular episode or Tabitha being reincarnated. It's also about how I think Fromville is like a mirror dimension, a pocket dimension that mirrors our world. I believe that's the one of my videos that got more views than any of the others. It actually reached 10,000 views, which is amazing. It's the only one of my videos that ever reached it reached 6 digits, 10,000. But yeah, the song Blue comes on. I mean, what a trippy moment. And so, yeah, you start to question what the hell is going on here. The same song, yes. Same song. That was a head trip. So Anon thought it was Julie or Eloise knocking at Cannibal Village, but maybe it was the scarecrows, but they couldn't come in with the ancient tower of holy scary shit that kept them from breaking in. Right, Anon, but they still didn't come in even after they took it apart. There were scenes where they were still knocking at the cabins happening after the tower was taken apart. So I think I do think that it was probably something else, because I think they're going to be unleashed by an action that happens in season 4. Only because why wouldn't they attack if they were already walking around outside? Why would they just walk around and knock? Michael says some folks think there will be some future science explanation of the faraway trees, like transports or quantum teleportation, but the narrative seems more supernatural, magical. I agree. So I'm dubious of the sciencey explanations, whether future science or aliens, etc. Me too. Absolutely agree. So moving on from there, over at the village, Jade, instead of helping them harvest the crops, he's just sitting there drinking from his flask of booze and obsessing over his journal full of symbols, as usual, drawing the symbol like Christopher did. And Dale finds it annoying that Jade isn't helping. And he makes some comment to Jade, like, you think you're some big shot just because you had some rinky-dink company back home. So there's Jade's company being brought up again. It was brought up for the first time in season 1 when he told Tom about it. Jade brought it up to Bacta once in season 2, and now it's being brought up again. I think it's a red herring. I think they're throwing in Jade's company to make us wonder if this is some kind of simulation or some kind of science fiction thing going on in the background that we don't know about, where there's going to be a big reveal later on. Because Jade had a quantum computing company, but I really believe that's just a red herring. But I did find it interesting that it was brought up again. And then Jade goes out to a private area and he pees on a tree. And I think it's almost like he literally pisses off the evil entity, because right after he pees on the tree, he goes over to these red painted rocks and he's curious about them, and he brushes the snow off and touches them. And then as he touches this one, a vision happens. It was probably this that caused it, but I do think he may have made the place angry by peeing on a tree there. This place almost seems alive. But this seems like the real trigger for his vision when he touches this red painted rock. And remember, whenever red comes up in the show, it seems to denote evil. You have the red blob on the cave mural wall representing Smiley's rebirth, and the red membrane that was on Smiley, the red door to the room where Smiley was born again, and on, the red aura behind the man in yellow on the painting. So this is definitely something evil. We don't know what the deal is with these rocks. There's a few of them painted red. And there's definitely something up with these rocks, because Tabitha had a dream that haunted her, a nightmare since she was a little girl, where she was a little girl in colonial looking clothes in the middle of these rocks, looking up at something or someone and screaming in the daytime, no less. So something is up here. We're definitely going to see a reveal regarding whatever happened to her. We need to find out what was causing her to scream out there around these rocks, and if these rocks had something to do with it, if it denotes something evil that happened there. And he touches it, and when he touches it, this Puritan man appears, this vision of the Puritan man with rebar or some kind of iron through his eye socket, tethering him to the tree, just like Kelly was tethered to the tree in season 2 with rebar through her head. But that was her forehead, and this is his eye socket. Similar tactic. Once again, we have a similar type of violence coming up again occurs in cycles, and not everything is repeating. There are new things that happen, but there are certain tropes or certain actions and methods of violence that keep recurring, and this is one of them. Being tethered to a tree, having your eye removed. There are pictures Victor drew of people with their eye removed. Elgin lost his eye. Kelly had the rebar through her head. This guy has iron through his eye socket to the tree. Things like that. And, I think another one is going to be dismembering bodies and hanging them from stuff. Because Jade saw Civil War soldiers dismembered bodies hanging from a tree in a vision. And I think the man in yellow could possibly dismember Jim and leave part of him in the barn and hang parts of him from a tree by the RV. So Jade looks at this thing in horror, and then it grabs him by the scarf around his neck as if it's almost choking him. And they're struggling like that, and then Dale shows up and sees Jade struggling with no one, and the vision disappears. I think this is Jade from a previous life, from one of the first ones. I don't think it was the first one, though. I'll tell you why, because later we see him drinking from a child's skull. I don't think in the origin story Jade did anything like that. So remember that the colonial period of America spanned centuries. So this doesn't need to be from the origin story. This guy could be from the first time Jade was brought back to the town, like in the 1600s or something, or even the 1700s. He could be looking like that. And I think he snapped and participated in child sacrifice and was drinking from a child's skull, drinking blood. I think Jade is seeing all the times he failed. Remember in this very same episode, now, the thing about From is that you have to remember is that the writers, they put certain things in the same episode for a reason. Different scenes with different people that might not seem related. But when they happen in the same episode, you've got to think, wait a minute, maybe there's a connection here, like finding two puzzle pieces that connect, like Jade said. The key is to find two pieces to connect. Then you have a place to start. So, like one example that I gave in my Ethan theory video was when Ethan, let me take that gory image off while we talk about this. When Ethan said in an episode of season 2, he said, you have to face the things that scare you. That's how you take away their power on a quest. And then he goes and does that. And he tells Sarah he's not afraid of him. And it takes his fear of her away. in that very same episode, Randall is on the bus facing down the monsters saying, "I'm not afraid of you." And they literally turn and walk away in the same episode. And there's a connection between the two. The writers want us to draw a connection between those things when they happen, especially when they happen in the same episode. It doesn't always have to be the same episode, of course. We can draw all kinds of connections between things from different episodes, but when they happen in the same one, when they coincide like that, we've got to take that as a major hint that this is important and they connect. Now, why am I bringing this up now? Because in Tabitha's scene with Henry in the basement, in this very same episode, was it in this episode or was it in the previous one? now I'm like, they're all blurring together. I am tired, but it may have been the previous one. And you know, was it the previous one? Let me double check. I think it was the previous one. Okay, so let me revise that. In back-to-back episodes, we have two things that connect. What are the things that connect? Tabitha was told that Miranda saw all her previous chosen ones and how they failed, the ones who were chosen to save the children. Now we know that those were her past lives and how they failed. They had to have been. All the people who were chosen to save the children before her, she saw them in her visions and how they failed in those visions. And then she painted what she saw. In the very next episode, in this subsequent episode, Jade is seeing this vision of a man from the past. And he looks like he definitely failed at his quest. He is tethered to a tree with a piece of iron. And later he's shown drinking blood from a child's skull. So I think it's safe to say this guy failed at his quest. So I really think that they want us to draw a connection between those two things. And all of Jade's visions are have been showing him his past lives and how they failed. You had this one. This one looks like a terrible failure. The Civil War soldier that he saw, that looked like a terrible failure. The guy was chasing him down with a bayonet. Half of his face was all burnt. The other eye was all screwed up. And a bunch of other Civil War soldiers were dismembered. And then there's the guy under the boulder. Yeah, he definitely failed. The guy squished under the boulder definitely failed. And he looked like he could have come from any time period, maybe the early 20th century. So that's another time period. You've got Colonial Man, Civil War guy under a boulder could have been early 20th century. Then you have Christopher standing there holding the symbol book that he was obsessed with that made him snap with the symbols pouring blood down. So I really believe all of these men are Jade from previous lives who failed. And it's almost like they're trying to warn him. Either that or it's the evil entity trying to convince him to do certain things. Like later, he gets a vision of this same guy holding out the skull to offer it to him. Like, here, Jade, try this. This is the way out. Sacrifice a child. Maybe even the helpful entity sent him this vision as a message. Don't do this. You failed. Look at what happened to you. And then maybe the helpful entity sent him the subsequent vision. The evil entity sent him the subsequent vision showing him the guy holding out the child's skull. Like, here, try this. This is the way out. This is the answer. Anyway, those are my thoughts on that. Oh, and another example of two scenes happening in the same episode that didn't seem like you might not necessarily connect, but you should. In season 1, both Tabitha and Jade found something from their past lives in the storage room of the diner in the same episode. So they do this sometimes. And other times, the events happen close together, like 2 episodes in a row. In this case, it was 2 episodes back to back. Anyway. And Incognito says the rocks seem to be sorcery ones. Definitely a perimeter where rituals are done. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to have to pick up the pace here. So the sacrifice implies drinking blood, possibly incognito. When we get to that scene, he's holding out the skull as if, here, drink some. And he's got blood on his beard. So, from just drinking it in front of Jade. Samuel says, Jade and Tabitha's memories are very different. Tabitha just remembers things. Jade sees past versions of himself. Yeah. Tabitha remembers things that happened to her first person. And Jade just sees past versions of himself, in the third person. And Daryl, it doesn't have to be Elgin just because of the one eye. I don't agree on that. It doesn't have to always happen the same way. Like in every cycle, it doesn't have to play out literally exactly the same way. I think the missing eye thing is just a recurring trope that could happen to anybody. It doesn't mean just because this guy lost an eye, Jade has to lose an eye in every subsequent life. That doesn't make sense. Think about it. Like now Jade is destined to lose an eye no matter what. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think it has to be Elgin just because. And besides that, Elgin wasn't reincarnated. Enough with the Jade and Tabitha parallels. It's Elgin. What? Wait, you're joking. You're joking. It's Elgin. Everyone is Elgin. Yes. I see that you're joking now. I'm tired. Julie, this Jade seeing his past lives thing. Stop it. Despite it making the most sense, it has to be past Elgin because of one eye, even though Sarah doesn't know about the one eye. Very funny, Daryl. You got me for a second because I'm tired and sometimes I don't get jokes immediately. Anyway, let's move on from there. We've got a bit more ground to cover, so I've got to pick up the pace. So Christy tries to get Kenny to open up to him about the loss of his mom, but he doesn't want to talk about it. He just wants to throw himself into work, picking the berries, collecting them, so he just pushes her away. Jade freaks out after seeing the vision and runs back to the cabins and insists he wants to get out of here, saying he's going to go back to town. He's like, I don't like this place. And Dale says, who the fuck likes it anywhere? It's a forest full of nightmares. Nice one, Dale. Once again, nightmares, drinking game. You could drink every time someone says dream or nightmare. Don't really do that. Don't do that. But yeah, I just love that. It's a forest full of nightmares. It is. It is. Not literally. They're not literally dreaming, but Christy insists that he won't make it even as far as the Talisman hut because it's too close to dark, but he takes off anyway. He takes off running, and then she runs after him and gets herself caught in the bear trap. Thanks, Jade. It's his dumb fault. And that was a source of a lot of speculation before season 3. Whose foot gets caught in the bear trap in the trailer? And then we all pretty much figured it out before the show even started, before the season even began, because they revealed too much in the second trailer. But anyway, they try to pry her leg out, and they can't at the moment. And over at the diner, Bacta and Ethan are cleaning up, and Boyd shows up. And Bacta says she came there and joined them and found Ethan cleaning, so she joined him, and then she winds up taking over the diner for Tian Shen. So finally, they give her something to do there. She's not a useless character. She also mentions the nursery rhyme that she shouldn't have known that her grandmother knew, the cicada nursery rhyme, and how she's having trouble processing that, which I think is excellent that they mentioned it. I forgot that they had mentioned it again. That's a good news. That's a good news. It's a hint from the writers that they're going to answer that question too. They haven't forgotten. I was glad that they mentioned it, and they're not ignoring that, because we need to find out how the hell her grandma knew that cicada nursery rhyme. It's bizarre, and that's an unanswered question that they need to eventually answer. Boyd says, I do know that no matter what this place throws at us, we're going to win. No matter what happens here, we are going to find our way home. And Ethan walks in and says, what if there is no way? Boyd says, of course there is. There's a way here, there's a way home. But Ethan has lost so much hope because of the presumed death of his mother that he says, you don't know, you just hope there is. Tian Chen thought she was going home. So did my mom. And Boyd says, we're not giving up on your mom. But Ethan responds, maybe you should. Getting really dark there. For a couple of episodes, he was getting really dark and cynical. Like losing hope because of his mom. But that's what happened to Victor too. I mean, look how much losing his mom screwed up Victor for life. But this is temporary for Ethan, because once his mom comes back, he starts to go back to being the Ethan we know. Maybe just a bit more realistic, a little more mature, less idealistic, less naive, more mature. The Ethan we can trust again. Right now, he's the Ethan we can't trust quite as much temporarily. But like anybody on a quest, he gets disheartened. He gets, he starts to lose hope. He just goes through a difficult time, a rough patch. But I'm convinced that we can trust Ethan for almost the entire show. Anything that he says, we can trust it. And we have to dismiss these hopeless comments he's saying as just the product of the grief over the presumed death of his mom. Now, they're trying to get Christy out of the trap, and Dale says it must have been here for decades, and that rust probably saved her foot. So, lucky her. Jade tries to help. Kenny fights with him, and then Jade runs off because he's got an idea. He takes Jade with him. He takes Dale with him, sorry. Over at Colony House, Elgin is finally getting some sleep after being afraid to go to sleep. Tilly gets out her tarot cards, which is a shout out to a fan theory. Taryn Matherew's tarot card theory. Another fan theory shout out. This is the season of shouting out fan theories and trolling the fans. And she says to Fatima, you want to know if your baby's all right? These cards are going to tell us. And then Fatima doesn't like that. She thinks it's a bad idea. She starts to leave and just dismiss it as like Tilly's kooky baddie shtick. And feels like Tilly's just disrespecting her situation. But Tilly says, that's what you think of me? These things played a pretty big role in my life at a pretty critical juncture. I just want to share that with you. So they sit down with them, and Tilly says that she thought they were a bit silly at first too, but now she realizes that those cards told her about her cancer, told her about this place, maybe not in so many words, but the signs were all there if she'd known how to read them. She says she can read them a lot better now than before, and tells Fatima to ask them a question and see what they answer. So I find it fascinating that she thinks the cards told her about this place. They told her about this place. Remember that. That's key. She feels they told her about this place. She just couldn't see the signs at the time. She didn't know how to read them as well. And now she thinks that the cards will tell her if Fatima's baby is okay or not. And since her baby is a product of this place, it's actually Smiley, it's a monster, I believe those cards would have told her that there's something wrong. And that's why the crow busts in to stop that from happening. So I think Tilly was just helping. She was on the side of good, and the crow was on the side of evil and wanted to stop them from getting that answer. It busts in just as... So first, Fatima starts to reach for a card, and a crow slams into the window. And then Tilly tries again, and Tilly started to reach for a card originally. Crow slams into the window, but doesn't break it yet. Then she tries again and actually almost lifts the card, and a crow smashes through the glass at that exact moment. There is no way that's a coincidence. Obviously, those crows were trying to stop her from doing the reading. I think the evil entity intervened, and it didn't want them to find out that there was something wrong with that baby. Poor Elgin finally was getting some sleep. He gets woken up. That was nuts. That was a crazy scene. The CGI was a little wonky on it too. Some of the CGI in this season was wonky. This red shirt was like hitting the bird. Poor bird. I felt bad for the bird, even though I think it was part of the evil entity. Fatima's face was funny too, her shocked face. And it just flies around maniacally, slams into the wall. Its blood gets all over the lamp, and it lays dead on the floor. Yeah, so there's no way this was an accident. I think we all agree that this was deliberate, but whether or not it was for a good or a bad purpose is up for debate. You know, were the tarot cards a bad thing and the bird was trying to stop that? Were the tarot cards a good thing and the bird didn't want them to get that information? I think the bird didn't want them to get that information, that there was something wrong with that baby. So let me see what you guys think. We're getting close to the end of the episode. Hey, Fromley Theory. Maybe she was killed because of that. Oh, interesting. Yes, maybe Tilly was killed because of that. If the evil entity can control the monsters, who's to say the evil entity can't control the monster baby inside Fatima? The beginning of the monster baby, the pod that was forming inside her, it's in her already. And the evil entity at any time could make Fatima kill somebody. And so Tilly had to get taken out in case she might try to use those tarot cards again with Fatima. You know, I think that's likely. Anon says Tilly is the most annoying person on From. Smiley made me smile when he used Fatima to kill Tilly. Anon, oh my goodness. Terrell says, you got me. I was the crow. It's just a prank. Wait, the crow first hit the window the first time, and the second time he's bursting in? Yes, incognito. When first she reached for a card, and the crow hit the window, and that was the moment that, like, this picture that's up right now might have been that moment. But yes, it hit the window, but it didn't break it, and then she tried again, and the crow busted through. What if this crow is the same that is being eaten by the rat in the tunnels? Well, that happened before, though. That was in season 2, so it can't be this crow. That was already dead in season 2, episode 1, when it was in the tunnel. Anon says the tarot cards didn't matter. How would they give Fatima a paranormal abortion? Well, it wouldn't do that. It wouldn't have stopped anything, but I think it would have given them some kind of warning that there's something wrong. That's what I think it would have done. Tilly said, you want to know what's wrong? If your baby's okay, the cards will tell us. And she said the cards also told her about this place. She just didn't know how to read the signs at the time. That's why I think that they would have known about this baby entity that's a product of this place, this smiley pod. And I mean, if the tarot cards don't matter, then why did the crow bust in at that moment? Just to troll the fandom for no reason? I think that would be poor writing. I think it has to mean something. And if it's just to be weird or quirky, that would be poor writing. Let's see. Yes, Bacta is boring. I agree. Ethan being a Debbie Downer. And guys, definitely check out Fromley Theory's channel. Fromley Theory will be covering From during season 4 as well, with some awesome content, I'm sure. And Fromley Theory, please feel free to drop your link to your channel in the chat. I think you have the ability to do that, but let me know if you don't. I believe you have a moderator power to be able to do that, which I give to people who have channels so that they can drop their links. Let me see. Did I give you one? I'm trying to find you in the live chat, but I can't find you in the YouTube tab. So let me know. Let me know if you don't have a mod ability to put your link in the chat. Let's see. Let's see. Not possible. It happened after Tabitha and Victor saw the crow being eaten. Yes, that's right. That's right. Fatima said she felt this rage before she stabbed Tilly. I think she will come back as a ghost now. Yeah, maybe so. Maybe she'll come back as Ghost Tilly. No? Okay, let me, Incognito, if you want to be a mod, feel free. If you want to be a mod, I can give you a moderator. It's not called a wrench anymore. Okay, you don't have one. I'm going to give you one from Only Theory so that you can drop your link. Because I don't always have mods in here who can just drop links whenever I need them to. So that's why I just do this. So that if you have a channel, you can just drop your own link. So there you go. Now you should be able to do it. I just gave you a mod. It's now a badge instead of a wrench. You are welcome. You are welcome. Much love right back. Okay, so now let's move on. That was a crazy scene. I felt bad for the crow. I'm going to end the poll that I have here. So I've had this poll up for a while saying, who is the voice on the radio? 86% of you said the man in yellow / evil entity. 9% said a higher level evil entity. 6% other. And nobody thinks it's really Thomas. Yeah, I'm with the majority of you. I think that the Thomas voice on the phone is definitely the man in yellow. I'm going to start another poll. Let's see. Why did the crow bust in evil entity wanted to stop tarot? Let's see. Good entity wanted to stop it, or just a weird scene, meaningless, or other. Specify. So I'm gonna put that poll in the chat and see what you guys think of the crow situation. Now we'll move on to the last bit here. We got just a little bit more. Now I have a clip to go along with this scene. I think you know what clip I'm about to play if you've watched these lives before. I didn't even have to read their dialogue because I've got the clip to back it up. So Jade and Dale go to the Diamond of Totems, and Jade takes a stick out of the totem structure. Very bad idea, Jade. I think this is going to come back to bite them. I'm afraid it is.
This is a really bad idea.
There's nothing else strong enough to pry that trap open.
You really want to start pulling apart the ancient tower of holy scary shit?
I'm sure whoever built it won't mind.
Oh, Jesus. Fuck.
Yep. You really want to start pulling apart the ancient tower of holy scary shit? I'm sure whoever built it won't mind. Maybe, you know what I think? I think it was Jade who built it originally. I think that's going to be the irony of what Jade just said. I'm sure whoever built it won't mind. I bet it was Jade in one of his past lives who built that ancient tower of holy scary shit. Bet. Yeah, I think that's going to come back to bite them. And that was protecting them from the threat that they're about to unleash. The Scarecrow entity, which I think they're going to unleash when they go out to the cabins in season 4 and unearth those Scarecrow monster dolls from the ground. Daryl said, yeah, it probably was Jade. Dale was right to be afraid. As usual, Dale was right. Dale is an asshole, but Dale is often the voice of reason, and I think he was right that this is a pocket universe, too. Daryl says, I think it was Incognito who made a good point that it was the entity on the phone with Jim is probably the same entity who spoke to Kenny on the phone in his dream. Oh, yeah, it probably was. Good point, indeed. Nice, Anon subscribe to Fromly Theories channel. Awesome. Thank you for supporting another member of our community, another great content creator. If you ever want to come over, you're always welcome. Well, thank you so much. I would love to collaborate. We should collaborate during season 4. That'll be fun. That would be fun. I'm going to be collaborating with Parkland Media the first week of season 4. We just have to work out when it's going to be. He'll come on this stream as a guest, maybe on the Thursday stream that we do that week. And it would be awesome to collaborate with more people and have some other content creators on as guests now and then, and and vice versa. If anybody wants to have me on, I would love to do it as well. So R.I.P. Dale, indeed. Dale and Jade together, getting this brief taste of that, it was such a tease. I wanted more. I wanted more of this duo. They're the two wittiest people on the whole show. Two witty jerks. And what a great combo. Too bad it was short-lived. David says, Tilly was leading Fatima too close to the truth, so the boy in white sent the crows to stop her, like he hushed Ethan. Huh, interesting. Tilly was leading Fatima too close to the truth. So, David, do you think the boy in white is not helpful? You think the boy in white is not a helpful entity? Because I don't think the boy in white would do something like that. I don't know, because I don't think that's a helpful thing. I think it would be good for Fatima to figure out that what's happening to her is bad. But, yeah, interesting. Hey, Quentin, nice to see you. Julie B, I love your energy for this show. Thank you. Thank you. Obviously, I have a lot of energy for this show to still be talking enthusiastically about it at 6 a.m. my time, and I haven't slept yet. Granted, I slept late yesterday. Keep that in mind, too, but I slept very late, so. But, yeah, this show gets me jazzed. Even when I'm in a lot of pain, I can get really revved up. Michael says, certainly seems like it was the cicada entity doing the phone call, dream cicadas. So if it's the same entity on the phone with Jim, seems like it'd be whatever the cicada entity is. Yeah, that's a good point, Michael. Yeah, probably. Unless one thinks it was a different entity sending the nursery rhyme to Kenny in his dream with the cicadas. Seems like it was more of a challenge of sorts from the entity or something. Kind of a riddle. Yeah. And welcome back, Carly. Yes, we're still here. So yeah, now they won't have protection. Thanks, Jade. When the Scarecrow monsters attack in season 4. Mark my words, this is why they won't have protection, because they took apart the ancient tower of holy scary shit. And Christy tells Kenny that, you won't be alone, whatever happens here. And she makes him tell her that he heard her and understands, because he's very alone now that his mother and his father died. And if Christy died, he'd feel even more alone. So she tells him, no matter what, you're not going to be alone. They free Christy. Jade shows up. They use that stick to free Christy. And as Jade is kneeling down on the ground, he looks up and sees the second vision of the Puritan man. He steps forward. Now he's not tethered to the tree anymore. Steps forward, drinks from a child's-sized skull, and holds it out to offer it to Jade as if to suggest that he also partake in this activity. I believe that this is probably a vision sent by the evil entity of Jade from a past life doing this, suggesting that this is what you need to do, Jade. You need to do this. You need to engage in this activity. Either that, or if it's not sent by the evil entity, it could just be a warning. It could be a warning because, look at the guy. It doesn't look like things went well for him. I 100% believe this is Jade in a past life. Absolutely 100%. Ryan said that there's not a lot he's 100% on, and I'm not 100% on a ton of things either, but I am on this. And yeah, this does look more like a warning, like child sacrifice is a bad idea. Look at this guy, and he didn't get out either. He got his eye ripped out and, tethered to a tree. So clearly drinking from this child's skull didn't seem to work very well for him. But he's holding it out to Jade in a really ominous way, like, you try it now. So I don't know, that part kind of trips me up. Almost like, what I think about that is Jade could misinterpret that as meaning that child sacrifice is the way out of this place. And I think that's what happened with Christopher, that he misinterpreted these visions, thinking that they were trying to tell him just that child sacrifice is the way out. And that's why Miranda told him to hide. I mean, that's why Miranda told Victor and Eloise to hide where Christopher couldn't find them, because he was going to sacrifice them. So I think Christopher misinterpreted visions like this. He interpreted them as signs that you need to sacrifice a child. And like visions like this, and visions like the children laying on the stones. So that's that vision. And they get Christy free and carry her back to town. So yeah, that's one hell of a vision. Amazing. Let's see. I'll leave it on this for a moment. We're almost to the end now. Daryl says Jade seems like he's going to go down a dark path in season 4. Yeah, he very well might. He might come close to breaking and losing his sanity, and then pull himself back from the edge just in time. Might be a reason they're connected. Norse mythology. Michael says, see my prior comments on the guy pinned to the tree and drinking from skull. Oh, yeah, Michael, I have one pinned, actually. I mean, I have one starred that I was going to read, and I forgot. This is one actually referring to a previous comment. Check my previous about the eye being pinned to a tree and drinking from skull. There may be a reason the visions are related. Not 100% sure, though. How long ago was that, Michael? Do you know, you have an idea of how long ago it was? Let me see. I'll scroll up a little bit. Oh, wait, I see it. When we see this guy later drinking from skull, his eye seems to have been gouged out, so it feels like he survived this. Maybe a parallel to Norse mythology of Odin pinning himself to a tree for 9 days or whatever and removing his eye in order to drink from Mimir's well. Both to gain knowledge of rune magic and to get future sight to see how to avoid Ragnarok, etc. So I wonder whether this guy gained knowledge of rune magic and made the talismans. Ooh, that's excellent, Michael. Just a thoroughly wild guess. Well, it's based in mythology, and this show uses a lot of mythology references and influences. So I don't think that's out there. I don't think that's a stretch. Let me take that gory image and leave a different gory image up. Take off that gory image. Yeah. I took off one gory image and left another gory image up. But at least the second one was further back. It wasn't a close-up. Indeed. So, let's see. I think Scarlet may have fallen asleep. But just understandable. The poor thing. I dragged her into this 3-episode breakdown, and she needs to sleep, and she has to work in the morning too. Carly says the From crew, no one sleeps well. Bunch of insomniacs. Yeah, I think so. So Fromly Theory says, I do a quiz show every Sundays. Who wants to escape from? It's like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire about From. If you want to co-host with me, you're welcome anytime. Oh, thank you so much. That really means a lot. That would be really fun. I would love to come on and co-host sometime. Absolutely. Yeah. Well, we'll talk. We'll see if I can. I forget if you're on Discord or or how to reach you, Fromly Theory. I know you were on Discord, but I'm not sure what your name is on there. So let me know, and we can talk and set something up. That would be fun. It sounds great. And I don't have a stream on Sundays. I'm going to be doing streams on Mondays and Thursdays for season 4 of From. So Sunday, I would be able to do something like that sometimes. It's going to be a very busy season for me, making videos and doing like 3 live streams per week. We're also going to do From Academy again, but that one I'm not going to be as involved in. I'm not going to be there like all the time. But I'll be able to do guest stuff with other people if anything comes up like that on other days. Let's see. David says the boy in white is helping, but the self cannot communicate directly to them. He uses symbols, and for those reasons, he didn't want to help Fatima, maybe because of the rebirth of Smiley. Okay, so she couldn't receive that much information directly to them, and would have caused problems, you're saying. Okay, David. That makes sense. That makes sense. We're on track, which we're on track for again, as it's like 4 a.m. here. Yeah, it's been a lot of hours, but I'm almost done. And I took better care of myself this time, so it's okay. It'll be okay this time. Fromly Theory says the image of a man drinking from a skull could be a symbolic interpretation of Odin and Mimir's well. Instead of a well of wisdom, the skull represents a vessel of knowledge. Ooh, fascinating stuff. I like it. I like it. I like the mythology references. Quentin says, if you think about it, the guy with the skull offers the skull to Jade as well as Christopher with the book. Almost like we failed, so let's see how far you go. Much like Neo in the Matrix. Yeah, I like that. I like that comparison. Nice. Nice. To seek knowledge, you need to let the conscious feed the unconscious. Nice incognito. Almost 98% of our thoughts, ideas come from the unconscious. Cool. Joyce says, Julie, you're sounding surprisingly alert for being at it 7 hours. Yeah, I don't know where I get the energy, Joyce. I guess From just has certain magic it works on me. And I'm excited about season 4 coming soon. And I love season 3. And this kind of covering season 3 rewatch has kind of lit a fire under me and reanimated me more, I guess, because this has a special place in my heart. Season 3 was when I started my channel and started covering the show. And so this is like walking down memory lane for me. I guess that's just making me feel extra upbeat and more alert. It's been almost 7 hours, but we'll be done very soon now. Samuel says, pregnant Fatima, likely because of Smiley, wanted Tilly dead. The crow interrupted her tarot reading. The evil entity wanted the crow to bust in, or both entities allowed it. Yeah. Pregnant Fatima wanted Tilly dead. The crow interrupted her tarot reading. The evil entity wanted the crow to bust in, or both entities allowed it. Yeah, I think so. I think the evil entity made the crow bust in there. That's what I'm thinking. The power of From compels us. Yes, Joyce. Carly says, From is one of the only series that's had me this hooked and excited about what's to come. Me too. Fromly Theory says, the act of drinking mirrors Odin gaining wisdom through sacrifice. Nice. Michael says, the Kapalas are used mainly for esoteric purposes such as rituals. Among the rituals using Kapalas are higher tantric meditation to achieve a transcendental state of mind within the shortest period of time. What's a Kapala? I've never heard of that. Kapala. Yeah, what is that? A sacred ritual cup made from a human skull. Ew. That's really disturbing. I can't believe anybody would do that. It's horrifying. It's very, like, demonic. Daryl says, I am possessed by From and my love for Sarah. Well, we know. I'm not sure if related or not. Was just looking up if there were any cultural traditions around drinking from skulls. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so let's continue. Almost to the end now. Let's see if I can finish up at the 7-hour mark. So Randall is on the bus and he sees the first phantom cicada appears. You know, the cicadas are supposed to be gone, but they start haunting him again, and only he can see them in season 3. And this is the first time they start. Boyd gets on the bus and he doesn't see them. And Randall, before Boyd got on, Randall was whittling again. I don't think I have. Oh, wait, I do have a picture of it. He was whittling again. He was whittling something in season 2, and we didn't see what it was. And now he's doing it again. And later in this season, we see what it is, and it looks like a totem face. It looks just like one of the faces of the totems. So that's odd. Why is he whittling a totem face? And so Boyd gets on and asks him to switch places with him tonight. He wants to watch the monsters when they come out of the woods. That's for his plan to catch a monster. Now we have this crazy, trippy scene. Tabitha, in Henry's car, Tabitha looks kind of off, and I don't have a picture of it, but she looks kind of off, and Henry notices even while he's driving and asks if she's all right, just like the attentive, protective husband that he is or was to Miranda. And she says she's a little car sick. He tells her that the original bottle tree they're headed for is just down the road, and there are crackers in the glove compartment for her stomach. She reaches in and finds a bracelet. The bracelet. Not just any bracelet, the bracelet. And she's like, where did you get this? He says, Miranda made that for me. And this is it. This is the freaking bracelet again. This mindfuckery again. There it is. And it's got that little yellow bead on it and the unique flaw in it that was on the other bracelet. Yet another one here. And Tabitha is like, I'm so stupid. This can't be real. I went through a magic tree and traveled to a lighthouse like something out of a fairy tale. I wake up in a hospital that just happens to be here. You just happen to be here. No. This was your mistake. This was too far. I made this for my husband a long time ago, and he lost it. And then I found it at the diner. We're not really in Camden, Maine, are we? Just more of this place torturing me, punishing me, right? You need to pull over right now, please. So this is Tabitha thinking none of this is real. And this is just a fucking simulation. She thinks it's a simulation at this point. It's not real. And it's just more of this place torturing her. It's a level 2 of Fromville. And she's like, this is too far. This was your mistake, like this bracelet. This is too far. This is too much to believe. It can't be real. And Henry's like, what the hell are you talking about? He has no idea what she's talking about. She's like, what happens if I get out of the car right now? If I refuse to play along? Do I wake up in the hospital again? Does this start all over? So once again, it's like, is this a level 2 of a simulation? And if she gets out of the car now, she'll just wake up in the hospital again. And it restarts like a loop. And he's like, the park, the tree, it's just down the street. Please, you can't do this. You can't show up at my door, say the things you said, tell me my boy is alive, that he's out there. Then you're just going to give up on that? We're going. And he forces her door shut and starts driving without paying attention to where he's going, and causes him to crash the car. That causes him to crash. I don't think he's paying attention, but I think that a Fromville evil entity caused this car accident because this is way too convenient. Granted, he's not really paying attention, but come on. They're almost to the original bottle tree, and they crash and wind up in an ambulance that takes them back to Fromville. There's just no way that's a coincidence. No way. They wake up in the ambulance. Also, before I get to the ambulance scene, this bracelet thing, this is what made me think that she was reincarnated from Miranda. when I put this together with the other clues that the show had laid out since season 1, I mentioned in my episode 3 theory video, I made a theory video called Tabitha and the Mirror World, and it was after episode 3, and that wound up becoming my most viewed video ever to date, to this day, and it was one of my first videos I ever made. It got 10,000 views. I haven't had any other video that got over 9,000 views, and even that was, I had hardly any that got that many. That got 9,000. So 10,000 was crazy. And it's a theory that's not just about Tabitha being reincarnated. That's just one small part of it. But it's about how I think Fromville is a mirror world pocket dimension. It mirrors our own. And yeah, I posited that she may be reincarnated after seeing her find this bracelet. And seeing her dynamic with Henry and how they were acting like husband and wife. He was acting like a concerned, protective, attentive husband throughout this whole episode. It just seemed like the show was trying to hint that she used to be Miranda. And, you know, and we later found out that she was Miranda in a past life. And she realized that she must have just kept making these bracelets because some part of her knew who she was. And she kept making these things. And this is a simple bootstrap that she could make over and over again. It's not that monumental. It's not that unusual. But she does keep making the same flaw in the same one, in the bracelet every time, which I think is kind of far-fetched. How do you make the same unique flaw every time? That was the whole point of Tabitha believing that the one she found in the diner must be the same one that she lost because it had the unique flaw. That's how everybody thought that it was a time traveling bracelet. And people crafted all kinds of elaborate theories about how this bracelet was a time traveling thing. And it turns out she just made multiple bracelets in different lifetimes. But we have to suspend our disbelief a bit. You know, so Miranda made one for Henry and one for herself that she wore to Fromville. And Tabitha made one that got lost in the hospital when Julie was born, that she made for Jim. And I think Miranda made one for, I'm assuming she made one for herself because there's one in the diner that I'm guessing Miranda probably lost. And eventually it just wound up in the lost stuff storage room of the diner. So anyway, there's at least 2 bracelets, probably 3 or more. It could be even more than 3. So we'll never know. Well, maybe we'll eventually find out about the original bottle tree and what was going on with it. And was it a faraway tree? They need to circle back to that because it was implied that it might be something legit, like an actual faraway tree. And it's so frustrating to me that they got so close one street down and got in that accident. And now we didn't get to see it. But I hope that they eventually explain that and we see that maybe someone gets out again. Maybe Tabitha eventually gets out again and makes it to that tree. But they get T-boned. I think it would have been really fitting if they had been hit by a dump truck, because on the stairs of the lighthouse, there was a toy ambulance and a toy dump truck in both Tabitha's dream and in the real lighthouse, which was foreshadowing that she would come back in an ambulance. And it would have been amazing if it had been a dump truck, but that doesn't look like a dump truck. I don't know what kind of vehicle that is that actually hit them. And they wake up in the ambulance, or Tabitha wakes up at least. Henry has this thing on his head for a head injury, but he seems perfectly fine after. Acosta said the hospital staff has been worried about her and looking for her. The lunchbox was in their report, and Tabby begs them to stop and let her out. She says she doesn't want to go to the hospital. But then they reach the fallen tree. And she sees it like, oh my God, no. And there it is. She knows what that means. No. It's the fallen tree. Ta-da! She's back in Fromville. Amazing. Oh, it looks like some of my pictures wound up in the wrong spot here. That was them when they pulled over in the previous scene. Anyway. Amazing twist. And I remember I was on a live stream with Tony Teflon when he predicted that Tabitha was going to come back in that ambulance in episode 4. He even predicted that it would be in episode 4, and he was right. So sometimes Tony's theories are spot on, and people don't give him credit for that. He's gotten some stuff right, some major things right. And I was the one who sparked that. I was presenting my own theory on Tabitha, saying that she was going to wind up in Camden, Maine, in the real world. And as I was presenting my own theory, Tony had a light bulb moment and said, Tabitha's going to come back in the ambulance. And in episode 4, he later on another live stream said it's going to be in episode 4. And he was right. It was cool being there to be the inspiration for his theory. Anyway, so that is the end of episode 3, and I managed to do it in just under 7 hours. Look at that. So I'm going to look at the chat one more time before I close it down. We did better than last time. At least it wasn't 8.5 hours. Incognito says, those bracelets do have power. The one that makes you remember. Yeah, it could be. Could be they have some sort of power. Is there any transition to this in this return to the tree like with Boyd? I don't think so. Yeah, in Boyd's car, it looked like there was a weird glitch, like as they crossed over through some kind of portal to another dimension, you know. But I didn't see anything. That's a good question, David. I'm going to watch it again and see if there's any weird glitch there. Any weird glitch. I'm going to go back and look. Just making a note of that so I don't forget. Anyway. Thanks, Fromly Theory and Bill. Tony didn't have early access? No, he didn't. He doesn't. Good night, Anon. Thank you for being here. No, Tony doesn't get screeners. And I don't think he wants screeners because he wants to be able to theorize. Same reason I don't want screeners, even if I were offered them. The bracelet. Yes, time to wrap. It is time to wrap, Incognito. It's relieving to see others that are obsessed with you, like you with this Fukin show. Yes, it is. Victor conveniently prevented Julie and Tabitha from finding Fatima in season 3, episode 9. We know that he is influenced by Boy in White. I think Smiley's rebirth was necessary for both players in the game. Oh, that's a fascinating point, Samuel. I like that. Okay. Clue. It was Tabitha in Henry's car with the bracelet. Yes. Tabitha. Yes, Tabitha's bracelet had not been talked about since season 1, episode 6. Right. And yet people theorized like crazy about it. Why not whittle a totem face? Good morning, Lori. Michael says, my theory, Jim actually lost his bracelet at the bar across the street from the hospital. Tabitha fell asleep, and he went across for a drink, then contemplated life. Just my theory. Oh, okay. Hey, Lori. And Lori is going to be doing her own coverage of From season 4, so definitely check out Lori's channel, Real Cinema Therapy, where she does really fascinating psychological analysis of From. And Lori, feel free to drop your channel link in the chat before we close it down. The scented pine tree is yellow, you guys. Oh, yes. The scented pine tree thing hanging in Henry's car was yellow. I noticed that too, and I think that was deliberate. And the car was blue. They're always using yellow, blue, and red in this show. Don't think Tabby knew he went to the bar since she was asleep, and we don't hear about the bar until Jim talks with Henry in the Fromville bar. That's true, yes. So maybe Jim lost his bracelet at the bar. Yeah, it could be. Yes, of course he picked yellow for the tree air freshener. Presumably, hence why nobody ever turned it into the hospital lost and found, didn't look at the bars lost and found. That makes sense. Formally Theory says, I think Julie put on the bracelet. Now Jim has died and loses it while story walking, and Miranda finds it. That's a good theory. Yeah, that could be. Anon resisted the reincarnation thing. Yeah, a lot of people did. A lot of people did. It seemed like a stretch. Nobody really does reincarnation storylines, but that's what's so refreshing and creative about it. I like it. When I 10K views, yeah, it was crazy that my video for that blew up. After this episode, I made that video based on what happened in this episode and other clues before that. I haven't had any other video get close to that. Or, well, I've had a couple that reached 9,000, but other than that, no. I have like 2 videos that reached 9,000 and 1 that reached 10,000, and that's the most I've ever gotten. But Daryl didn't think the show was going to do reincarnation. Yeah, I mean, can you think of any other show that did a plotline like that? I like how creative it is. Somebody told me in my comment section for that video that it would be boring if the show does that. I don't think it's boring at all. I think it's interesting and unique. Oh, today's Jen's birthday. Well, happy birthday to Jen. Carly says it would make more sense that it has something to do with Julie, that bracelet. I bet a lot will fall on story walking. Yeah, it very well could. Mike Light says maybe that's the ability Randall got. Julie got story walking, and Randall got the ability to make totems or talisman. Well, you never know. Could be. Past life muscle memory for making the bracelets with the same flaw. Oh, I could see that, Michael. That's a good way of putting it. And yes, Carly, there may be more story walkers, and maybe Randall is a story walker too. Maybe he's going to be one. I think he's probably going to be. Tabitha makes bracelets, and Elgin makes owls. Yes, Anon. Michael says, yeah, Miranda made 2 bracelets. She had one on her wrist in the root cellar, and there's one in Henry's glove box. Right. The head securing thing in the ambulance says Maboose. We'll have to see if it pays off or not. Yes, we can see that in the next episode. Just like the defibrillator Randall tries to use in the finale, it also says Maboose. Indeed. And we'll talk about that a little more in the next episode breakdown tomorrow night. Seeing the tree again was a great cliffhanger. It sure was. Sure was, Daryl. Is there any transition? Okay, I read that one already. Okay. If that's an intentional foreshadowing thing or just an Easter egg to poke fun at fan theories, we'll have to see. Yeah, the Maboose thing. Yeah, they're probably laughing at us like, let's see how far those nut jobs and crackpots take this. Let's put Maboose on everything. They're probably just laughing at us. Anon says Miranda told them Teresa's or there's a town coming up, and there was, but they didn't listen to her. Right. Not magical power like throwing energy blast, but knowledge to collect items and defeat the entity. Oh yeah, you were saying like the bracelets might have power. Yeah, I could see something like that. And there's Real Cinema Therapy's channel link right there. Check that out. And the link to her Discord as well. Daryl says, reincarnation is not boring at all. I love it. Me too. Probably Theory says, maybe the boy in white is a story walker from the 1800s. Well, you never know. I don't know. I think he's not even really a person. Daryl says, storytelling-wise, I doubt Randall is also going to be a story walker. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Why does he dread the ruins so much then? Something terrible is going to happen to him related to those ruins, whether it's through story walking or something else near the ruins. Let's see. Okay, time to close it down. It has been 7 hours, and we broke down 3 episodes. I'd say that's actually pretty good by my standard. I used to spend 5 hours breaking down a single episode in these rewatch streams, so we did good. Good morning, Mark, and have a great day. Have a great day or a great night, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. As always, thank you for the great comments and participation. And I'll be back tonight I'll be back tonight to break down 3 more episodes. That's right, 3 more episodes, 4, 5, and 6. We're gonna knock them out tonight at maybe 10:30 Eastern, but more likely it's probably going to be 11:30 Eastern, something like that. I'm going to try not to do it at midnight. I'm going to try to do it maybe by 11 p.m. Eastern, but yeah, that'll be tonight. And thank you, Carly. Glad you made it too. I am going to go eat something and get some sleep. Less than 8 hours. Mission accomplished. Yes, Daryl. I'd say mission accomplished. I did it. Don't forget to like and hype after the show ends in YouTube app in iOS or Android. Yes, thank you, Michael. Yes, you can hype the stream after it ends. It takes about half an hour or so. The option should show up. It doesn't show up immediately, I don't think. The mission was 4 hours. Yeah. Well, I said 5 hours, though. I said, I think 5 will be okay. And it wound up being 7. Oops. Well, I did take care of myself, though. I took good care of myself. I did the treadmill like I needed to do. And now it's time to go and get some rest. So, yep, I will get some sleep, Lori. And you guys have a great day. And thanks, Anon. See you guys tonight. Good nighting, more night, or whatever. Good more night, incognito. Have a great day or a great night, everybody. And see you next time.
Yeah. That's a theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens. Catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook bigger than the lore itself. In a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind and slow it, zoom in and enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color-coded breakdown.
They don't die like us. They don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce. We revive that trust. They skip intros, we wear refrain. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us. Nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in Frums where it's from.
They don't dive like us. They don't vibe like us. They skim the edge. We inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us. Nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't die.